I was not expecting this today, like, at all. There's so much context here that you guys don't know. I tried to put it into a community post, but I probably failed doing that. If you don't know, since last I streamed, I've completely updated my computer. I've replaced the motherboard and the CPU, and I also ordered another SSD because the prices are going to go up soon, so I made sure to get my hands on a nice SSD, before they get too expensive. And I had to do a lot of troubleshooting to make it work. The drivers didn't come installed with the motherboard, so I had to figure out which ones I needed in order to make the computer even connect to the internet. And today, Microsoft tried to take my computer from me, and they wouldn't let me sign in. Like, it's something to do with the motherboard and redeeming the Windows key again. I don't know. I eventually figured it out, but basically what they were trying to do is lock me out of my computer unless I link my Microsoft account to them. And I only use my Microsoft account. I only use that for, like, playing Minecraft or any other, like, game, so I didn't really remember the password, but I eventually figured it out and got it settled. But then, after all that, I was super excited to finally log on and get access to my computer so I could upload or finish making the Bowsorc build video that I spent 2 days trying, 2 or 3 days, I'll consider it 3 days to make, because while working on the Bowsorc build video, like this specific spec I'm on right now, there was a thunderstorm while I was recording the video. The thunderstorm knocked out power lines in my area, so the power went out for like 5 hours, and then when the power did eventually come back on, we had no internet, and I was like mid Bowsorc recording session with that, so like I stopped around the consumables part, and I didn't have internet for 24 hours, so I couldn't exactly make the Bowsorc, the whole build video like I wanted to, since, you guys answered the poll and whatnot. I tried to limit the amount of production value, but include the information necessary so you could actually get a good build out of it. But, goodness gracious, I'm not sure if it was a blessing that it got locked out, or my internet was down for an entire day, or not, because the Signet got nerfed today. And just a hotfix patch. So, yeah, come to find out, all that effort I spent trying to make the Bowsorc build video has almost been for nothing. Fortunately, I still have all the footage. I haven't deleted it yet. And I did include the alternate spec that the current, this version was based off of in the past. It's a whole freaking mess. And listen, I need to update my builds. That's what that means. What's up, Josh? I told you Signet would get nerfed. I think everyone knew the Signet would get nerfed. The thing is, about Signet getting nerfed, is definitely an over-nerf, because the only thing that you can actually do with Signet now in PvP is apply a status effect to your target every 2 seconds, which makes it as useless as Ophidian Venom, and if you know what happened to that set, that is a tragedy. Thoughts on the Signet being nerfed? We'll go over that in a minute. Rip Signet, we knew it was coming like every other damage mythic used in PvP. Yeah, the thing is, ZeniMax, they just don't seem to get it right. Like, Signet was easily overperforming, yeah. Like, the damage you could get out of status effects was insane. The issue is, when they nerfed it, I'll show you what they did. Effects was okay, audio's good, y'all can hear me ranting. It got removed from PvP. Basically, yeah. So I guess the devs all play DK and didn't like anyone else having an OP build. Signet is dead. Rip all your builds. Not all my builds. Like, the Signet just, increased the power of the builds I was already playing, but we'll be fine. Like, I can adjust and adapt. It's not hard. That's what we're going to do on the stream. The thing is, like, I'm just more so annoyed because I had this build video lined up for you guys, and the day I want to present it, make it public and everything, is the day the Signet gets nerfed. And the whole thing about that build was it was just an updated spec from a long time ago using Signet because Signet was new and it gave you a bunch of status effect damage. We can still make this build work and make it really, really obnoxious, and I'm going to play around with some other stuff since we can't use Signet anymore, but basically Signet got nerfed overnight in a hotfix update, yeah, which is annoying. Increase your damage done to monsters with status effects by 1% for every one ultimate you have, up to 133%, if you can see that there. Increase your damage done to monsters, not players. The part that still works in PvP, I'd assume, is while you have 133 or more ultimate, your light and heavy attacks apply a random status effect up to once every 2 seconds instead of 4. So you just apply a random status effect every 2 seconds instead of every 4, but you also don't get the scaling damage with Signet anymore. Let's go look at the actual patch notes for this. Alright. First incremental patch for Update 50. This incremental patch addresses issues introduced during the Update 50 launch, which they knew about well in advance because of PTS testing. Patch, you see some general fixes, combat adjustments to the mythic item, Shattered Paths Signet. We're keeping an eye on this item based on PTS feedback and current feedback and all the data we're reviewing, so it could still get reverted to a certain point. Additionally, some fixes for Vengeance. The big one is they did do some stuff to werewolves. Not really that big a deal though. Mythic items, here you go. Shattered Paths Signet. This set's damage done with status effects now only applies to monsters. Reduce the maximum damage bonus from 170% to 133%, and reduce the ultimate required to reach the cap to 133, down from 170. Reduce the cooldown of applying status effects at the maximum ultimate threshold to 2 seconds at 133 ultimate, down from 4 seconds. Spoiler warning, show. We're making a handful of targeted adjustments to remove this set's overwhelming presence in PvP by removing the large damage bonus to status effects from PvP areas, while simultaneously gently reining in the ceiling potential of this set overall. At the same time, we're bumping up the floor by reducing the cooldown of this set to apply status effects. Overwhelming presence. Alright. I mean, I know Signet's on a lot of builds, including Dragonite and whatnot, but listen. They didn't need to go this freaking hard with it. Yes, it was overperforming, but this is definitely overkill when it comes to nerfing Signet. The most they needed to do was just reduce the damage of the Signet. Just cut the damage that, you know, it's capable of in half. And that's basically it. Sorry I didn't pull up Twitch chat yet, because I'm a bot. Afternoon, Epic. All I gotta say is, what the heck? So the mythic, would you lean into... So what mythic would you lead into for werewolf now? Probably still esoteric, because your sustain is really good, so it's just more mitigation. They killed it. Thank the pulse gank complainers. See, the objective with the pulse gank was not only to, like, the pulse gank hasn't gone anywhere. Signet just buffed it. Like, if we go and we hop on the pulse ganker now, I'm gonna save this build too. Now some of my builds, I don't need them. When am I gonna play a bash build again? We go and hop on the Pulse Ganker now, right? You know, Signet did buff it, but Pulse Ganking was an issue before the Signet even came out. The Signet just expedited the process and made Pulse Ganking really, really, really obnoxious. But Pulse Ganking never really went anywhere. We don't even really need Signet for this. We'll just go back to Winterborn. Let me go find my Winterborn. I'll show you guys. Ooh, let me read chat. Gotta catch up with you guys. Night out with the nerf, can't wait till only face Dragonites now. No fun allowed. I guess 25k whips are fine though. Exactly. I know people are... I've read the forums and I know people are making, you know... Their statements are, oh, well, you know, Dragonite's been refreshed and, you know, Werewolf has been refreshed and all the other classes haven't been refreshed yet, so we can't nerf Dragonites or Werewolves because they're refreshed and this is where the new power standard is. Listen, you make PvP insufferable by not at least giving the other classes some tools to work with, okay? The issue with this is, everyone's still going to be running around on Dragonite and Werewolf, and then you're going to have these exact same people complaining about the Pulse Gankers or the Signet Mythic, soon complaining about just how many Dragonites and Werewolves there are. Because you've removed a lot of the ability for builds that haven't been refreshed yet to compete. But I mean, I'm creative enough, and I'll make it work. I'm just talking for, like, general people. I know my friend Crow. You saw him in my stream with me yesterday. He got back on. He farmed the new Mythic. He went around and got it in Cold Heart. I'm using him as an example because he's, like, he's way more casual than I'll ever be. He just plays ESO. Oh, he's on right now. He just plays ESO whenever he's in the mood for it. But he made this Nightblade build that I help him set up with Signet and whatnot. And, you know, it does pretty good for his Nightblade. It's not everything with Nightblade, but... He's like, well, rip Signet, I was really looking forward and having a lot of fun with my build. This is what he said to me on Discord. Rip Signet. Man, I was having so much fun being good at the game. Yes, definitely a no over nerf, no kidding. He doesn't play like I do, okay? So... My point is with this, there's a lot of other issues with balance, and I'm glad that they touched Signet. I'm not glad about how they touched Signet. Okay? We were making a Pulse Ganker, and I'm going like every which way, and there is no cohesiveness to this at all. I'm going to focus on the Pulse Ganker, then we'll talk about the Signet. To show you, it didn't really go anywhere. The issue is still here. It won't be as strong and as obnoxious, right? But it still exists. Here you go. It hasn't gone anywhere. Signet is dead. Werewolf's still strong. DK, because you made a big point about it needing to get nerfed. Yes, and I made points on how they should nerf it, not that they should remove it from PvP. Nerfs are one thing. Complete destruction of a mythic item for a certain kind of content is another thing. Good. Just like the Malakath brand of brutality when it came out, overperforming in PvP meta, everyone realized it was strong, gets nerfed to useless in the stats. Malakath is still decent, but I don't think they needed to go as far as they did with the, like, all the other nerfs. ESO is a hard game to balance. Mudcrabs don't volunteer at Zero. What's up, Dizen? How nerfed is Necro? Necro will be in pain. Werewolf exploit, Duke Shatter passes summary of the patch notes. Would it be that bad if it still hit players for 133%? If you cut it in half, it still probably wouldn't be enough of a nerf to justify it. You need to have it at 100%. So it's 50% in PvP. Not Zos's nature. If something is overperforming, Zos has to overly nerf it. This update is the reason I had to delete 2 daggum games on my console. Sheesh. It is what it is. Was having so much fun with the Bowsorc for a few days. With Sheer Venom and the Serpents, the Signet Rip. Yeah, I'm gonna update that build today. Monomyth Pulse Ganker has more bursts than the ESO build. It can just be roll dodged. Keep getting steamrolled by Dragonites. Granted, that's because I suck. Don't worry, I'll help you fight the Dragonites too. 2 mythics for my Werewolf, Oaken Soul, Shapeshifter's Chain. I'd still say if you're gonna run Werewolf this patch, a really good mythic item is just gonna be, what is it? Esoteric Greaves, that's a really good one to use. If anything, I probably wouldn't end up running a mythic if it's not esoteric, because you're not really going to get much damage else out of a werewolf if it's not going to use Signet. You can fit more sets in there. I don't care about anything, honestly. I just want Arc to be good. It's my favorite class. I gotta go to work. Thanks for stopping by, Mr. Dragonbladder. Hi, Traveler. What's up, Oz? What did they do to Signet? We'll go over that in a second. I'm trying to catch up with chat. I'm off to market. BRB. Pulse Gank still works. You get a ult on top of it now. Tested using Torque, Monomyth, Markin, yeah. What's up, Kanji? Gamer mentioned you in his stream where you went from 400 to 0 even before the Mythic came out. Maybe you can do that again to show the Mythic wasn't the Mythic wasn't the problem. Yes, that's exactly what I'm trying to say, and I don't know why they needed to treat it like they did. Monomyth Drawer Can with Spattering Disjunction, still 80k, like 2 buttons. Swapped out Threads of War and Signet for Monomyth and Winterborn. The only thing that was removed was the ESO Spurs. The Warden isn't basically unkillable at all now, since they relied on their passives with status effects. No, they'll still be hard to kill. You can still make status effect builds work. You don't need Signet. Signet just made everything like super easy in regards to status effect builds. That's basically all it did. It's super simplified how status effect builds work, but status effect builds still exist. The issue that I have with the nerf with Signet is it was 100% an over nerf, and Signet itself was not the problem. Signet was a good mythic item. I like the idea of it increasing your status effect damage and whatnot, but I don't like how they nerfed it at all. Making it so it only deals damage to monsters is an issue. If you wanted to fix the 2 core problems that people were having with this mythic item, one, people spamming ESO and killing you and what, like, then first, why don't we look at the skill Elemental Susceptibility itself and maybe add a cost to it or something? I don't know. Because it's free and can be spammed. And second, when it comes to like... when it comes to the nerf on Signet, the overall damage did not need to just get completely eliminated from PvP. It just needed to get cut in half, basically. and it would still be good. At least decent. Less people would run it, and you'd see it bloating less people's builds, but it would still have a place. Now it just doesn't really have a place on a PvP build at all. Maybe the only thing you can make a case for is applying more status effects to your target, but every 2 seconds, that's the same daggum treatment as Ophidian Venom, like I mentioned earlier, which I used to use that set all the time, and I still have it. Ophidian Venom. Whenever you deal damage with a light or heavy attack on an enemy who has a poison damage ability on them, you deal an additional X amount of poison damage, a very, very small tick of damage, and you apply the poison status effect to them. This effect can occur once every 2 seconds. The reason I don't use this set anymore is because just applying the poison status effect is not enough. Same thing with Signet. Not enough. What they needed to do with it, in order to address the Pulse Gankers and whatnot, if, you know, Pulse Gankers were the main issue here, is make it so while this mythic is equipped, you simply cannot crouch. That's it! If you take away the ability for someone to sneak up on you with the Signet, you've eliminated it as a ganker option, completely. So, you know. And then, when it comes to the damage, yes, the damage was very high. An 85% modifier to anything is absolutely busted. However, all you needed to do was cut the damage in half. More or less. So instead of 170 ultimate, or 170%, make it 100%. Or 100 ultimate. And then, you know, that would be 50% in PvP, which is okay. Maybe the PvP one could get nerfed a little bit more. I think a comfortable modifier to status effects for PvP would be 35 to 40%. But it didn't need to get removed completely from Signet. Because this completely locks out some builds, like people's ability to play some builds. Because you can really easily build around the Signet. Because of what it does. Now you have to go back to the old methods, which, you know, I'm not totally against, but if they're so progressive about, you know, making the game more accessible and, you know, easier for people to play and get into, and, you know, making sure that everyone has something that they can use as viable, then they've completely, like, done a 180 on themselves by nerfing the Mythic, so you can't deal damage with it in PvP anymore. Seeing how werewolves do a bit of bleed damage, would the Blood Drinker set be viable? Yeah, this killed 2 of my builds, werewolf being one of them. Ugh. Nerfed, more like eliminated from PvP. Yes, that is the issue. It's like, who's going to use this in PvP now? Sure, it was overperforming in PvP. Like, you could make some really obnoxious builds that are very hard to counter, but that's just a side effect of the fundamental issue with something like susceptibility, okay? Not the Mythic itself. The extra, like, I've made my points. I feel like it was the only way for classes like Warden to at least compete somewhat with DKs and Sorcs. Spattering Disjunction. Spattering is poopy Signet. Autonomous get more burst for direct damage. Yeah, you're just pushing people to play the old way. So that means more people are just going to hop back on their Dragonites, and more people are just going to abuse Werewolf once people start, like, making videos and whatnot about what you can use on Werewolf to be effective. It's not Signet, at least for damage. Because Werewolf can still kill stuff without Signet. I mean, the Werewolf that I have has Esoteric and Savage Werewolf and Draugr Cannon. And it can easily peel people, like, just peel their skin off. You don't need Signet. Signet is a lot of damage, though. Was. Listen, chat. Zos wants the game to be Elder Werewolf / DK Online, so be happy about it. There's so many points to make. So much to talk about with Signet. So much I could say. I understand the refreshes are in progress, but they haven't even given us word on whether the Warden refresh is coming in update 51 or if it's not. They've barely even mentioned it. I think there's a forum post somewhere where they actually did respond to it, and they're saying, oh, but we had to push the week 51 PTS back like 3 weeks or something because we want to have some extra polishing time. Okay, well, you still didn't answer the question of if the Warden's actually coming in update 51 or not. Because if it's not, then that doesn't bode well for the other classes that have to wait 3+ freaking years to get refreshed. Which is a huge issue. Can't crouch. That would cause more issues than it solves. A better fix might be to reduce its effectiveness by 50% against players or something like that. Yeah, you could do that too. There's a lot of other things they could have done than just completely remove the damage modifier you get for PvP. What was the impact on PvE for Shattered Paths? I'm not exactly sure, but from what I gathered on the forums, it's not the most competitive option that you can use anymore, or, you know, it doesn't help some of those builds compete as much anymore. So, it basically just becomes a glorified infinite archive mythic. ELDR. Signet dead. Going back to your bow 1vx build. Don't worry, I'm coming out with something in a second. We're gonna make something today. I have a few things I want to try. Just because Signet got nerfed doesn't mean my brain got nerfed, because they can't get rid of me. No matter how hard they try. Like, I'm glad that they're doing something to try and address, you know, the easy overperformance of status effects with Signet at least, but again, Signet wasn't the primary issue. This doesn't care. Any confirmation on heals diminishing returns or something? Stun is done. The mouth of devs telling me that nobody could work on every class and adjust accordingly. I'm out. Awesome. Apparently some of the devs were laid off. Yay, I need to do cringe build to help my dupe handicap. I'm not gonna make builds that'll like... I mean, I can probably make builds that will carry you, but I'm making builds that I personally like to play and stuff. So, you know, I'll tell you how to play them and what you need to do in order to make the build effective. All you gotta do is listen. And, yeah. The handicap would be the knowledge, if you want to call it that, but... yeah, okay, so here's... this is how we're gonna wrap up the Signet section, because we've talked about it a lot. They didn't need to completely nuke it for PvP builds. They should have just cut the damage that the Signet did in half, so you really wanted to go down to like 100% in PvE, and then do, you know, 50% in PvP. That would make sense. And the other issue that Signet actually had was, you know, it would buff itself with the, you know, every time you attack with a light or heavy attack, you apply a status effect. You could just remove that part from PvP and just keep the damage bonus, and it would be fine. If that's your biggest issue. The issue is, I'm not sure where the biggest issue with Signet comes from, other than they're like, oh, everyone's using it on their builds in PvP, so we don't want anyone using it on their builds in PvP anymore. Well, guess what? You harm all the people that spent time farming this mythic item, golded out a bunch of gear pieces to make a build around the mythic item, and then suddenly you nerf it. Not even with a big, like, not even with a big number update, just an incremental update, a hotfix. You nerf it. So now all the people that spent all this time making builds, following guides and whatnot, wasted all this money and resources and their time making builds just so you could do this. I think that's the other issue I have. This is exactly like what old ZOS would do. They just nerf stuff and completely shake up how you needed to play your build. Still have 3 years of class refresh ahead of us at this rate. It's too slow. Class refreshes are too slow, and they need to balance the power in the meantime. Otherwise, people are going to go insane trying to play anything that isn't or hasn't been refreshed. So, you know. Oh. I feel you, Epic. Saw it coming. Would anyone be surprised? Yes, we all saw the nerf to Signet coming, but... again, how they nerfed it? Golly, bro, you can't even... Listen, you can't use this like at all in PvP, apart from maybe applying more status effects, which isn't very useful. So, they didn't need to go this freaking hard with the nerf. Okay, maybe cut the damage in half. At the very least, cut it in half. Less people would use it on their builds, but I'm done talking about it, because even though they nerfed Signet, it's not going to stop me from making builds, because we've been making builds long before the Signet arrived. And I know how the game works, so we don't need Signet on builds. It definitely simplified the process of making builds, made things a little bit more understandable, but I'm still me. I haven't changed. Alright, so for this spec specifically, we're gonna want a little bit more extra weapon or spell damage, so we're gonna have to buff Font of Power. I might have to run around with this a bit in PvP and see which one is better, because honestly, with the Signet nerf, you could make the case that subclassing this spec would be more powerful than using a pure class sorcerer. But, who knows? Let's see where we're at with damage just using Winterborn. Well, I should probably become, like, at least stage 2 for it. Like, I'll go into open world, like, in a little bit, and I can show you, like, Signet wasn't the issue. The issue was the desync in the time between, you know, the snipe, the 2 light attacks, and the crushing shock all landing at the same time. Primarily because of crushing shock and how it works. It's so laggy. Like, you can see there's a considerable drop in damage, but... Oh, I can't... Hold on, I gotta do it again. There's a considerable drop in damage, but that's still a one-shot on anyone. Like, that's still 160,000 damage in 1 second. 176,000 damage in 1 second. If you have 100k burst on a target dummy like that is 30k health. So this is like 38k health on a player right here. And I can easily follow that up with more overloads and crushing shocks if I want to. Like, the Signet wasn't the issue, bro. Not at all. Because you'll be getting hit by this damage and you won't even realize you're getting hit by it. I think you could pure class this. I'm gonna subclass real quick and see differences. Because you'll get a lot more upfront burst with the Herald of the Tome than you will with, you know, the pure classing. But you also get that extra weapon and spell damage scaling with Font of Power. So, let's do a test real quick. $191, what's the crit? The crit is average, so this would be an average parse with the subclass spec. The other one, oh, this was very, very below average for the parse on this, so I think the Bowsorc still might be slightly better in terms of damage. I think if you were to look at the min-max numbers, this would take quite a bit of testing to get right, but if you were to look at the damage between the two, I think pure class version of this would be slightly stronger because of the Font of Power. See if I can't get like an average parse. I want to get rid of Stormclaw. What a bot. I'm a bot, sorry. Been over 1 mil gold experimenting with builds. First time I've experienced this, but I was told it was normal and I need to get used to it. It used to be normal, yeah. You'd spend a lot of money making a build for a patch, and then suddenly, like, the next update, ZeniMax would just immediately nerf whatever it was that you were using, because we get a few complaints about it or whatever. ZeniMax, they've been doing this for a while, and it sucks to see them do it again, especially like middle of the update. Without actually addressing the actual issue. This is without overload. It's a little weaker. What's some Mundus? Still Apprentice? Okay, yeah. Let's see, how many crits? 47, so above average. Actually, no, maybe the subclass version would be better. Did I even put masteries in? I didn't put masteries in. Okay, no. With the masteries in, this will easily be better as a pure class. Unless nothing crits. The overloads really do need to crit, don't they? That's still around 36k health on a target. So like, G. I don't know. You really could do either or. This one keeps hitting lower numbers though, but so many little ticks of damage to factor in. Try one more time. Didn't get the overload off. It'll still. This will. Point is, this will still kill people. Okay, the Signet only contributed to its power, like its mainstream appeal, because Signet made it easy. Like Signet made it so easy, in fact, like you could just run susceptibility instead of actual crushing shock. You can't really do this anymore, though. I mean, you might be able to. Let's see. Yeah, you actually still can. You're just not gonna get the same damage out of susceptibility anymore. And you just won't have, you know, the density of numbers to take advantage of Draugr because, you know, you've gone just for status effects instead of, you know, actual crushing shock. But this wasn't the issue. The issue wasn't Signet. The issue with the combo is how it lines up with crushing shock itself. Crushing shock is probably the most laggy skill to get hit by in PvP. That's where the issue comes from. People getting desynced out of their freaking minds because crushing shock, you cast it, and then 2 seconds later on their end, it finally registers after you've already casted everything else. Made it very hard to get out of. Blade mute. I gotta go to the bathroom and then I'll catch up with you in chat. Alright, back. Read YouTube chat. Y'all going crazy. This nerf is the only thing that makes me want to run a Pluse Ganking. Looks good spirit is also still with us. Exact same thing will happen at class reworks. They'll just randomly scrap everything instead of actually trying to tweak them. Soul Cleaver 1vx is fun. Soul Cleaver is really good. Pluse Ganking became much more prevalent after the Signet for sure. That's because it made it really easy. Pluse Ganking is still here. It's not going to be as easy to kill people. You actually have to line up a proper combo instead of, you know, that. But it'll still going to be obnoxious. Will you make a pure Bowsorc build soon? Probably. I have no clue how to use Sorc. Well, just stick around. You'll see me use it. I blame YouTube copy delayed combined with people noticing it would make it better. Before I can no longer get kills in PvP. I'm surprised Signet got taken out of PvP. I'm just surprised it happened before update 51. Again, I'm not against Signet getting nerfed. It definitely needed to get a nerf. My issue is with how they nerfed it. They shouldn't have just completely removed it from PvP. Tell your dad to play DK and rally and cry. I'd rather have a stale meta lasting a year, but the community clearly doesn't, so there's that. Player activity is a hard metric for Zos. The Fifis aren't. It's trash now, even in PvE. They have no clue how to balance it. It's just trial and error till the complaints stop. Lol. I've been on the forums, like, looking at all the stuff regarding Signet, and a lot of people are like, yes, Signet needs... I think we all could agree, like, before this update, Signet needed to get nerfed. Yes, it was very, very strong, and, you know, status effects, very, very, very potent, especially if you know how to stack for them. The issue comes down to what people were using specifically alongside the Signet in order to achieve those damage numbers. Like, for example, with Werewolf has super easy access to status effects, has multiple ticks of damage, and a super high chance to apply them because, well, it has a bunch of bleed and sundered. And the sundered is also attached to a spammable, so it's super easy to apply, meaning you just get good damage with Signet and Werewolf. When it comes to, like, the, break, I lost my train of thought. It was people on the forums and what they were saying. Like, I said it once, I'll say it again. The issue was not Signet. Signet made some of the more, like, you know, shadowed effects of status effects known, but itself, it wasn't the issue. It was a good mythic item. It just didn't need to get the treatment it got. You know, Flurry and Bloodthirst doesn't work with calculated defense. Is that a glitch or is it supposed to be? Calculated defense. Flurry... So calculated defense is something that has a cast time. Cast times are different than channel times. Flurry is a channel. You see, it has channel time, 0.8 seconds, versus two-handed with Wrecking Blow. It has a cast time. Cast time is different than channel time. Channel time means it's going to deal damage over this duration as long as you don't cancel the skill at all. So, you know, over 8.8 seconds. This will be dealing damage, so it's not technically a cast. It's a channel versus Wrecking Blow, right, which has a cast time. It's a small thing, but no, it's not a bug. You don't need the combo. Superstar, I think I did that. Now I'm catching up with you guys in chat. That's covering the Superstar. Listen! You can't, listen, oh my gosh. Alright, hold on. Here's how you still ruin the game. Even without Signet. This is what you do. Like that. Love that. I pray to the Traveler. We'll make a new cringe Bowsorc. Oh, we're gonna do that this stream, don't worry. Mono works pretty good with Bowsorc still. Thanks for that. The Pluse Ganking hasn't gone anywhere. The fundamental issue of... The fundamental issue is still here, of how status effects line up and what you can do with them. The Signet just, like, made the problems really, really apparent. So, you know, Signet wasn't exactly the issue. What happened to Signet is Werewolf dead. They made it so, at least for PvP, it no longer deals damage to players. Like, the extra bonus damage doesn't apply to players anymore. I guess I'm releasing it too early to bump up interest in an activity that was also released in subpar simulation. Now it has to be bludgeoned by the nerf hammer. Here's how to still ruin the game. Love it, yes. Hey, bro. Listen. Well, you can take my Signet away. Like, I'm still me, okay? Signet just made things easy. Again, the fundamental issue is still there, right? How things line up. That was even without, that was some good crits. That was half and half. The issue is still there. The underlying issue is still there. Nerfing Signet's not going to fix anything. It's just going to make people mad. It's just going to make people upset because a lot of people, you know, they went out of their way to gold stuff out, make builds around the Signet, and now they can't use Signet in PvP anymore. So all you've done is make people mad. You haven't actually solved any of the problems. Signet just showed you what the problems were, and then you ignored that and nerfed the Signet so you didn't have to see the problems again. It's like putting a rug over a giant hole in the floor because you don't want to see the hole in the floor. Like, what the frig, Zenimax? You know, you could fix the hole in the floor. You know, and then you could also, you know, you could get a nicer rug at the same time. So, you know, win-win. The rug looks good. The hole in the floor is gone. But no, we'll just put the old rug over the hole in the floor so we don't gotta see it anymore because it's not there. If we don't see it, it doesn't exist. Worth even Dragon's Appetite, Werewolf Incoming. Exactly. Signet down. Werewolf is still good without Signet. Yeah, it'll still be good without Signet. I don't use Signet on my Werewolf. Sauce balance people are gonna be great politicians one day. But the old rug is an antique. No, it's not. It's something you found at Walmart in the whatever, the bargain bin or whatever they call it. The clearance section. That's what it was. Alright, so just for the record, one more time. If you want my take on how you should nerf the Signet to make it more adjusted, alright, here's what you would need to do. Give us back the damage for PvP. Make it so the maximum damage you get in PvE is 100%, and then that's halved if you go to PvP, so it's 50%. And if you still feel like people are going to complain like, oh, the Signet's still too strong or whatever, then take away the fact that it buffs itself by applying status effects if you're at that threshold with ultimate. Maybe you can leave the 133% for PvE if you want people to be more competitive, but the PvP damage needed to go down. 85% modifier on anything is too much. That's basically it. And if you wanted to fix the underlying issue with status effects, all you'd have to do is be a lot more clear about how status effects work, and you could either choose to make them more as a primary damage type for your builds, like for example with what I like to do with mine sometimes, where status effects become the front of the damage. Or you could just make it so the status effects don't synergize as well with each other, and take away some of the aspects of what the status effects do. Like Sundered, for example, you can probably keep the pin, but does it really need to give you 100 extra weapon and spell damage? Because the 100 weapon and spell damage also buffs the status effect. It just buffs itself. Same thing with Concussion, right? Concussion, if you don't know how Concussion works as a status effect, right? It buffs itself. Again, Concussion buffs itself if you apply Concussion to a target that already has Concussion. And Concussion's secondary effect is minor vulnerability. So you get the 5% and then you get the 50% from the extra added Concussion, because when you apply it on top of itself, it gets a scaled modifier for damage. Maybe take that extra scaled modifier for damage away if someone's spam procking it. Maybe that might be the issue, you know? But overall, I don't think the status effects themselves were the issue. I think of how it was being used, because if you look at what people were abusing with the Signet, there's two things. First would be the Pulse Ganker. Pulse Ganker is super easy to play and, you know, work with, and most people wouldn't even use Crushing Shock. They just use Susceptibility, so I think Susceptibility might end up being the problem here. You know, not the Signet itself, because this is a free skill that applies 3 status effects and Major Breach to the target. Costs nothing and has 35 meters of range. That is more than Crushing Shock itself. 28 meters versus 35. Like, what the frig? Alright, and the other thing people were using Signet on a lot, from what I saw in the forums, was Werewolf. And Werewolf makes sense, because if you go in a Werewolf form and you look at the Morph of Rip and Tear and what it does, right? Let's see. And guess what? This automatically applies Sundered on application, but the other issue is it has a secondary tick attached to it, so that way it also has a chance to apply Hemorrhage when it deals damage. That's the problem. It has 2 status effects attached to 1 skill. The multi-procking of status effects on skills like this, for example, yeah, it makes it really, really freaking obnoxious to work with, but I think this is more so just like a Werewolf issue. Because, well, Werewolf just has way too much in the kit that it can use. So for Signet to be the issue, I think you'll find real quick, nerfing Signet is not going to make Werewolves any less oppressive. TLDR, Signet was not really the issue. How they decided to actually, you know, line stuff up was the problem. Alright, let's go work on the Bowsorc build, because if we keep talking about Signet, I'll be here all day. And I have a lot to say about Signet, but I've made my points. I still play bad. Right, it was a scrub DPS, or either way. Yeah, like, nerfing Signet wasn't, you know, it just hurt people's builds and made people mad. That's all it did. 3 status effects should be max per second to put on players. That is actually a pretty good point as well. The fact that there's no limit on how quickly you can apply status effects makes something like Signet really obnoxious to deal with. Right. Elemental Susceptibility, at the very bare minimum, oh, we don't want to add a cost to it or anything, should apply one of the elemental status effects. Not all 3. Either Burning, Chilled, or Concussed. 1, not all 3. At the very bare minimum, okay? But no, Signet's still the issue. This build should technically still work with the Signet. It's just not going to get all the big damage from the status effects. But the good part about this specific build that I made is it doesn't need Signet because it's based on an older spec. And I think I can make the older spec equally as obnoxious if I just use some other sets with it. Like, Signet was great though. A lot of fun. Being able to scale your poison damage and your hemorrhage and your burning. Right, but that's not going to be the primary source of our damage. As you can see, we still do incredible damage, and all of our status effects are down here, not even ticking that high. If we take Signet off, I mean, it'll be a little bit of a different story, but it's not going to be the end of the world. Sustain on there, take that off, add Gerald. Serpent's Sustain. Did I put that in the bank? Must have. Gerald. Most people play Werewolf because the Signet was nerfed, not tone down the Werewolf population. It really won't. Signet made it easy to get good damage on Werewolf and not have to really worry about building for it. But Werewolf still has insane damage if you know what you're doing. Like, it is incredibly freaking oppressive. It doesn't even need status effects to do it. It's not broken, most people won't play it. This is kind of like an overall problem with ESOs. Everyone just flocks to what's super strong and then, you know, doesn't make their own stuff. I understand some people don't have time to make builds for themselves, which is fine. Like, a lot of people are busy. And that gives me something to do for you guys. You know, make builds for you guys. Can I take that off? There's only 4. I'm missing a piece. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, Signet. Ugh. Need a second ring of serpent. This build existed before Signet, so fine. I'm gonna need to change food. Now back to markets, the balanced mythic. Bro, look at freaking. I want to move on from this, but like, I just don't like when Zos does this. The other issue that really bothers me with what they did with Signet is, like, no fault of their own. They were gonna nerf Signet when they were gonna nerf Signet, but I had this entire build video for this Bowsorc lined up for you guys, and I was gonna release it today, but I can't do that now because the build had Signet on it. So now I gotta go back and change the format a little bit, so that way I can actually present you guys the same exact build, because I know how to make the build work. I just wanted to post something for you guys, so that way you could know how my brain works. You know, you saw the new post. Okay, but look at Monomyth. Major force at all times whenever you want it. Is that not a problem? Like, easy access to one of the most powerful buffs in the game, and you just slap it on a mythic item. And the same thing with major protection. You know how many sets, and do you know how much you eliminate by doing this with Monomyth? It's basically the same issue, but they didn't nerf that. Hopefully they get it right, because they said they still might be able to change it, but rock the hemorrhage, please. The dots are a little bit less oppressive because you don't have burning and poison doing most of the work, but we still have a lot of obnoxious pressure with this build. So, like, and if we really wanted to force someone into death, we can, because we still have the ability to do that. Like, the status effects are going to noticeably take away the damage, but it's not going to kill the build with this specific spec. There are a few other things I want to test, because we primarily use Serpent's Disdain simply because it allowed us to really leverage the damage we would get with Signet on our status effects. But now that we don't have to worry about scaling our status effects as much or making sure they're as consistent, we can just add more cringe to the build in form of another dot, for example. And I want to go try and see if I can't make and test something similar to that. The first set that comes to mind is Oblivion's Foe. Oblivion's Foe is obnoxious. I did run this a while ago as well. I think it's gone, though. I might have deconstructed all my Oblivion's Foe pieces. Well, hello. Hello, Beefy. Did you sell your computer yet? Is the build video still coming out today? Not today, because I have to go and remake it and re-record some parts of it, but I'm getting a build video up for you guys, and ZeniMax is not going to stop me. A full monster set gives you major protection in the pirate, and the only chance is from getting hit. Well, they add things without thinking. Yeah, they don't measure it to things that already exist in the game, or how you get access to the things that are already in the game. So why Signet got the treatment it got just doesn't make any sense. He came over, talk with her, have fun, Epic. Sad face, I'll delete. We'll survive without the Signet. Like, we don't need Signet. It's just, what they did with Signet is incredibly annoying and very, very inconvenient. Not only for me, but probably for a lot of you guys that, you know, use Signet on your builds and spent time making the builds and spending money on them and whatnot. For them to just take it away. So I traveled here. Why did I travel here? Oh, right. Oblivion's Foe. Oh, I got rid of that. So I'll show you what Oblivion's Foe does, and we'll just throw it on the body instead. DLC's in the base game. Oh. Oh, miscellaneous, huh? Oblivion's Foe. Okay. Whenever you deal damage with a soul magic, you mark the target's soul, dealing X amount of magic damage over 10 seconds, as long as they're not already marked from you. This effect scales off the height of your weapon and spell damage. It's a pretty decent dot. I don't know if it's anything like to write home about or whatever, but it's fairly obnoxious to get hit by if you stack it with other things. Like, for example, if we were to, like, I think I'm gonna make it and try it. I don't really want to gold anything out though, because golding stuff out is really daggum expensive. Yeah, we'll try it. We can make it. No, I still have it. I've been selling my plasma instead. Oh, dang. Well, you'll make ends meet, Beefy. I believe in you. I was planning on a 50% nerf, not a complete nuke. Exactly. It's Zoss. Come on. Oblivion's Foe is bugged and overperforms in BGs, I swear. Sounds like differently flavored Ares Cry, not gonna lie. I used this set a long time ago. I just got rid of it because I'm like, I'm not gonna use this set again, but... Because you have to find really specific cases where you can use this set, so it's like super niche, but... Are you sure I don't have any of it? I don't. Dang. I could have gotten rid of it. This is gold too. There's some other sets we could use, like we could also throw Venomous Smite on there. The thing that's so nice about Oblivion's Foe is, though, it's per target, exactly like Sheer Venom is, and they'll both proc off of the same skill. We'll see. The thing is, I don't know if I want to keep Serpent Sustain or if I actually want to use Oblivion's Foe instead. It depends on how much pressure it does add. This is why we need to do some testing. Because I've run Sheer Venom and Oblivion's Foe in conjunction with each other before. It'll make my Sundering Soul do this, or my Bloody Soul do this. We'll apply the Sheer Venom, we'll get the Oblivion damage dot, and then we'll also get the, what's it? The grease from Oblivion's Foe. Oh, dang. It's not bad. 5 ticks. Not horrible. There's a higher scaling tooltip than, Sheer Venom on it. This is over 10 seconds, so that's the difference. But see, I like it because it's per target. So if I like hit this guy with a Sundering Soul, right, he'll get the Oblivion's Foe and Sheer Venom. And if I hit this guy with it, he'll get the same treatment. You have to put that on him though for Sheer Venom. But I can apply it individually to people. I don't need to don't need to do anything else. We can still keep things relatively the same. We just put Gerald back on because now we have space for it. Nice damage done buff. Our Sheer Venom, back bar Oblivions, front bar with Gerald's. It's fun. 4DK rework. In your opinion, what's the 2 best tank sets in the game? I'm out of the loop for PvP. Worth running Deadly. Not Deadly. If I had to say 2 best tank sets in the game, Leeching Plate and what's the other one? Like there's a trial set. Eternal Warrior or something? Leeching Plate for sure. Eternal Warrior. It was called Trial. one of these. Oh no, it's Defending Warrior, because you heal for all the damage that you deal. If someone, like, if you're getting dogpiled in, like, PvP, you block, deal magic damage, and you heal for all the damage you deal. So Defending Warrior and Leeching Plate. Because Leeching Plate does the same thing, it heals you. I think if you run those two together, you'll have a very strong tank. You could also use Crest of Cyrodiil and, what is it? Something Bastion. What I did on my Necro tank, but... Bad. Hello, JTK. I don't want to gold anything out. It seems like such a waste of materials. We'll try glyph stuff. We're just talking about the change to Signet and just how Zoss went about changing Signet. When did I log on last? I'll find out in a second. Tanking IC powerful assault and turning tide. Don't be greedy tank. Vanguard's challenge if you play an actual PvE tank but in PvP. Probably like 2 weeks. 18 days, yeah, 2 weeks. Just about 2.5. Fine. I'm gonna do my daily Zeal of Zenithar thing too. Health is so much lower because I don't have the serpents on. But this should still be fairly obnoxious. So that's a no for deadly set on dots. It's only 15%. If you added another dot, you'd have more damage than something like deadly. Pretty easily. Adding more procs and just more dots, generally more effective than having a modifier. Unless the modifier comes with like a dot. Just the density of what you get is hard to put into perspective. You could use deadly, but you wouldn't be as effective as something like this, spamming more dots. It's definitely a lot less pressure, but the Gerald is going to be the big thing to deal with in this build. You are going to have to be a little bit more proactive in your management of harassment. Stuff will fall off a lot quicker without serpents. Not horrible. Like, it's still a lot of daggum damage. It's no Signet. See if we can't get a BG with it. Just see how Oblivion's Foe does and like a CMX recap. Upgrades. Don't want to be vamped for this. I still, like, I'm, like, kind of torn between, you know, actually using Serpents still on the build, because Serpents is still a lot of pressure, and primarily just hindrance and annoyance if, you know, when it's hitting it. You could use Draugr and then front-load your burst as well instead of Oblivion's Foe, because Draugr would kind of go crazy on this, too. I have to front bar it. That wouldn't be an issue. We could do Draugr and Sheer Venom, too. But I kind of want, like, another obnoxious dot that just kind of makes sense to have on the build, and there's very few of them if we're not looking at something like Venomous Smite either. Really obnoxious. I just don't... Like, I want a dot that's pretty straightforward in its application. Heck, we could even use Viper Sting and just take advantage of the funny martial damage thing it has. How much damage does Vipers do? Oh, you're on a range, but listen, there's tech to this. No Vipers. 4k poison there. It'd be more poison. This would be really funny against werewolves. You'd have to wait 4 seconds for the extra dot. But yeah, it'd be very obnoxious for a werewolf to deal with over 4 seconds. That's sheer venom over 4 seconds. Try that too. I'm gonna look for other sets. Trying to think if anything else comes to mind. As long as I think I've gone, felt better, lol. Did you turn on XMP when you did your PC new stuff? I did mess around with the BIOS, but I don't know what you mean by XMP. Unless you're talking about like overclocking. I don't feel like I need that. Also reduce the cleansing ability of the enemy. Yeah, that's why we use Gerald. Big ticket dots like that and the bow from Black Rose. Because I don't have the Black Rose bow and Volvert shot is kind of mid. What happened to Signet? It doesn't work on players anymore. They just made it so it only applies to monsters. Which is a huge over nerf. Did else rob you? Steal your rig? No, they made it so Signet just don't work on players no more. Which is pain because I made a build video for a Bowsorc, a dot Bowsorc, just like this, and I was going to upload it today, but then they released the incremental patch notes, and now I'm going to have to rework that video for you guys. That's still pretty obnoxious. Trying to think of some other really easy to apply dots that you can get access to. There's not that many of them when you think about it. Should be pretty easy to dial in the ones you want to use. They have to be proccable from range, that's the thing. Never did try this, and I'm kind of sad I didn't. Whenever you deal damage, you deal disease damage and apply the disease status effect to your enemy every 4 seconds. I wanted to try that with Signet, but I'll never get a chance now because it's nerf. Could have done that at the beginning. There's really not much else other than maybe using Unleashed and streaking into people. But that would require me to be close, and I want to be far away from people and cringe them to death. Plague Break could be an alternative as well. That people try and purge it, but the issue is with Plague Break is that massive freaking delay. Massive delay on it, and the dot's not really that good. The big benefit of it though is the you know, the bomb part, where if someone does purge it, it explodes. But I just want dot damage. That wouldn't really work like I would want it to. No Ankylorite Cruelty. We have Ankylorite Cruelty. That's awesome. It's an over nerf for sure. He's a must. Makes the Remy run. Send me a video on it, JTK. Viper procs poison a lot with charged. Yeah, because it still technically is single target, like direct damage. As a dot. You're right, it does. Plague Break is no bueno. Hunter's Venom. Yeah, I just don't like the 15-second cooldown on Hunter's Venom. Why we don't use it. There is no, like, you used to be able to use Savage Werewolf from range, but you can't do that anymore. It kind of sucks. The only other thing would be, like, hop on Dragonite and make it Pyrebrand, but I'm a Sorc and I don't want to do that. So there's not that many options. There is another set that we could use. It's kind of funny. But again, I want dots. It's another crafted set. I'll show you this because I don't really know if anyone even knows what this set is. It's called Legacy of Karth. It's a pretty obnoxious dot. It's a way of fire tick every second, basically. But the proc condition is you need to have your alchemical poison active on someone, which goes on cooldown, so. Legacy of Karth. Enemies afflicted by your alchemical poisons take X amount of disease damage every 1 second. It's kind of obnoxious. It's really obnoxious if you pair it with those extended dot potions, like those extended dot poisons, really, really freaking obnoxious. But it would require me to lose access to my disease enchant on my bow. I kind of like for the defile. Honestly, serpent still might be the play, but I want to see how, you know, Oblivion's foe does. Rally has been nerfed too. Yeah, Reliquins has been nerfed too. Fluid Soul procs cruelty and increases dot 15%. Yeah, which we have. We have Anchorite's cruelty on this. It's an execute. This is why our Anchorite's cruelty, or, you know, just our Bloody Soul can proc not only Sheer Venom, but also Oblivion's foe, so you just throw that on them and they'll be in pain for a little bit. We want to line it up with everything else. Honestly, I think Viper could be a really funny alternative to use. Oblivion's foe is nice, and I like its per target potential. Oh gosh, that's a fat freaking tooltip. Golly. Okay, well, maybe Oblivion's foe stays. I just need to get a battleground so I can tag him test it. I'm gonna go to open world, bro. I'll be coming. You know what? No vampirism for open. Icy Conjurer. I don't have Icy Conjurer, but I think it would be pretty obnoxious. But I think it'd be better for 1v1s than, like, you know, if you're trying to fight outnumbered, you can't really do that with Icy Conjurer unless you, like, full focus the guy who has the proc on him. You know, to push him over the edge for a kill. They also buffed Rune Carver's Blaze a while back, and I never looked at it. Rune Carver could be pretty interesting as well. There is no, like... It's not even that much more than Oblivion's foe. Oblivion's foe is shorter cooldown, and maybe has 5k less damage, but I can apply it to as many people as I want. We'll see. We'll see. See how it does in this match. Rune Carvers could also be interesting, but I don't have access to it, and honestly, I don't really know if it's worth it, because it needs to be every third tick of damage that they take, and in order to do that, I have to have a lot of damage over times. Slash group. I have to mess with it some more. Still Draugr can do 100%. Right, so this is primarily just to see how much damage we get with, like, Oblivion's foe or whatnot. It's a speed super. We're not going to have, like, the really long-term lingering dot cringe, but we'll have a lot of, like, upfront pressure, hopefully. Get into the groove of playing this again. Ollie. I'm in buildcraft mode, not fight mode. Ugh. Can't hit anything. Run around like a chicken with his head cut off. I gotta focus. Gonna die. I still got some cringe on these guys over here. Definitely a lot easier for them to heal out of it. Kind of sucks, but... Streak again, please. No, don't swap bars. I need you to streak 2 more times. Yeah, we're dead because you wouldn't streak away. Thank you, Zoss. I don't know why the frick it forced me to swap bars there. I tried to streak a second time, but it threw me on my back bar. Okay, come on. I know when the game's not working, bro. This is the fastest I've seen someone activate a sorted board ult. Holy frick. Golly, get off of me, bro. What the frick? The frick, their entire team just showed up and started poking me. As much as I want to believe in the Oblivion's foe dot for this build, I don't think it's like the long-term sustained pressure that I want. Ah, these guys are just so ultimate happy, aren't they? Keep going. I also need to turn Signet Brain off. I'm allowed to actually use my ultimates. Hey, look at him pumping up like that. Might be a kill. Keep forgetting to activate my crit surge too, that's another problem. Poor buff management. That's gonna be in pain. Like, we're doing a lot of passive dot damage, not actively attacking a target, which is nice. But you can see, like, through the wall, like, there's a bunch of 800, 700 ticks. They're all proccing at the same time to be, like, default of maybe, like, 2.5k in dot pressure. It's not going to be the 4k that we got with Signet and Serpents, of course. So, of course, there's a big damage drop-off, but it's still pretty oppressive. It's definitely not as oppressive. You have to work a lot harder to make it work, too. streak, please? I'm gonna die because I can't freaking... Come on, Potion, go the frick off. Probably a life or death situation. You just don't want to do anything. These dots are very uncomfortable for him to deal with. That's for sure. You can see it too. Oh, wow. I think these guys just have a lot of self-sustained healing power. That's kind of what we're running into. Saw that, but I tried to roll it. I got a parkour roll instead. I need to make a video talking about parkour rolling in this game. It's so freaking annoying. Alright. This is great. He's just gonna spam the, Can I use my skills? Bro, heal yourself! Golly, what the frick? Trying to use vigor, it won't even freaking go off. Just standing there, staring at my skills. The frick. I don't do it. Probably a little too close to these guys. I got off the sword and board. Flags, quick! He's really trying to get us to play the objective, but I'm trying to test the build, bro. I don't want to play the objective. Huh. Keep activating vigor, and it just doesn't do anything. Also, my crit surge is down all the time, and I'm just playing very poorly. Now, I don't understand how he's out of range for a poison injection. How are you still out of range for a poison injection? 1.5 million damage. I should have, like, the most damage of the match. I have to check Oblivion's foe and see how it goes. Dodge roll in midair. Okay, so there's a strange mechanic in this game that I need to talk about, which I feel like deserves its entire, like, its own video. It's called parkour rolling. That's what I call it. Basically, if your character falls off of a really high ledge or something, he'll do, like, a parkour roll. And while your character is doing a parkour roll, you can't cast any skills or do anything until the animation is done. It's like a roll dodge, but without the roll dodge component, so you can't actually dodge any, like, damage, right? I'll see if I can't demonstrate it. Sheer Venom worth a try for your build, yes. Sauce hates us deeply. An awesome nerf during complete PvP, but the game still doesn't work. Straight ruined my build, exactly. I need to check CMX with that when I also explain parkour rolling. The other issue with parkour rolling is, though, if you backpedal off of a high, or not even a high surface, if you backpedal off of anything, or you walk backwards at all, you have to keep walking backwards. You see that? My character does a parkour roll. You can't cast any skills during this room. I'll try and cast Crystal Weapon. Can't do anything. And you sometimes get that just from, like, walking off a small ledge. Like, you see that? I was only up on one stair. 2 stairs, rather, and I'm getting a parkour roll. It's such a stupid mechanic, because it locks you out of all your skills and you don't even get a roll dodge for it. It's supposed to only, like, really happen if you fall from, like, a big height and you're maintaining your momentum. So if we, like, put a giant thing to stand on. This, for example. To let me get on the roof, right? And we walk off of this. Depending on how high it is, your character's supposed to do, like, a roll in order to, like, mitigate the fall or whatever. But for some reason works on backpedaling off of stuff. So, like, you just get locked out of all your skills when this happens, and it's so annoying, and you can't do anything about it. You just take damage, no roll dodge, and you just lose a global cooldown to parkour roll, and it's so annoying. I try and mitigate it by always moving forward, but the issue is, like, you can't do that. Sometimes with controller, you do need to backpedal a little bit. I've seen it. People still dodge my proc while midair. My twos love parkour off of pebbles onto the ground. Well, that's... You could be walking around, there's a small rock on the ground, and it's just enough elevation to proc the parkour roll, and then you just lose out on an entire global cooldown and get killed. I've gotten killed because I'm trying to get away from people, like I'm streaking, right? And I walk off of something sideways, and my character just does a parkour roll. And then I get zerged, and I can't, like, hold block or defend myself or anything. My character's too busy trying to be cool or whatever. Style points, they don't help you stay alive, bruh. What are you running? We were just testing Oblivion's Foe, which I need to see the recap of. Sheer Venom, Bloody Soul, Oblivion's Foe. How much did it do? 105 ticks. Sheer Venom was easily a lot more. A lot more consistent, too, because it reprocs off of Poison Injection. Burning was up. Static Reverberation, Concussion, Chilled. Oblivion's Foe is at the top for this guy, though. Did a lot of damage to him. More damage to Sheer Venom. It's like so... meh. Alright, CMX. What are you doing? What is this? So it's only 5% of my damage. Sheer Venom is 8. I really want to try Viper. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then we'll try Viper. Oh, anyone in chat know what the add-on is called? What? I have Superstar, but this... Oh, this is called Combat Metrics. Type /CMX in chat, and depending on the settings you have, you can see the aftermath of a fight. The breakdown of everything. What is the average Oblivion's Foe is ticking for? 814. Sheer Venom was a lot lower. I think the issue that I'm having with Oblivion's Foe is it's not active enough. Like, it hits really hard, according to CMX. Like, really, really hard. But Sheer Venom just has more uptime than Oblivion's Foe, because if you take a look, chat might be covering it up. Alright, I'm gonna do like a whole breakdown, because this is how my brain works. Twitch chat. Twitch events, whatever. Just hiding from chat. Okay, so if we look at it, Sheer Venom in this fight, in the battleground, over 10 minutes, right? Proc 321 times. Oblivion's Foe only procced 105 times. However, if we look at the average damage between the two, Sheer Venom's average damage take is 450 versus Oblivion's Foe, which is 814, which is double what Sheer Venom is. The only benefit of Sheer Venom is the fact that it procs itself off of poison injection, so, you know, even when the dot runs out after, like, I think it's the 10 seconds or 6 seconds, right? It reapplies itself because poison injection is still on them. Versus with Bloody Soul, right? Oblivion's Foe, doesn't reapply itself. And I know how to fix that. 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 The potential maximum damage for Oblivion's Foe is much higher. I think I just need to change one thing. Because if we look, here's our spammable for the actual Bloody Soul itself. And then here's the dot attached to it, the Oblivion damage dot. You can see nothing crit because Oblivion damage. Max it did was 948, which is nice for the execute. However, if we can proc our Sheer Venom off our poison injection, and we don't have to, you know, rely on our Bloody Soul to do that with the execute scale, what we could do is, I need to test it. If we apply just the regular old dot to the Wield Soul Bleed, and then we do Lingering Torment with the Defile, we'll lose access to the execute scaling, and we won't go through as many soul gems, but this should help keep Oblivion's Foe active. If I'm not mistaken. That final tick should reapply it, so we'll actually get 10 seconds of Oblivion's Foe on a single target. Hopefully. In theory. Yes. So we get 20 seconds of Oblivion's Foe on our target with just one of these. And then with Poison Injection lasts 20 seconds as well. So what we've effectively done is match the duration of Oblivion's Foe with Poison Injection, so now they just linger on the target for a lot longer. Seems a pretty good chance of pocket hemorrhage too. Oblivion's Foe ticks, I think once every, let's see, over 10 seconds, so it's probably every 2 seconds. So there's damage, 1, 2, yeah, every 2 seconds it procs. Sheer Venom's every 2 seconds as well, right? So this is if I wanted to have sustained dot proc cringe grease with Oblivion's Foe, because Oblivion's Foe seems to be quite a bit of damage, at least in the recaps. The Oblivion damage execute is nice. It's not everything. We can try this. Okay, cool. Use Draugr to replace Viper. Could use Draugr, which would buff everything. This is true. It even buffs the Oblivion damage execute as well, from what I remember. It is Sheer Venom Jack though. So my hope is I just leave this harm and then he just dies to cringe. Eventually. It's not as much sustained dot. Like, the dots are very short. They don't last very long. Not enough, like, really consistent pressure with that. Serpent Sustain is nice because we just poke the bad guy and then he just melts. And this is what we used to run on this spec. We changed back to the Oblivion damage dot as well, but we just like... Proc maybe 2 hemorrhage and you just let it ride. But is it more damage? Because it increases the consistency. Bloody Soul. I used Bloody Soul here twice. However, Oblivion's Foe seems to have caused much more pain. Well, hello, Epic and chat. What's up, Aaron? Any ideas of what to do with the 1,000 Eyes Night Market gear set? You can do a few things with it. You can run on a burst build. It doesn't crit, though, which is weird. Wait, what else? Oh, we have Sheer Venom This is the other set we're using with this. The Cobra hood. Vegetation, it would be good background photo of my YouTube channel. A hooded Cobra. I mean, you'd have to put it in there and see if you like it or not. Brother, it was bound to happen. Don't think they would go... Didn't think they would go that far. Should have just half the damage. Yep, that's what I said at the beginning of the stream. We had a whole discussion about it. Kinda sucks. Felt the difference today without the Mythic and PvP. Mythic are we going to use now? You don't need to use a Mythic. Remember, you don't need to use a Mythic. It opens up, like for this specific spec, it opened up a monster set so we can put Gerald on. It really depends on what I want to do with the build. Oblivion's Foe is going to give me bigger upfront damage. I think if I can get in a battleground, we'll try it with the bleed focus to it. And I guess in the meantime, we'll go ahead and start collecting other pieces I want to mess with. Viper. Now I have 2 Viper rings. No, I don't have a sash. I have a sash of Sheer Venom. I know I got legs of Viper. So you just put the Sheer Venom sash here. For the chest, I could just make a Viper's medium chest. BG, I guess. You in light or medium armor? We're in all weights at the moment because Oblivion's Foe is crafted. So light, medium, and heavy for the extra max stat. Oh, we're getting farmed. We deal with it. Guess you gotta spawn with these banners in the way. Go to first person for this. That's why they have a little pocket healer. Open them out. I do have a lot of like, just a lot of dots, which is kind of what I want, but not everything. Get out of spawn, it's gonna be dangerous. Probably the amount of healing these guys are getting from that one dude. What do we? I gotta kill a Sheer Venom, let's go. You come back and re-engage when you're comfortable. It's fine. Might have stamp. Beat a bot. Wow. Crit surge with pale order is a crazy heal. Well, the issue is if I'm doing battlegrounds, I don't get the extra healing from pale order like at all. I have teammates. You've taken your revenge, that's right. $1.1 million damage, and I joined halfway through the match. These guys, 1.6 million healing. Yeah, no wonder I couldn't really do any damage to them. They had this guy just healing everybody. That felt really good. I'm not gonna lie. I like, it felt really good. The dots, they actually felt good. They just had a lot of healing power. Look, we've put Oblivion's Foe right next to Sheer Venom in terms of our damage. We did what we wanted. Look at that. That felt pretty good. Let's see, what do we do to this guy? And that was definitely a damage sigil Oblivion's Foe for sure, but... Well, that man, that's pretty obnoxious. It's not, like, quite enough pressure to peel people off of us if they're, like, in our face, but it's decent, I guess. Make an all-scribe build. Bro, that sounds cursed. Snake in the Stars with Gerald is underrated. That could be another really cringe set. Isn't it? Is it per target or is it a flat cooldown against everything? Still gonna run Serpents on my Bowsorc. Its value is still very high. Serpents is still really good, yeah. Try Serpents in the next match. See how it feels. Oh. We did get a lot more damage out of Oblivion's Foe that match, which was nice. Serpents is going to be pretty decent though if we can start proccing up our hemorrhage, because that'll make the dots linger a lot longer. Just more overall pressure. Also, the max stat that you get with Serpents is pretty decent too. I still think, even though Oblivion's Foe is a lot of fun for a lot of big damage, like sustained damage, I still think maybe Serpents might end up pulling ahead. How good or bad would Threads of War with Serpents sustain be? I used to run that build too. It's pretty decent. You have a good mix of your status effects. It's decent for like pressure, but not really like sustained dot cringe damage, which is what we're trying to do. We're trying to make a dot build. Honestly, it's really hard to notice the effect that Gerald is having on people in the BG as much as I would like for, you know, much as I'd like it to be like really, really obnoxious. It's like certain situations where it would be decent, and then others where it's just not going to be good. Okay, so it doesn't affect the final tooltip, it just affects the 4-piece. Signet made Ellie so strong, but I don't think it's super strong alone. It amplified the issues that Elisus has. You know, that's what it did. Bro, I was coping so hard trying to make Arcanist do anything this patch. I need Shatterpath Signet for it. It sucks. Yeah. For PvP, that feels like it's about the only way to make an Arcanist actually, like, dangerous. Okay, so let's give Serpent's Disdain a shake and see how that goes. Gerald is good in duels, but less so in BGs, I have found. I like it because if they're trying to get rid of all the cringe that I've placed upon them, and they have something like Netch, they can't just full purge because they have to purge per stack of the Gerald, which is really obnoxious to deal with. Alternatives could be, we honestly could still run Signet, it just apply like another random status effect again. Markin would probably be better for overall scaling. Maybe even Death Dealers for Font of Power. Heck, even Monomyth would be good for the extra crit, but I'd have to stack a little bit more towards crit. Other monster sets that could potentially work would be Black Gym Monstrosity, that could work with the build. But we'd have a lot more burst and a lot less sustained dots. There's not a lot of really good, like, range dot monster sets at all. More so just a lot of pressure stuff. Other than maybe Valken Scoria, but that's horrible, bro. That's horrible. Maul the Infernal would technically classify as a pressure thing, but that's, like, only per target. So there's not a lot of options. It would be better to go a one-piece Mythic. And then a one-piece Trainee. That would just line up a lot better. Gosh, the whole team. Like randomly killed someone. Victory, please. Golly, I have like no FPS in this BG. I don't know what's going on. Also, this map is a bit difficult to use a bow with. No, not streaking to the wall, you freaking bot. Run away. Run away. Leveraging distance. I have a bow on. Just see all the damage, like all the little damage numbers through the wall. I wonder if static reverberation is per target, or if it's just like it's just universal. Wow. I want to know why I only have like 40 FPS. I'm so confused. It feels super disorienting to play with such low FPS. Or if it's a motherboard setting I need to fix. If it's just because this match has a lot going on. I'll go look at my ESO settings afterwards. Nowhere near the same damage as the Signet. That's for sure. I think every time this build's gonna lose to a melee build unless I like decide to run away. We can't stand our ground with pressure anymore without Signet. That's been completely taken away from us. The game is really locking up on me here too in spawn. 1.1 million damage. I think Serpent's Disdain is a lot less damage than something like Oblivion's Foe. I'm barely doing any damage. Per target, pretty sure. Rip Signet, completely gutted. Oblivion's Foe is just far better in that match. Sure, Burning was more like on point, but the single target damage, I don't have it. I don't have it. I just don't have it. It's all gone. Like, sure, Burning is up more often. Hemorrhage barely even proc that BG, which is sad. Poison. Yeah, looks like an overall experience. Oblivion's Foe is like better. Let me figure out what's going on with my FPS. Zone is a dot. Yeah, it's a tether dot, so it can be broken. What a match. Legendary players on both sides. Made it a decent test. Enough of a test to tell him that Serpent Sustain is not, it's not as good without Signet. You know, and a purple Oblivion's Foe seems to be a little stronger than the sustain damage that Serpent Sustain is supposed to offer. Which is kind of sad. However, we have one other thing I want to try. It makes absolutely no sense, and I'm going to need to explain how it works. And honestly, I might end up dropping Gerald's, because I'm not really sure what Gerald is doing for me. Unless someone's really drawing out a fight, but damage is so high, we don't really have the survivability or the pressure to really afford to keep Gerald on. So probably be better off with like a one-piece mythic of some kind. Like mono myth. Honestly, the Wild Hunt could be really good. I'm gonna use Wild Hunt. I'm gonna use Wild Hunt with it. But we have to have a controlled test, so no, we're not gonna swap yet. Controlled test is in. I've been using Gerald's this whole time with other sets. So in order to actually see how Viper's does in comparison, we gotta keep Gerald on. Okay, so Viper is weird because you have to take advantage of a really stupid mechanic. So if there's any ZOS employees watching the stream, you might as well just make this a feature because it actually makes Vipers useful. No one will use this set if you change the feature of it. It's just not worth using anymore. I don't know why you can't proc Vipers from range either. It just doesn't make any sense. There's just no Vipers of ranged weapons, which is kind of stupid, because it should be a range proc. Doesn't make sense for it not to be, but whenever you deal damage with a martial melee attack, you deal additional poison damage. So, oh, we don't have any martial melee damage, do we? We don't have any martial melee damage. No, we do. It's called Crystal Weapon. Crystal Weapon does proc Vipers. You see? So is Oblivion's Foe AoE? If so, use Soul Burst. It would apply to all. Yeah, well, the thing is, I'm from range, and in order to use Soul Burst, I really have to go out of my way to make that happen. It would be really effective against werewolves, I think. Viper, Sting, and Sheer Venom basically doing about the same damage. Of course, Sheer Venom will scale up more, but whatever. Funny mechanic you can use. Makes Vipers an actual decent set. Though it is only single target, so you really have to single someone out in order to pressure them to death. Gerald's debuffs your healing too, right? So if you put dots on a bunch of enemies, does it nerf your healing even further, or does it cap out on how much healing you take? It's 15% flat, no matter how many dots I put on enemies, so it doesn't stack. If it did, then yeah, no one, I don't think anyone would use it. Because there's really like no good way to keep track of that. Is it a roll dodge set? 20 seconds, what the frick? Marseille would be interesting, but I don't think it works with Overload. The only other alternative I could think of that would be really good on a spec like this would be Baron's Address, because that would just allow us to really generate ultimate very, very fast. Gilnars would be a good option as well, for like single target burst. Oscar, we don't need it. Just the flame damage one. We have a few options, stuff that would technically work, but it's not going to. Notice how Sakara was running Serpents on melee too. Well, it makes sense if you have Marsalok, so that way you can have the maximum uptime of damage with Marsalok, because if you also saw in that BG, he hit me with like a 6k Marsalok tick. Granted, I'm pretty squishy, but Serpent Sustain with Marsalok is still pretty nasty. We can't use Marsalok on a bow. The whole point of this is to be ranged. So there's not a lot of good options. At least anything that would benefit the build more than like a mythic item, for example. I think mythic items just would win because they just give me the stats I want. 1,000 Eyes. Mid. Could use Master's Bow on the front. Drop the monster, not run a mythic. Run Sheer Venom on the body. And just use Master's Bow on the front. Would Kina work? Sea Serpents would be an interesting mythic to use for sure. I'm not sure if I could regain the speed in order to offset it, other than maybe through Streak. We could try it. And Molag Kina would work. It would proc off of my overloads. The Soul Splitting Trap, for whatever reason, is one of the only dots that still takes every second. There's not really any space to put it in. Unless I was to get rid of Bound Armaments and use Soul Splitting Trap there, and then put on my Bloody Soul my crit buff. I want to know why my FPS is so freaking bad. I don't understand. Break free, please. Break free, holy frick. At a mark, and I'm definitely feeling Death Dealers. I feel like Death Dealers would give us way more power as a mythic item than even Markin, because of Font of Power specifically. From what I'm seeing here, even just starting this BG, looks like Oblivion's Foe is still the way to go. I feel like I should be doing a lot more damage, but I'm not. Because, Vipers is so exclusive to one person. Keep streaking into stuff, bro. I'm trying to get away. Bro, getting chased by the whole team. Oh. I got. Get away. Get away. Get away. I don't know how you're still keeping up with me. Holy frick, that is obnoxious. How's this man able to keep up with me, like, all the way across the freaking map? He's gap closing me through walls on his werewolf. That's insane. Holy frick. But yeah, I didn't have anywhere near the same amount of damage, that's for sure. Soup. Hello, Rage. The furry devs must all maintain werewolf. Insane Signet got doofed, but not them. Yeah, because Signet was the problem, right? Not the problems that existed before the Signet. Like, Signet definitely was strong, and it was overperforming in its current state, but completely removing it as an option for builds kind of, like, changes the whole game. Vipers wasn't doing that much. Oblivion's foe would be doing the same as Vipers, if not even a little bit more damage. So, Vipers, as funny as it is, a no-go, even using the funny mechanic. I think if we bodied Sheer Venom and we front-barred Master's Bow, we could get a little bit more damage out of everything. Like nearly 400 weapon and spell damage against a target like that. Versus having the sustainable debuffs on them. I really don't see anything doing better than what Oblivion's foe is doing, other than maybe Draugr. Oh yeah, I have no Swift Draugr rings. Oh, that's painful. I don't think I need that many pieces of draw again. I don't. What's up, Foxy? Yo, what do you think of Mora's Whispers? I think it's a pretty good crit set. It's not bad. I just think if you want to run it at all, you should go get the perfected version, which I don't have, so that's why I don't use it. The perfected version buffs itself. So what you want if you're gonna decide whether you want something perfected or not. I'm gonna be honest, as a Signet PvP enjoyer, we don't need Signet in PvP. Not a real Signet enjoyer. Word is dead after Signet Rant. Of course, you don't need Signet in PvP. Like, we survived without Signet before in PvP. It's just, I don't think it deserved the treatment that it got, you know? It primarily makes a mess of things, because I was gonna upload a build video today about my Bowsorc, but now I have to adjust some stuff in order to make that video actually work. So run around, we'll test some stuff, see what we can come up with. But I still feel like I kind of already know the formula that would work the best. It's just I want to try different stuff because I want to be surprised. But I'm afraid I'm probably not going to end up being surprised. Dang. How do I not have sheer venom helmets? Yeah, werewolf is perfectly fine, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, so is Dragonite. A lot of people on the forums are making the point that, oh, you gotta let the refresh classes be refreshed. Yeah, at the cost of balance in the meantime. Seems great for retaining your player base. It's a mythic. Oh, I thought you were talking about Scribes of Mora, the trial set in Lucid Citadel. Yeah, Mora Scribes, the crit set. You're talking about the mythic, like the shoulder piece? Not mid, bro. Isn't it light? Yeah, it's a light shoulder piece. The crit chance is decent, but like, I would not use it just for the crit chance. You could get better mythics. The Signet made off meta characters viable, which is nice, but obviously anything that hurts DKs and swords has to be nerfed. The reason Signet got nerfed is because there's a bunch of fallout on the forums about people on Pluse Ganking or whatnot. Right. But the issue there isn't like, oh, I don't know how ZeniMax looks at this situation and sees Signet as the issue like we knew they would. But instead, like, you should see, like, Pluse Ganking and everything else behind it as the issue. Like, maybe there were some underlying problems, who knows? I'm just gonna have to hope I get a helmet. Good chance I won't. Game does not like me. Oh, there we go. Reinforced, bruh. Signet nerfed all the sweats, are just gonna hop back on Werewolf and Dragonite. Build variety is dead. That too. Signet lets you branch out and play a lot of other classes because it was just a powerful mythic. Unfortunately, you can also use the Signet on the Werewolf and the Dragonite to pretty good effect. If you use crit mythic, Mora's Whispers for crit chance. Probably not. I mean, there's a reason I haven't farmed it. I can tell you though, just from like the initial test, it's probably going to end up being, what is it called? Death Dealer's Feet, Oblivion's Foe, Sheer Venom, and Debate Ice Staff on the back. Just kind of eyeballing it. I think Sheer Venom with Oblivion's Foe is really obnoxious. That's why it's the first set I jumped to in the stream. This is Draugr and Sheer Venom though, so this should tick pretty freaking hard. It's gonna be a very uncomfortable build to take damage from. They were working the Destruction Staff skill line. Maybe at some point, I'm not really too sure. They haven't been as transparent as they said they would be about certain things, so your guess is as good as mine. Wild Hunt will help me kite a lot better, but I still need to play the game properly. Wait. Huh? Bloody Soul scribed with a class master? What the frick? No wonder my build wasn't doing anything. Freaking Class Flourish is on there. Why in the world is Class Flourish on there? What the frick? That might have helped. Question, I want to see if the Oblivion Dot does get buffed by Draugr. 1500 flat. I don't think it gets buffed by Draugr. Primary goal of this is to just like set the dots on them and then be able to walk away and do whatever else it is I want to do. So just the bare minimum. Be a secondary soul for good measure. That's still really obnoxious sustained pressure. Not horrible. Wait, am I reading this right? Shattered Paths Signet now only affects monsters and is effectively useless in PvP. Yep. You read correctly. It don't work on players. The status effect application portion probably does, but the damage portion don't. Not anymore, at least. I mean, that's one thing in itself. They didn't need to give it that treatment. I'm more so kind of upset that I was planning on making a build video today, and now I have to, like, rework the whole thing, because they decided, you know what, let's nerf some Signet mid-patch. You have some weird people, like, come in here and be like, oh, Epic was only getting carried by the Signet, or whatever. Yes, it was doing a lot of damage for me, but, you know, without Signet, now everyone's just going to go to Dragonite there as well. So now you're going to say everyone's getting carried by Dragonite, and it needs a nerf too. And Werewolf. So, no. Why Signet specifically? It was the same plus any other set, plus Signet equal OP build. It made it good, yes. I wouldn't say OP. Very obnoxious. Maybe OP with the old Signet. Seems pretty decent. Screw it. Nerf Necromancer. That's right. We gotta get rid of Necromancer, guys. We should all take to the forums. Like, everyone get your forum account. And we'll just go on the forums and talk about how OP Necromancer is and see if they nerf it. Like, I think Blast Bones deals too much damage. And I think the The Blighted Blast Bone should actually just be like a burst heal, like a delayed burst heal that you get after like 6 seconds. I don't think it should do any damage. I also think Venom Skull should only deal its big damage if there's a corpse nearby and it consumes a corpse. So you don't actually have any decent damage with, you know, Venom Skull or whatever. And the Signet made it. Yeah. You say DK and Werewolf needs a nerf, but want the class refresh to make every other class on the same level. Sure, they're OP now, but I feel like in time everything will be balanced. And that's the problem. That's just the fundamental problem. The class refresh in its entirety is going to take 3 years. Tell me you want to deal with what's the latest flavor of the month for 3 years straight, because I bet you and guarantee you that every refresh class is going to be stronger than the last. Just because of how Zost works. And then they'll be like, oh, balance is bad again, and then they'll refresh everything again, and it'll just be a never-ending cycle. They still apply status effects to players, and they lowered the cooldown. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. I'm an expert, though. They probably would nerf Blast Bones. Worked it into some complex ganker build. Blast Bones is too strong, guys. Petition to nerf Blast Bones. Overperforming. Darkin is pretty nice for damage. I think, though, for the build that I'm going for, Oblivion's Foe still might be better. How else can they do it? One giant patch? Is that possible? What they're doing now is how they can do it. Slowly, you know, slowly release the class refreshes. However, you'll still need to make sure that when the class refreshes come out, it's still at a balanced level of power compared to everything else. Which, at the moment, it's currently not. Dragonite is just kind of miles above everything. And the one issue... I would say Dragonite in its refresh is decent by itself, right? But one skill makes Dragonite absolutely busted, and it's not Whip. Whip, okay, I can understand Whip. It may need a slight damage reduction, but you can see it coming pretty quickly. It is a bit buggy to get hit by, though. But the one issue Dragonite has, and why Dragonite is so strong, is frickin' Inhale. Inhale is why Dragonite is busted, because they have infinite sustain to do whatever they want with Inhale. If you have infinite sustain, you've effectively broken your damage and survivability, because with infinite sustain, you can stay offensive indefinitely without needing to cycle buffs in the right order or whatever. And then you can play defensive indefinitely, too, by holding block forever, never needing to worry about that. Spamming roll dodge. Oh, wait, guess what? Werewolves spam roll dodge. Why is that? Because they have a bunch of stamina attached to their burst heal. I think Werewolf has the same problem, where it has indefinite sustain as well. Oh boy, I'm seeing a trend here. It's like if next patch they release the Warden, right? And the Netch just gives you all of your resources back, like Inhale does. Like, then Warden would be equally as powerful. But the issue is, like, the sustain shouldn't be that easy. You shouldn't be able to outsource your sustain to a single button on your bar. That's not balance. That's accessibility. Because you can't heavy attack. It's Brian's way of getting revenge on everybody. That's my theory. He couldn't heavy attack, so now he had to put sustain into a skill. Because you could press the button and activate the skill, but you can't remember to heavy attack every now and again. Or put on a set like Wretched Vitality or Raska. Or put some recovery glyphs on your jewelry. Heck, grab the Serpent Stone. You forgot to do that? Oh, look, well, now you can just press a button and get all your resources back. How great is that? See, that's the issue. Okay, the Dragonite refresh is great. Everything but Inhale. Inhale needs to get nerfed. Then you'll see Dragonites in a different spot. They won't be as oppressive as they are, because they don't have the resources to back it up. And if they keep going with this trend of infinite sustain on every class, ESO is just going to become like a really arcade and boring kind of game. I'm not even lying to you when I say that. They need Dragonite. They need Dragonite now. Don't you think it will be inferior to other classes when it gets refreshed? Wouldn't it be smarter to worry about the balance after the refreshes are completed? No, because in the meantime, you'll have to deal with all the refreshes until all of them are done. And if you leave balance completely untouched until then, you're going to drive your player base insane, because there will be no variety and everyone's just going to use what's refreshed. Oh, and then you'll go back and touch balance, which will be a big problem, because, well, at that point, how many players will you have lost? Balance should not be an afterthought. Balance should be at the front, like, because if you're encouraging build diversity and play the way you want, having very limited options that actually do good stuff for you compared to other alternatives, like, for example, with Dragonite. Why wouldn't you play Dragonite? It's got everything. Like, even if people want to play the way they want, they come to the conclusion pretty fast that that's not really possible with how ESO is just balanced. You can't really play the way you want because so much stuff just doesn't work. So then they just go to the next best option, which is using what's been refreshed or what is strongest for the month. Flavor of the month. Yeah, I noticed I don't need a heavy attack anymore. Endless sustain. If I was to pick one issue that ESO is having, it's, yes, definitely the endless and indefinite sustain you can easily get access to. Like, keep Dragonite as it is, just, you gotta work on how the class sustains. Dragonite used to sustain through using ultimate abilities. It doesn't do that anymore. It just presses inhale. Like, sure, the, what is it? The Battle Roar is still there, but you also have inhale, so, like, this is not really a dot build. I'm finding this is a lot more burst. My healing is a little stronger, but I'm still pretty weak. Yep. Yep, cool. I'm also starting to come to the conclusion that all Signet did was nerf range builds. That's it. Melee builds are still freaking obnoxious because they have access to Marsalot. Can't hit anything. My frames are bad again. I probably need to check something in the BIOS with my computer, because normally my FPS is fine. It also could just be the new patch. Like, ZeniMax could have just broken something with the incremental update. That is always possible. It's not like they haven't done that before. Where I just have less FPS now because they unoptimized something. Block that, bruh. Oh my gosh, I blocked that, and then it locked my Dark Deal out because apparently I got interrupted. What the frick? Performance was weird for me too. Firebrand plus Marsalot. The whole exercise with this is I want my dot cringe Bowsorc, okay? I could just go melee, but the whole point of this is I want range dot cringe. And honestly, I think Sheer Venom and Oblivion's Foe with, what is it? Death Dealer's Feet is like the obvious option here. I also probably could be playing better. I'm more so in like rant mood at the moment than like gameplay mood. So like, I'm not making the best combat decisions. You know, I'm not pushing the build to its limit or playing it as good as I could. Like, I'm not making good decisions, and even I know it. My brain's not in tune with the game. I think I also kind of understand why that is. Like, I'm not able to make the smarter decision because I'm also trying to focus on how the build feels rather than, like, you know, play the deck game. So my mind is in, like, two places at once. Like, if I was smart, I would have gotten out of there a lot sooner because I saw them all pushing up the stairs, but I'm like, I can stand my ground for a little bit. No, I couldn't. We gotta find werewolf killer builds. They're so annoying. I had a werewolf killer build with the Serpent's Disdain, or yeah, the Serpent's Disdain and the Signet. How it was designed was really good at countering werewolves. But we don't got Signet to work with anymore, so I'm testing alternatives. I'm just gonna go ahead and test what I think is gonna be the best option. Like, just stat and damage wise, I'm just gonna go make it. Draugr felt incredibly bursty, so that's the conclusion here. Draugr felt really, really bursty and not as much like dot pressure-y. I didn't have the dot pressure I wanted with Draugr. Yeah, all it did was buff Sheer Venom a little bit. Again, I had a lot more burst. Like, this went from 5.7 to 6.1. And the average sheer venom tick went up about 50 damage, which is nothing, but... Static Reverberation was chunking. Alright, let's just go make what I know is probably gonna work. Can't believe I use a race token to build around the mythic. I'm so hot. Yep. This is old Zenimax for you. They used to do this all the freaking time. Spend all this money, all this time, all this resource making builds and perfecting what you wanted to do, and then they just come in and be like, okay, no more build for you, freaking bot. Triune is weird. Swift, give me. Oh, that's Serpent's Disdain. Him on the front. Done something wrong. Wait, they already nerfed Signet? Why can't they... What they literally do just came out, what the heck? Excited to see this setup. This is just, if it... I hope I'm not disappointed, but this is just the setup that makes sense in my mind without needing to, like, actually explain anything. I know it's weird, but... It makes sense to me why this works. I can't explain it not yet. I am gonna probably gold this out. I'll run it purple for a little bit. We'll gold it out. They should do like other games and give you full resources back for recently nerfed items. Always respected games that did that. It's ZeniMax, bro. You think they're gonna do that? What did they do to Pyrebrand? They nerfed the damage very, like, a lot. And they made it so with Pyrebrand, it scales up with your Wildfire Embers pure class mastery if you want to actually have damage with it. You can see just how much money I've already spent just trying to adjust the build a little bit. $4K, $9K. Death Dealers is it's gonna be tough to say, but okay, so let me go explain my thought process behind this, even though it might not work. You think Font of Power over Static Reverb though? I use both for big offense power. Trying to explain this build the best way I know how. It'll be tough. We're not going to be able to build for recovery, but that's for a good reason. Okay, so the idea is, right, instead of having weapon and spell damage with something like Markin, which is like 200 weapon and spell damage, right, with Death Dealers you get max stats, right? I think it's like 3,200 or something like that at max stacks. And if we have Font of Power, right, so Font of Power will slowly go up based off of our max stat. So if we start proccing up Death Dealers, for example, right, with 3k max stat, that'll be an additional 2% extra damage towards Font of Power. In theory. And the 2% weapon and spell damage is based on your overall max stat, right? For this weapon and spell damage. It's basically like a secondary brutality buff. If we take this as it is, I need to see the base. It was like 5.1k. Honestly, it might not even be worth it. The 2% may not even be that big of a difference. Still might be better to go with Markin at that point. With extra scaling, because it'll scale more with Font of Power anyways. I just wanted the max stats because I feel like it would help with the sustain and also give me more health. Made sense in my mind, but I'm not really sure if the pieces would actually be better or not. I think we'll give it a go for a match and see how it does. This is scribed properly, yeah. Damage over time, maybe the file, yeah. Not horrible. I love the damage Oblivion's foe is doing though. Makes me very happy. It just, at this point, for this specific build, it becomes a min-max contest between using something like Markin or using Death Dealers for the extra max stat. Because the max magic, max health, and max stamina is very nice to have. And it lets us use something like Sugar Skulls, but it's going to hurt our sustain a little bit. Whereas with Markin, It's kind of straightforward. You get armor and you also get damage. Let's see what we look like at max stacks of Marking better buff on both sets too. That's what I'm thinking, but I'm hoping Font of Power can pull ahead. Marking is just like really straightforward though for this, what I want. But in my mind, Death Dealers makes sense. It'll increase my tankiness and my sustain, whereas Marking will just do the damage and maybe the armor. Before. Okay, max stacks 32,000. $6.4, not bad. $4K missing. Probably be at like 29 afterwards, 29K-ish. It's crazy that all this works is just to counter DKs basically. No, this build is not to counter DKs. This build is just to have ranged dot crits. Pretty simple. We're still at 30K, that's good. 6.5. Where does that leave our Font of Power? 21%. That's quite a bit. Okay, so 21% maximum weapon and spell damage. 6.7K. Alright. Same build. 6.9 at the high end. Extra armor. But that is forcing all max stat as well, which I don't want to do. I can force all max stat if I go with Death Dealers, which will also give me more magic and health, versus Markin, which will just give me damage, and I can run recovery food. Like, for example, if I was going to run Markin, this is how I would probably do it. I don't want to eat Orzorgas because that's very expensive. I go back to this distribution because I would need the max health. What about here? You know what? We'll just do 32, 32. So if I was going to run Markin, this is how it would be. Are you missing the ring yet? Sorta. I mean, I'll be fine without it, but 13%, 6K, 6.5. It's basically the same as Death Dealers. However, Death Dealers is actually going to give me more extra max stat, which is in turn also going to buff the tooltips of my bloody souls and everything else. So actually, funny enough, my hunch was correct. I'm not going to get the extra armor. That's all I'm going to lose, but the hunch The hunch seems to have came in. Okay. No, to a certain point, you don't want to do that. I am going to have to build up to the power, so it's not going to be as much burst, but that's fine because I have dots, and the dots will like just always be ticking on a target. So like I could be minding my own business doing anything else, and I'll just be getting the extra damage. And the dots, they'll help keep up my death dealers. To me, it seems like much more of a better trade-off. The sustain will be not as good, but I'll have so much max stat that it shouldn't really make too much of a difference. It'll still bolster my damage. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then we'll try this, and then I guess afterwards, just for the sake of consistency, we'll run a test with Markin. We'll see if Markin actually feels any better. So I will be right back. Alright, boys. Let's give this a shot in Battlegrounds. It's gonna be a bit tougher working with the lower max health, but I think it'll be fine. Let's put the cringe on him and walk away. Let's see what it looks like. Wow, that's actually pretty similar to the old build. But in terms of damage, and the damage only goes up longer in combat. Chaos Ball. Max stat is a little lower because we don't have champion points, but all the same, still 6k base, and then up to 6.7, 6.8k at max when we start scaling with death dealers, which will be way more than just 200 weapon and spell damage scaled with 13% of font of power. I'll also get the extra max resource with it, so it should be pretty decent. Though I'm over here like, oh, so the math checks out, but how does the build actually work? Is it like the same as the old build, which is kind of what I want. You'll have to add a little bit more into the rotation. You'll have to do the crystal weapon into the susceptibility, and then bar swap, crystal weapon, poison inject, and then you'll have to lend your bloody soul for your Oblivion's foe, but it should be a lot of passive pressure, and I don't have to actively attack my opponent, and I can focus on doing whatever else it is that I want to do. Let's see. So here's this Templar. My max health is much lower, so we just put that on him. Just start trying to cleanse everything. Yeah, it looks like he's having a great time over there. Here's a werewolf. Now I might be zerging him, but he's a werewolf. Yeah, max, like, stamina sustain's a bit more difficult, so I'm gonna have to be a little bit heavier with the dark deals. The question is that really worth it, though? Like, is the damage so good that it's worth having to work a little harder for my sustain? Ooh. I don't have to be afraid to spam barrier either. Because, oh my gosh, he is taking quite a bit of damage, isn't he? Look at him. Can I streak, please? Holy frick. My game is not working, bro. I sat there for 3 seconds before my skill went off and I got killed because of it. Now I lost all my death dealer stacks. I gotta build them up again. Compared to all the other builds I've played this far, this one still feels... it just feels good. It feels better than the other specs. It also makes more sense to me. Though sustain is a lot harder. Just feel good. Oh yeah. Do it feel pretty good. I just need to play it properly now and we'll be good. Golly, look at the dots going on him through the wall. Oh my gosh, that's so obnoxious. That puts a smile on my face. I'm gonna pick up the Chaos Ball, so I'm gonna stay out of the middle. You gonna die to the dots. Just watch. Yes. Oh, it feels good. Didn't need to streak him. The dots would have done the rest. Sustain is a lot harder, but I'm getting the result that I want. Which is everything I could ask for. 'Cause that's really what matters with a build at the end of the day. If it does what you designed it to do. Okay, he's gonna have a hard time getting away from that. Ah, Lee, bro. Freaking Lee. The issue is I have some guy on this team, like I'm doing a lot of damage, but there's like 3 guys on this team just spamming Endless Fury on the people that I'm dotting up, so they're like getting all the credit. But I think the combat metrics will tell me everything I need to know after this. Back up a little bit. I'm not ready to push him. Yeah, sustain is a lot harder, but it is manageable. I think if I'm really, like, under pressure, though, I'm gonna have to be a lot more cautious because I don't know if my sustain will be able to keep up with being, like, hard pressured. We'll have to see. That was kind of like a more pressured 1v1 fight, but he was just taking so much damage he really couldn't go offensive at all. You see that guy just taking all the kills with his Endless Fury. Team also could just be really good, and these guys are bots, but 1.3 million damage. Second highest was 969,000. This was the guy taking all the kills with Endless Fury. I don't get any assists because it's Chaos Spawn. That felt good. I'm going to try this setup with Conservation instead of Static because I'm bad with Sustain. Yeah, that's a good alternative passive you could use if you really wanted to bolster your Sustain a little bit. As usual, they put something out, then everyone complains, and then they nerf it in the ground to irrelevance. Tales of ESO and sets that could make the game more interesting, nerfed into existence. Nerfed for PvP, yeah. It's become a glorified archive mythic. You only use it if you want to run the infinite archive. Which is stupid. Because it still should let you have a little bit of extra damage with status effects in PvP. But it don't. It don't. This is why the whole dev stream looked like they were hostages. They say they want to be transparent with us, but they're just not honest about a lot of stuff. They were honest about them looking into the Mythic and how they could balance it, but how do you look at Shattered Paths Signet and look at status effects and what you've done with them, right? And then come to the conclusion that Shattered Paths Signet is the problem and it's not all the underlying issues with the game that allow you to boost that kind of damage. Like, sure, Shattered Paths was strong, yes. 85% damage modifier against players, obnoxious. However, there's some other things in the game that were already there before that are more of a problem than Signet. Like susceptibility, for example. I don't know how you look at Signet and see that, I guess, the problem. Well, people weren't complaining before you added the Signet. Yes, they were. They've been complaining about susceptibility being obnoxious. Because it was the easiest fix, probably. ZeniMax doesn't want to do a whole bunch of work. But if that's the case, why even release the freaking Mythic in the first place, you know? Like, why go through the effort of putting a Mythic in the game, having people go through, farm the Mythic, make builds around it, gold out gear, and everything else around the Mythic item, right? And then just get rid of it. Still gonna pulse gank. Yeah, pulse gank still works. Probably try that later in the evening. It didn't really go anywhere. So just the bare minimum. Poison injection and Oblivion's Foe. Oh yeah, that's good. They truly don't have knowledge or ability to fix the issue. I don't think they do. You gotta think about it from like a developer's perspective as well when it comes to these kind of issues, right? Like, imagine you're a game developer, right? And you're hired to work for a game, whatever. It's just whatever game, right? What I'm trying to say is, the developers, they already spend enough time with ESO behind the scenes that I don't see how they could really realistically want to play their actual own product unless they created the product, which they didn't. Because the old team that came in and made this game is long gone. Maybe a few people are still sticking around, but, you know, I think the reason it's hard for them to find a good balance with anything is because none of them are actually out here in the trenches playing the game. They just look at what's on the forums. They look at maybe the player metrics or whatever data they have with their servers. And they see, oh, everyone's using Signet. Oh, Signet came out. Signet must be strong. People on the forums are saying Signet is strong. And then that's how they get the data, and then they make the decision. If it's so, like, straightforward, it's not all the in-between stuff about, like, oh, this specific mechanic works with this specific mechanic, or this skill does this. You know, all the more in-depth stuff is stuff that you can just throw on, like, a spreadsheet and see. And the reason that is because I don't think any of the devs actually play their own game. And, like, I can understand why, to a certain point. Like, of course, if I feel like I'm biased with it, because if I made a game, of course I'd have to play it at some point. Like, the devs who play ESO have played ESO, obviously, but they're not like, they don't play it like us because it's their job, you know. Like, if Rich Lambert's a gamer, right, what makes you think when he comes home after a day of work that he goes and logs straight onto ESO, you know? He could probably, if he's a gamer, he'll probably play like other games that he likes, right? And it won't just be ESO, because ESO is his product, right? But I don't know if that makes any sense. Duma said earlier in the stream that he wanted you pulse gank as 0 and go 400-0 again. Oh, I could do that. If he asked me specifically, I think I could hop into Cyrodiil in a minute and maybe try and pulse gank some people. The thing about trying to pulse gank, though, is, like, it invites stream snipers, so it's kind of hard to do sometimes. So if I'm going to go for a kill streak or something like that, I'll have to do it, like, off stream. I can record the whole thing. I mean, I can try it live. You won't be able to kill as many people, like, tankier targets will still take a few hits to go down, but you'll still be able to just Gank people, no issue. What exactly did they do to Signet? They made it so it doesn't work against players anymore. The extra scaled damage with Signet doesn't work on players, just adds and monsters. So it effectively kills the Mythic in PvP for the damage scaling portion of it. Meaning if you're using Signet to gain a lot of power out of your status effects, you have to go back to the old school methods of, you know, finding ways to make status effects work. Yeah, so it just, why use it at all? Apart from maybe the extra little ticks of damage you get with a random application of a status effect every 2 seconds. They just made the damage portion of the Mythic only affect monsters. It's a band-aid fix in my opinion. Just gutted the Mythic. Exactly. They said they'll monitor feedback in responses to, you know, the change on Shattered Paths Signet. So if I was you guys, I would go on the forums and give them your honest opinions about it. That's the best way you can talk to ZeniMax. I'm on the forums and I'm like, yeah, Signet, I can show you the post I made. While we wait in queue for Battlegrounds. A lot of people are really ecstatic about, you know, the nerf to the Signet or whatever. What did I say? Alright, here's me in the forums today at 12 o'clock after I got access to my computer. So yet again, we've just removed another mythic item from PvP. This is becoming a very, very unhealthy trend, especially when the Signet did not need to become exclusive to PvE. All it needed was a damage decrease, not fully removing it as an option for status effect builds in regards to PvP. This is exactly true. Like, I'm disappointed as well with the, you know, the hotfix to the Signet because I had a lot going on over the last few days, especially when it comes to like general life stuff. It was more annoyance than anything. So I was working on this specific Bowsorc spec you see here that I'm trying to fix without the Signet, right? And the day I was recording the build video, there was a massive thunderstorm, right? It came through, and I got all the way up to maybe it was a consumables part of the video. I got up to that. You know what? I can just show you because it's my stream and I can do this. I'll point it out too. This is easier for you to see. It's just dumb. I can't expect them to actually nerf the surrounding issues, I guess. It's like, yeah, I gave an example earlier, like an analogy. It's like you just put an old carpet over a giant hole in the floor. The hole in the floor is still there. You just put a carpet over it. Remind me after this BG to show you guys. He logs into ESO to ERP. By that logic, you think they would have nerfed Inhale by now, yeah. Yeah. Oh, look, everyone's playing Dragonite. I think their logic for not wanting to nerf Inhale or anything about Dragonite is because, oh, Dragonite was recently refreshed. There's that benefit of the doubt. So more people will be playing Dragonite because it's recently been refreshed, you know. Let people experience the new refresh class. They're really having fun with it. No. People are just abusing what's strongest like they always have. Bowsorc Pluse Ganking is still super strong. I had one BG earlier, go 30 of 1. Someone's job at Zala should be to watch big ESO streamers, literally the core of how the game operates at a player level. They used to have stuff like that. Indeed. They used to have stuff like that with like the creator program, and apparently some of the devs do sit in on live streams, but primarily only around patch day or something, so you know, there might be a few lurking in chat. But to be fair, you'd have to give that specific dev watching the stream quite a bit of precedent over what they're able to say regarding ESO, because think about it. Unless it's someone like an actual community manager or someone like Brian Wheeler or Rich Lambert himself watching the stream, and it's just another ZOS employee, you think that ZOS employee is actually going to have a lot of ability to, you know, influence change on the dev side of things. Unless they actually have a good sitting position at the company, right? For example, just think of like an intern that works at ZOS, right? And they're tasked with just watching live streams and, you know, seeing how the community of the game is, at least on like Twitch and whatnot. And then they go to report a problem that they're seeing on streams, like, okay, so this is easily overperforming, I can see that. Yada yada yada, you get the point, right? You think as an intern or, you know, someone who's not senior management level, that, you know, the big head directors of the Elder Scrolls Online are gonna listen to them? Probably not. I don't want the freaking Chaos Ball. Kill me. Kill me. I don't want this thing. Expire the dots. That's nice. I'm like, I know it's the second BG. I can't really say if I'm content with the build or not, but it's doing what I want it to do, and that's all I could really ask of it. Is a dot build doing exactly what I want it to do. Yeah, that's another kill too. Ow. That friggin' hurts. Oh gosh. But the build feels really good. I'm content with it. At least at the moment. And again, these guys could be AI programs for all I know, but they're not playing like it. These guys are kind of comped out. Ow. I just shot myself with overload. I'm gonna get executed with Endless Fury. Oof. Yep. Random haunting curse for half of my health. And there's the dots doing their job. Love to see it. Oh, he did. I got my hooks in him now. Yeah, you can go invisible, buddy. It's not gonna help. Oh, he's having a great time. Look at him. Where do you think he went? Come out of stealth in a second. If he does it, he'll probably get killed. Oh, he went all the way over here. He's still struggling. Look at him. Oh, just what I wanted. The cringe. That'll do it. The stain is still a bit rough, because we've gone for more max stat. But, okay, I like it. Golly, they got a lot of healing power. Oh, relentless focus as well is the crushing shock spam. I got freaking desync by that. Yeah, because, you know, remember, crushing shock is not the issue. You know, the desync that it has attached to it, just because it's a really buggy skill, ain't the issue, is it? I'll hit me 5 times with it and I won't even see it happen, but then my health will just disappear and I'll be dead. That's not the problem, is it? not bad, not horrible. Someone did match my damage. Who was it? Oh, it was the other guy on like the same spec. Sheer Venom Withdrawer can't work okay. I can, it just feels a little too bursty and not as like much just not cringe I want. Much more bursty. Okay, so what was it? I was gonna show you guys yeah, I was gonna show you this. So the reason I'm like still I'm Signet getting nerfed, okay, it's whatever. It's just like the series of events leading up to the Signet getting nerfed that kind of... I haven't had YouTube chat displayed this whole freaking time. What the frick? Sorry, guys. I need to update it too, because it's behind, isn't it? Alright, we'll just add a space to the end of the cascading style sheets. Are we happy? There we go. The reason I'm like disappointed with the nerf to the Signet is because I've upgraded my computer recently as well. I'll go all the way back to the beginning. So I made that community post a little while back where I was like, y'all keep asking me for build videos and stuff, and despite the fact I show you on the stream what I do and in my Discord and I give you pictures and stuff, y'all still want build videos. And you overwhelmingly, yes, you guys want shorter form, like you want, I don't know how to describe it, but you know, basically I went out and I made a build video, right? And while working on the first part of the build video, you know, the introduction and, you know, starting to cover the build, around the time where I was talking about my consumables, right around the time I'm talking about my consumables, right, so I was recording this, at least the vampire was the last part, and while I was in the middle of recording consumables for the other, like, on the same day, there's a thunderstorm overhead, and the power went out. So, the power's out for 5 hours, and I can't work on the build video because we ain't got no daggum power. And then power comes back on, and we have no internet, so I can't log into the game to finish showcasing the build. So I'm like, okay, what the frick? I can't do anything. But fortunately for me, at that time, my new PC parts arrived, so my motherboard and my CPU, so I'm like, well, the power's out, or the power was out, now it's back on, and, you know, I don't have access to the internet. The internet stays out for like 24 hours, so, you know, can't connect anything. So I'm like, you know what, let me just upgrade my PC. So I put the motherboard in, I put the CPU in, still no internet. Took me about like 4 or 5 hours to do that because I needed to make sure that the pieces were going in the right spot and everything. I had to clean everything up because it was a mess. And I get the computer working and everything's fine, okay? You know, but I still don't have access to the internet. And then, well, what is it? Can't freaking remember what it is. Oh, yes. So then the internet comes back, right? And I can't connect my computer to the internet. And it takes me about 2.5, maybe 3 hours to figure out that the motherboard didn't come installed with the proper drivers, and I needed to get access to the proper drivers in order to connect to a LAN cable, which is what I use. Even though the motherboard has access to Wi-Fi, in order for the Wi-Fi to work, it needs to be Wi-Fi 7, meaning I need to have I need to be on Windows 11 because Windows 10 does not support Wi-Fi 7 or whatever, so can't use the Wi-Fi feature of this motherboard, which is kind of sad, but you know, LAN cables are better anyway. But I get the drivers installed after about like 3 hours or whatever. And I'm like, oh, finally, I can record my build video. So after all that's said and done, I record the rest of the build video for the rest of the evening, and you can see the jump here, right? So I'm talking about vampirism, talking about how stage 4 is good. Then we get to the consumables, which is where I had to start over, basically. You can see that it's a different time of day. My camera's in a different position because by this point, I had fully reconstructed my computer. The internet was back, and I'm all good, okay? And we're ready to go. So I work on this all day yesterday, right? This entire build video, all the way over here. I have it linked in the community post. You know, I got the channel members and all that stuff. We do the outro, and I wanted to see how you guys thought about it. You know, and then I go to bed because I upload the video for channel members so that way they can get access to the videos early and whatnot. And I go to bed thinking absolutely nothing. I do take note that maybe there's maintenance for ESO, but they're probably just doing whatever they normally do, which is, I don't friggin' know. Then, I wake up this morning, right, and I try and log on to my computer because, you know, I'm done with the chores that I need to do. I've eaten my breakfast, so I'm ready to go. So I try and log on to my computer, and I can't. It wants me to log into a Microsoft account, so I log into the Microsoft account, and it says we can't verify this account. I'm like, what the frick? Have you just locked me out of the computer? Like, I can't get into my computer. So I mess around with it for about an hour and 30 minutes, and eventually it lets me in after just spamming a bunch of login attempts. They're like, oh, you don't have a valid Microsoft account or whatever. So freaking stupid. I fixed it. I should be able to. It shouldn't happen again. So I have my computer back, but Microsoft was like, oh no, you don't own your hardware. We do. You're not allowed to log into this computer because you don't have a Microsoft account, or at least whatever. So freaking stupid. And I fix all that, and then after fighting the computer for an hour and 30 minutes, I finally log on, right? And I go to figure out how to fix the settings with the computer after I actually am able to log in, so it doesn't happen again. And then after all that's said and done, I immediately go check Discord like I normally do, just to see if I've missed anything. And then, lo and behold, patch notes, and everyone in the Discord is saying, "Oh, Shattered Paths Signet got nerfed." Okay, so you're telling me, I fought to get this build video out through a daggum thunderstorm, a power outage, a reconstruction of my entire computer with an upgrade, you know, and then almost, it might have been almost, I don't freaking know, then I had to fight with Microsoft to get access to my own personal computer just to find out that the build video I spent the last 2 days trying to make, including the power outage and loss of internet, I can't freaking upload because you've nerfed the item that the build is made around. So now this is not good. This is not good. Sure, I showcased the other spec, and I do have the rest of the footage for this, so I'll blend it together after I'm done with the, you know, after I'm done with the stream and I find the build I want to use. But I burst comboed IRL is all I can say. Like, it's just annoying. Like, this is just the icing on top. Like, this was the one thing I was excited about. After having to put up with my computer and also, you know, having to fix it and whatnot, this was the one thing I was excited to do today, which was make the thumbnail, edit the description, and push this video out to you guys and see what you thought, and, you know, go about my business. But then ZeniMax changes the Mythic and takes that away from me. So now I have to reconstruct the video. Not in its entirety, some parts will still work and they can still be reused. But I have to go back through, run a bunch of tests, and see what I like, or I can post it. After all that, it's like, so I fought very hard to make this video happen for you guys, and then I can't post it, so. Because they changed the method. On Xbox NA, are you sure been withdrawer can work? Yes. Well, glad I've been out of the loop and never farmed Signet Linux. Bro, I am swapping to Linux after the scare I had today. I was afraid that they just wouldn't let me into my computer and I'd have to probably hard reset with everything on it in order to get access to my computer again. But eventually they let me through. I don't know what I did differently. The verification code was sent to the email. I redeemed that. It was like, no, the verification code is invalid. Verification code is invalid. And then the one time it is valid, it's like, oh, you cannot connect to a Microsoft account, not valid Microsoft account or whatever. I just keep spamming the code. I'm like, what the frick? And it works eventually. And then I turned that stupid thing off because apparently you can sign into Windows either using your Microsoft account or a local account. And I swapped it back to a local account because the Microsoft account got added when I was trying to get the Windows key so I could have a valid version of Windows again. But it forcibly added it into a Microsoft account, which I didn't want. And again, I said at the beginning of the stream, the only time I use my Microsoft account is if I'm playing like Minecraft or a game that requires me to have access to Xbox, like Sea of Thieves, or in this case, Forza. So I don't really know the password for that account. I have the verification set up through email, but the verification wouldn't work. And I was frustrated. Because all I wanted to do was log on and make the thumbnail and edit the description. And then I finally got through with, you know, the Microsoft troubleshooting and whatnot. I finally got into my PC, got access to it again. And come to find out, I can't upload the build video I was so excited to start finishing up because, well, the Signet's now out of date. I mean, no fault of ZeniMax, but what the frick? Honestly, rework LSUS made the status effect way too easy to access. Yeah, it did. I think you get the pulse gank back up using spattering disjunction for 40% status effect damage. You don't... The 40%... Like, listen. The pure Sorc pulse grease is probably still going to be the best. The Arcanist with spattering disjunction, I did test that. It wasn't as high as the Sorcerer. It's a funny spin-off you can do that does work because the combo is just so strong, but no, I don't think spattering will work as well as the Sorc version. It primarily was just buffed because of Signet. Just wasn't meant to be. Freaking bot, bro. My PC updated last night and broke my game, broke my file path entirely. I had to fix all my stuff too. Late to arrival, can you show me the sets you're using, please? This is what we've settled on for now. Front bar, Sheer Venom. Back bar, Vegetarian Ice Staff. On the body, we have Oblivion's Foe, which is another dot. One piece Gallant Chain, and then Death Dealer's Feet since we can't use Signet anymore. Then we've stacked for max stat with Stamina. We've got Sugar Skulls as our food. And once we're like fully buffed up, we do end up getting more weapon and spell damage than what Markin would offer. We just lose out on the armor. But, hey, Sustain may be a little bit more difficult because we don't have access to, you know, Orzorgas. But we get a lot more max health and a lot more max magic, which does equal Sustain in the long run if you manage it right. So, you know, it works. Why no Signet? Because it got nerfed. It don't work on players anymore. That's the whole point I'm streaming is because I need to fix the build. Oh, man. Would you like a shot of gin? I can share. No, I don't drink. I'm doing Kendrick Lamar script right now. Linux is fine if you never want to play a game with anti-cheat ever again. Didn't they fix that? I heard news recently with like Linux distributions, like more specifically like Steam games with it involved, that they're becoming much more compatible and it's becoming a good alternative. I think also I need to do more research into it, but apparently Steam has its own operating system you can use from Linux as well, which is just optimized for gaming. Which I'm definitely gonna probably look into because I'm not going to Windows 11 because I value my privacy. Nerfy McNerf. Microslop just needs to sell some more of your data to let you in. Bro. Oh my gosh. It's crazy how far they're able to push privacy concern, like how intrusive they're able to be with all the loopholes that they're leveraging in order to gather your data and sell it. It's crazy how they're skirting that line. Thank you. None of their own in-house anti-cheat like Call of Duty or Battlefield, etc. I don't play Call of Duty anyways, and I stopped playing Battlefield 6 once they broke their promise of, you know, no microtransactions or anything. Yeah, they launched the game, and then 2 weeks later they have an entire cash shop with skins and weapon skins and everything else. I'm like, nah, the beta was fun. We were this freaking close, but nah. I have to share. I can only drink a tiny amount. Games with easy anti-cheater fine though, I think. It's just this whole process leading up to figuring out that Signet was nerfed. So if you're like, oh, why is Epic so hot-headed about Signet getting nerfed or whatever, it's just another thing on top of the pile of things I'm dealing with, so you know. A little flustered. I can make it work, I'll survive without Signet, I don't need it to play this game. It's just, you know, I know people that farm the Signet, really like the Signet, made a good build with it, were able to play using Signet, something that's not Dragonite or Werewolf. Now, after spending all that time and money golding out gear and making the build and figuring out how it works, they just can't use it anymore because the mythic item the build was made around doesn't work no more. You know, great timing sauce. Like my friend Crow, he just came back, started playing a little bit. I got him on a Signet.Grease build. And he can't use it anymore, so I have no idea what he's doing. Larp, larp, slur, what's up, Fructo, the man? You go with Dragarkin or Oak Fathers for Bowsorc. It depends on the Bowsorc. If you're going for a pressure setup, I'd probably use Dragarkin. If you're going for like a more you know, sort of bursty setup depending on how you build Oak Fathers. How does Savara Scales do on this build? And what about Black Gym Monstrosity? I think Savara Scales could be a funny alternative to use. I don't like the cooldown on the set. I know it has a cooldown. Black Gym Monstrosity would be pretty decent as well. But we don't use it because I'm trying to have dots and not really as much burst. Bane, Savara Scales. Every 7 seconds. The fact it has a cooldown is just not cool, man. I don't want to set with a cooldown. I want to be able to just spam it and forget about it. That's why Oblivion's Foe is decent here. Because it's per target. Should I try a gank kill with all divines? Yes. That's normally how you run it. Would Fathers be less effective since they changed the major source for brutality? Next patch in update 51 they will. Yeah. Next patch. Not now. Now that change hasn't taken effect yet. I think rework Warden will still be worth a crap or just as broken as Dragon. Probably as broken as Dragon. And that's the best case scenario. Because if it's as broken as Dragonite, then you'll see a split between Dragonites and Wardens and then Werewolves in PvP. Or just in general, you know? And that means they did their job right. If you still see everyone on Dragonite after Warden comes out, they failed. And if you see about the same amount of Wardens you see now, then they failed too. Everyone, wish you good stream and etc. Thank you, Mr. Hang boy. So they gutted the new mythic already. Lol, yes, I know you just came back too, Splitty. I mean, we could still make cringe without the mythic. We don't need it. I'll tell you what, after this BG, we'll head into open world and see about Pluse Ganking. See how that goes. We can even find a match. There we go. What did you replace Signet with? I changed a few things with this build entirely if you were there for the last few streams I've done. We've gotten rid of Serpent's Disdain. I found it's not very good. We replaced it with Oblivion's Foe, and then we basically replaced Signet with Death Dealer's Feet. And then we changed our food. Instead of more sustain, we've gone with Sugar Skulls for more max stat. To buff our Font of Power to get more weapon and spell damage. And then also Death Dealers plays a part of that, and increasing that as well. And from what like the quick test I did on the target dummy at my house, I do actually end up getting more damage and max stat, like just more damage in general using Death Dealers than Markin through this method. Because if I was to run Markin, I would run the recovery food and not the max stat food. Because, well, it's Markin. So. No more HP. No, once we get everything procced up, we go to about 31k. We just have to build into the stacks for it, which is not hard to do when all of our damage is dot damage, you know? Like, it'll stack up pretty quick. potion there. Sustain is a little bit harder to maintain because we don't have like recoveries to back all that up. But you know, if I slow down and I pace myself and I play it properly, I don't need the max. I don't need the recovery food. I can just do whatever I want. You can see we have a really good pressure from range with just dots. You see these guys are really struggling to fight back against it. This is exactly what I wanted. You just poke them and then they have long-term harassment for a little bit. You gotta play like a Bowsorc though, so don't be too close to the bad guy. You gotta put yourself in a good spot. Just far enough away where they can't hit you, but far enough away where you're the one with the good advantage on range. And this is all without Signet. I'm still Signet brain though because I rarely activate my overload for extra damage. I landed that. Oh look! A well-packaged gift just for me. Oh damn it, Sigil! And you know what? If you were in the stream earlier, you heard me say it on stream. I know this is the spec that's going to work. I can't explain why it's going to work, but I know this is a spec that's going to work and I'll have the best success with. That's just how my freaking brain works. I just know stuff. Like a superpower. I haven't even golded the gear out yet, but I think I might after this week. Makes loads great again. Loads is so mid. If it did what Oblivion's foe did and you could apply it to each individual target for a good pressure, yeah, but can't do that. They don't let you do that. Yes. Right. 1.2 million damage. Not bad. Not bad. Okay, we go Pulse Ganking open world. I want to see C-Max. That match. 7 minutes, I think it was a whole match. Crystal Weapon, Sheer Venom, Oblivion's Foe. I wasn't taking as much as Sheer Venom, but I was only really able to land the Poison Inject sometimes, and the Bloody Soul just, I couldn't get it to land sometimes. You see it only landed 22 times. At least the initial hit. How did the Bloody Soul only land 22 times in that entire battleground? That's crazy. That everyone was spamming the roll dodge button and dodging the Bloody Souls. That can't be right. Well, I guess for the limited amount of hits I did land, I did a lot of damage. Oblivion's Foe would be much higher if the Bloody Souls actually landed, but... Make a filthy Argonian, abuse poison cooldown, a clever alchemist, and new pots they're making. You know, that might be an actual build that you'll see people playing. So this might end up being the build video. Excuse me. Golly. So I like this. It should gold out the stuff, but whatever. Guys, they nerfed the Signet to fight back against the Pluse Ganking. Guys, they nerfed the Signet. They nerfed the Signet to fight back against the Pluse Ganking. Guys, you don't understand. They nerfed the Mythic. Stop the Pluse Ganking. Guys. So our werewolves mega busted now. They can't use Signet against them. And they were busted before and after the Signet. Same with Dragonite, because it's a refresh. Oh, look at me! I'm playing the refresh. I need a feed. A feed. Bot. Freaking bot. -12-minute wait. 17 in queue. Okay, that's not bad. That's like 15 minutes. Still got a 45k HP werewolf running around with damage and sustain. Yeah. Infinite sustain, loss of free damage. Yeah. There's a percent DPS loss from losing Signet. About 20 to 25% on this build specifically. Which is pretty big. Not the end of the world kind of big, but about 20 to 25% DPS loss. Or just general damage loss. So a quarter of our damage was gone with Signet. Which, I mean, yes, if, you know, one mythic item is carrying a quarter of your damage, then it needs to be tuned, but it doesn't need to be cut out completely. Maybe you could turn it to like 10% of your damage through status effects, and all you'd have to do is maybe cut the damage values of Signet in half. Instead of remove it completely from PvP, you know? But yeah, they should have just nerfed it in half. See, anyone with like half a brain cell knows that if you've used Signet and you've played with it, they should have just nerfed it and cut the damage it does in half. That's all it needs. At like bare minimum, cut the damage in half. But no, let's go like full opposite direction here, and let's say theoretically we just disable its ability to deal damage to players. Yes. Sounds good to me. Y'all better go let them know how you feel on the forums. Like, yes, Signet was strong. Signet was very, very strong. I'm not saying it wasn't strong. I'm not saying it wasn't overtuned. Overtuned on the right specs for sure, 100%. What I'm saying is they over-nerfed the mythic item to the point of why even release the mythic item at all. Because now all the people that spent time and money making builds around the Signet can't use it anymore in PvP. Like, what's the freaking point? And mid-update as well. Can't use it. Like, oh, you can still use it. Oh, you'll just apply a few more status effects every now and again. Yes, because applying status effects is the same as increasing the damage of them, which is what the Signet's supposed to do. But it don't do that no more. At least for PvP. They released so we could grind. That's right. Yep. Giving him for inject XP. New Warden is probably status fake monster. I just, you know, I want it to be known that the nerf to the Signet, I hope it doesn't come off as like an overreaction. Oh, Signet, oh, I did it. Yeah, Signet needed to get nerfed. It didn't need to get removed from PvP. It didn't need to get removed. It need to get nerfed, yes, but did it need to get removed? No. $15 and Q for Grails. This is a good time to go do my Zila Zenithar dailies. Because yes, I am doing those. I get trade bars. I get a bunch of stuff. I mean, they're easy to do, so why not? That's what I'm hoping happens. The Pulse Gang is dead now, not like it was working much when everyone was super tanky with 40. No, it's not dead. Pulse Ganking existed before even Daggum Signet came out. Pulse Ganking was just made incredibly easy because Signet was released. Earn a champion point. I'm gonna go dig something out of the ground, but I'll probably earn a champion point pretty quickly. Crazy, I'm not doing the one in Craglorn. see. What furnishing do we want to acquire today? Running out of furnishings to dig out of the ground. Yeah, we'll go for another Ashen Inferno Gate. How do you deal with your Battle Mass reward boxes piling up in your mail? I just kind of like ignore them, and then I sit down with them at some point, and then I just mass open all of them and deal with them. Well, just try to BG with the nerf mythic on ESO Ganker. Still getting everyone. Zoss never. Yeah, because they didn't fix the fundamental issue, bro. They didn't fix the fundamental problem. It's still freaking there. They could have just nerfed the damage of the Signet and then made a few adjustments to how something like Crushing Shock works and susceptibility. Like, that's where most of the complaints were freaking coming from, is this. Yeah, but no, Signet's the issue, right? It's something they can see on a spreadsheet. Pluse Ganking became much more popular when Signet was released. Yes, it did, because it became very easy to kill stuff. But it still freaking exists. I'm actually a bunch of bots. Bunch of bots. Build a bot. Build a bot. I mean, granted, they're working with the information that they've been given, but just, you know, takes a little bit of bad information to reach Zoss's ear, and then everything's messed up. That's why they over-nerf stuff, because people are, like, on the forums going like, oh my gosh, the Signet's so busted, so strong! Yeah. Specific setups with Signet can definitely leverage the power it provided, yes. But it's because those specific setups were already strong to begin with, and they just get buffed by the Signet. So Zoss is gonna find out that, Pluse Ganking didn't really go nowhere. It did get nerfed, obviously, because the damage is a lot less, but, nope. The fundamental issue is still there, so... Lord. Less people will be wearing Mars. Probably. If you're smart, though, it's still the best defensive set in the game. Alma Miner is 10 out of 10, even in style with little eggs in the bag. 4% agree. Maybe 50% damage reduction on Signet and PvP would still be... See? See, Ruski? It's like everyone in chat comes to the same conclusion about what needed to change about the Signet. Like, we like the Signet as a concept for status effect builds, but they didn't need to remove it from freaking PvP completely. Just cut the damage it deals in half. I don't understand how Zoss can't see that. Like, that's just the general consensus everyone in chat has kind of come to today is, oh, maybe they should cut the Signet in half instead of remove it outright from the freaking PvP scene. You know, because, the issue isn't the Signet, right? Made everyone a slave in the trash market to go get the mythic to boost engagement numbers and completely remove the mythic item. I feel like that is true to an extent. That's why they put the mythic behind the night market at the beginning, and then also, you know, like... It was objectively very strong. Yes. The only incentive to go to the night market is to get the Signet. Maybe some of the monster sets are interesting, like Thousand Eyes, maybe Ruckus if you find a good use for it, but... Signet. Why you went to the night mall. I agree, I never would have done the night mall if it wasn't for the mythic. Meta changes, but still annoying. The time spent in night market for it to be useless in PvP. I don't even use it for PvE. I'm not gonna use it for PvE either. I'm just not gonna touch the mythic anymore. Which is exactly what Zoss wants, apparently. Like, if it was a 50% damage reduction, okay, whatever. It'll still get used in PvP. I can find a use for 50% damage on my status effects. Heck, even 40%. I can take 40% if you want to make the max ult 80. One in queue for Greyhost. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, and by the time I get back, I should be in Greyhost. No Shattered Path to D-Board. Yeah, didn't fix the core problem with the game. You know, the things that make the Shattered Path good. You know, didn't fix the hole in the floor. They just put carpet over it. Hole is still there. Step on the carpet, you still fall through into the hole. What about? Your GT boobin', Gore Thief. It's not best in slot anymore. It won't get used in PvE. It'll be an alternate set. It's gonna be like exclusively an infinite archive mythic now. That's it. It's only gonna be like used in the archive. That's it. Okay, my prediction for Greyhost. So is it like still on live server dead? Yeah, it's on. They nerfed it for the live server, but it don't do any damage to players anymore. Agent dead. Ain't gonna stop me though. But my predictions for Greyhost and not having the Signet on the Pluse Ganking, I'm not gonna as confidently be able to pick on really tanky werewolves or dragonites. I can pick on most other people though, no problem, because it would just be like it was before the Signet. But Signet allowed me to pick on really obnoxiously tanky targets. Like for example, a werewolf with 47,000 HP. Like, I'm gonna have to really consider if I can get away from the werewolf if I can't kill him and he has that much health, because what he'll do is just go into sniffer mode and then leap on me, and then that's it. He wins every time in that fight. Versus if I had the Signet, I had a chance to kill that in one burst. But now if I had to take a guesstimate, if it has more than like 40k health, 41k health, it's probably not really doable. Anything tankier than that is not gonna get one-shotted. Unless I activate Overload and I get some lucky crits, then I can probably take out 60k, but, you know, it's not a perfect world. Alright, good. It is. Why does my message keep disappearing? I don't know. What's your message? The werewolf didn't need an emergency nerf. Nope. No, it's... he's buff. I got stage 4, okay. It's gonna be a bit to get used to again. I have to fall in line with this thing. I feel like that just clipped the wolf's nail is not really a significant nerf. Your anchor bot's an ace spammer, so. Ow! Oh. I mean, I won't be able to pick on as tanky of a target, but I can still easily insta-kill certain people. You know what's funny is I'm gonna be able to insta-kill the people who are on the forums complaining about it insta-killing them. Like, that loud majority is the same person that's still gonna die instantly to the combo. So at the end of the day, they haven't solved anything if they think Signet's the issue. Quit rage quitting your BGs. All your Emperor Sorc stuff sad dude at Boone. What? Music sounds like a Firefly show. I'm about to sell you a Ford Raptor. What's your scribe skill on your bow bar? Oh, friggin' voice. It's Healing Burst. Removes a negative effect, grants minor courage, and extra whatever else, everything. Yeah, that's consistent. I'm surprised you got out of that everything. He held block. Wow, he held block. I still did a quarter of his health. I will pop a barrier if you run over here. Just guess what? I don't need Signet anymore. I don't need Signet anymore. Let me get some mag back. Hold on. Activate magic regeneration powers. I don't know this right now. I'm surprised he found you were even in chat. Let's go harass more locals. Like, of course, like I said, I'll probably have like a quarter less damage than I used to, but still enough to instantly put people away. Stage 4 over there. Like again, without the Signet, I can't really confidently pick on players as like I used to. So I gotta wait for better opportunities. I want to try and guarantee a kill on someone. Oh, damn. can't grab a few on their way to the keep. Stop freaking spamming race against time, you're gonna run out of mag. What? Oh, I ran a stam prick. Oh, they don't see me. Good. Golly, the sustain is a bit rough, but you can even swap out 4 Zorgas. A little bit. Just get away from that. Guys need to line up full combos and tank your targets. Or you just don't got the time to do that. And they defended it. Crushing weapon work with crystal weapon. No. Yeah, casting the thing again will override it. He's going in the side door. I gotta camp up for that. That's funny. I am lagging like crazy, holy frick. We're gonna take out that werewolf. Yeah, at a certain point, the health threshold is a little too much, and I have to keep the pressure up a little bit more, but I can still kill stuff. Like, I'd knock those two guys out. That healer in the back had like 45k HP though, and he was a healer, so you know he's in like 50k resist and stack to heal himself, so of course it's going to be harder to take him out, but I can still kill those guys. It's not impossible. Signet really dead. If it's viable, not absurd, then it'd be... Oh, it's just completely dead. It doesn't deal damage. It doesn't have additional damage dealt to players anymore. They took that away. So there's no point for it to be on any PvP build, apart from I'm trying to apply a lot of status effects. Missed most of that. I didn't get the second light attack off. That's cool. Because he was going up the stairs. The guy's probably saying to himself, "Oh, I love the Signet myth. I love the nerf on the Signet. Now people can't gank me." Bro, I couldn't land that second light attack. Bruh. No, okay, well, good job, Zoss. Great job, Zoss. Great job. Cool. It just forced me out of sprint. And then I died. Cool. I hate how finicky stage 4 is. Like, I was sprinting up this. Did I run out of stamina? Did Epic run out of stamina? No, Epic did not run out of stamina. It just canceled stage 4 and immediately killed me. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Zenimax. Had to make sure because, I mean, I could be rusty playing this build, but nope, I know when something don't feel right. I was sprinting up the stairs and I must have stubbed my toe on one of the stairs because it canceled my sprint, meaning I couldn't go into stage 4. It was awesome. I love that. I can get my resources back. I can fight him face to face. I know I can. He's squishy enough. I can serve my ultimate for when he's done roll dodge spamming. Oh great, there's the stage 4 bug again. Cool. Oh, cool. Stage 4 bug killed me again. Golly. My guy would not have survived if I could have gotten away again and tried again. He is on Templar, so he just full counters everything I'm trying to do with all of his runes. Golly, sustain is a bit more difficult. I might need to go back to Orzorga's. I have to take like 15 minutes away from a fight to freaking breathe. My light attack, please. Cool, the game is barely working. I freaking love Grey Host. Sorry guys, I'm trying to freaking test the Pluse Ganker, but I can barely get my skills to freaking go off. Target is not at a range, you bot. Holy freaking blues. Golly, bro. What the frick? Freaking goodness gracious. No wonder the game isn't working. Do you see all those guys down there? Can't cast any freaking skills. I think I just wiped out a small army with this build. Even though I can barely get my skills to fire off properly. I think you got airtime down the stairs, which canceled stealth. Yarb. No reason that going that fast downstairs should make me launch off of them. I've always hated that. Well, worst part, it cancels your stage 4. That guy was fully buffed up with wings and everything and just melted. Some people are just like so tanky that they're not really good at doing anything else but being a tank, and they still have enough damage to kill me because of course it's freaking Pluse Ganker. But like this guy, for example, he's not even playing, he's just really tanky. Like there are just some people that are just incredibly tanky natively, so oh my gosh. Like your average PvP build with like Rallying Cry and you know, someone said Oak Fathers, Rallying Cry, Oak Fathers, 35k HP, 30k resist. I'm not gonna get away from this unless you have an absurd amount of resist and you have a lot of passive healing power like on a Templar or something. Then you can get out of this. This guy's way too tanky. I don't think he'll have the damage to kill anyone but me because of how tanky he is. Yeah, he's just a full tank. That's why this big Zerg hasn't killed him yet. I can't super confidently pick on as many people anymore without Signet, but the whole build still freaking works. Like, just disabling the damage on Signet disabled so many other builds, but it didn't disable the build that you were trying to nerf. You just ruined a lot of other people's builds. That's all you did. Signet was one of the things that made par jabs good. It was kind of meh otherwise. Yeah, it nerfed so many other builds and just made them not viable anymore. You could probably make other things still work with them, but you just can't get the same results Signet had. That's why cutting the damage in half would have been a lot better of an option. Yeah, Zerg build. That's a expunged modified tank. My skills aren't even working. I'm not even in active combat. right. I win. I don't know. I didn't need to do that, but I did. I'm a bot. Huh. Alright, cool. Desync. Died to lag. What a freaking bot. But it's not flagged yet. I will have my revenge in a short amount of time. Also, I have no idea how he hit me from like 4 miles away, even though I put 3 streaks in between me and him. That is some ridiculous desync. Oh no, you were hit back over here while you're next to the keep. You should have let me freaking know that so I could do something about it. Get him! No, I'm after this guy. Come here. Right. Just spam the sap essence, why don't you? Spam the sap essence, why don't you? I don't know how you rolled everything perfectly just then. That is actually insane. He also managed to roll the bound armaments, which does hit people as soon as they come out of roll dodge. So I don't know what kind of funny tech's going on in freaking Greyhost. Probably just more general Greyhost lag, but it's absurd he got away from that. He should not have. I'm just gonna farm new mats until the Nightblade refresh. Alright, well, I'll see you in about 1.5 years. We're not even sure if Warden's gonna come out in update 51. When is update 51? August? It might end up being September at this rate. If they're gonna do the PTS in July, it'll need to sit on there for a month, so it'll be September. It won't even be in August, where it normally is. It's stupid. Oh yeah, you just get close to this place and my frames just disappear. I'm not sure which one of those guys I'm hitting. Friggin' Okui. Where I'm at right now is a very dangerous spot to be because there's not a lot of escape routes if I do go for a gank and I am unsuccessful. Not a lot of potential outs here. I had overload up for that combo, he would have been killed. That's the necro tank. That's crazy. Man had a Dawnbreaker and a Blastbones and a Detect coming looking for me out of stealth. I have 22k HP. His Necro can't even kill me, and I'm this freaking squishy. He goes into Executioner spam, which everything's supposed to be a crit on Necro. And he still can't freaking kill me because I'm just mashing one button over and over and over again. I feel bad for the guy. He's just so tanky, he has no damage. He can't even kill me with a Battlelord, Dawnbreaker, Blastbo, or was it? I think it was something. I don't remember. 4 freaking Necromancer, right? And we needed to nerf the Signet. Mythic is still obtainable without Night Market. I just got it 2 days ago. Boom, nerf. Yep. Hope you enjoyed spending your time farming the Mythic and then getting gear for it and then making it gold and then enjoying it for like a day. And guess what? The thing that they were trying to solve by nerfing the sick day didn't freaking fix it, because look what I'm doing. Look what the frick I'm doing. Like, it's harder now, yes, but it's not impossible. I'm still harassing people. Oh my gosh, the game isn't even rendering in anymore. Freaking nephew beat me. This is just Draugr and Winterborn. This is the old spec before the Signet came out. Didn't fix the freaking problem. It nerfed a bunch of people's builds and made them waste a lot of money. Oh my gosh, the guards and that random guy got in front of him. You want it? Come and get it. You want it? Come and get it. Why, like, are you making yourself gankable or something? Like, it's so hard to resist not poking you. Oh, so I guess they'll throw those on at least. Yep. The lag wasn't so freaking bad. I could probably be a little bit more dangerous, but like I don't want to take certain risks with this performance. It's so bad. This will be a good gank line right here. Get off the guys in siege. Can I streak? Let me streak! Oh my gosh, freaking performance saved that man's life. All I need to do is streak and then Endless Fury, but I can't even freaking do the most basic tag up grease. I'm out of everything. Even with Bowsorc. No gas. They're inside too, great. Not even the freaking map is rendering in. What did they do with the update? It made it so unoptimized. The game is even worse with its performance now. What the frick? Oh, the poor werewolf. I did get that guy, which was pretty good. Really risky attempt, but it paid off. Everton, do you want to get zapped? Lag here is pretty freaking bad. Why did I do that? Why the frick did I do that? I killed myself. Good job, me. Great decision to jump off the top after the guy that's gonna die to fall damage. Genius idea. See, that was just me being stupid. What got me killed there. A mythic art, we're not running a mythic. Because the mythic wasn't the problem with the build. Bot. Wow. Golly, hold the block button more, golly. Funny because you could counter this build with the Signet the exact same way. Just by holding block. So like if you were getting killed by this build, even with Signet, like it didn't fix anything is what I'm trying to say. Just nerfing Signet wasn't the solution. It just ruined a lot of other builds as a result. Pure Stork still better than post Signet, or is a subclass build better again? I like the Pure Stork. I like the idea of a Pure Stork. I mean, we could test both, but I think you'll find that we'll just get really similar damage either way. So it doesn't really matter if you subclass or not. They're gonna both be about the same. What the hell? crystal weapon's gonna wear off. Oh, we still got it. Okay, cool. Hey, you're gonna let me go back into stealth? Someone's salty about getting ganked. Holy frick. Man spent the 3 minutes just waiting in stealth for me to come out to try and get his revenge. That's pretty freaking petty. But I don't blame him. He was probably expecting me not to get him because, oh, Signet's been nerfed. Nope. It ain't been nerfed. See, you can still kill this build. I don't know why you need to attack Signet. Maybe they'll bring a day market. Yeah, where's the day market? Why we only get the night market? Hi, Big. Just got home from work and see your post on YouTube. What's going on with the Signet PvP? They nerfed Signet and it don't work in PvP anymore. You don't get the extra bonus damage against players. They took that away from the Signet. I'm just out here proving like, okay, well, Signet wasn't the issue. You just killed a lot of builds that people spent time and money making when you could have just nerfed it. But no, you had to completely remove it from PvP, and you still didn't fix the core problem, which was people running around with this specific build. Like a genius. Freaking ZeniMax. But yeah, well, I'm upset myself personally. Like, oh, okay, Signet got nerfed. I can make more builds. I don't need freaking Signet to play the game. I like Signet as an idea, buffing status effects. It was very overtuned, very strong. Don't get me wrong. It was definitely freaking busted. But it just needed like a get cut in half kind of nerf. It didn't need to go like full, let's completely remove the ability of this mythic item to deal damage in PvP, apart from maybe applying status effects, right? This is on top of me spending a few days trying to actually make like a build video for you guys regarding my Bowsorc, my pressure.bowsorc build. I had to go back today and fully reconfigure it in order to make it work. Again, because, well, you know, I was sitting on the video to upload it today, but lo and behold, today they also say, oh, we're gonna nerf the Shattered Paths Signet because it's too strong. Yes, it's too strong. You don't need to remove it from the freaking PvP seed. Like, golly. Cut the damage it deals in half and call it a freaking day. Why you gotta remove it entirely? Like, I don't understand. Anyways, things like that make me think it serves you right when most players leave to go play GTA 6. From now or in the next update. But yeah, they're definitely not helping themselves by doing this. A lot of people are upset that it got nerfed. Me included, but like I'm saying, I don't need Signet to play PvP. I can play without Signet. I just liked what it brought to the table in terms of potential builds that you could make, you know? Opened a lot of doors for you to be doing a lot of goofy stuff and be sort of viable with it. You know? But I'm more so disappointed that it had to line up with the day that I wanted to release the build video for my Bowsorc, so now I have to go back and fully reconfigure that. And like, what we've just spent the last maybe hour running around in PvP proving is that Signet was not the freaking problem and it didn't need to get nerfed, but ZeniMax doesn't know that because they look at a spreadsheet and that's where they get their answers from. Like, I can still gank people with this build. It's just really laggy at the moment, and I'm not playing very well today because I'm just kind of, you know, upset having to deal with a lot of stuff. But, you know, I could be playing better and being even more lethal with this build if my brain was all in on it, but it's not. I'm just kind of playing and showing you, you still can pulse gank. It's not dead. They didn't fix the problem. all the people who were complaining on the forums about it, like getting, yes, it needed to get nerfed. It needed to get nerfed, but I wasn't attacking the Signet for that. Signet, yeah, I need to get nerfed, but there's other underlying issues that need to get addressed. Primarily desync timers through skills. That's how you can lag people to death. That's what we're kind of doing. So, like, they basically just ruined a bunch of people's builds for no reason. Nerfing it into the ground is just him being lazy. As someone said in chat earlier, I forget who it was the easiest option for them to balance the Signet. But what they took away as a result of their laziness to try and actually fix general core game balance was a lot of people's time and money making builds that are now don't really work as well. Anyways, I'm gonna go play the Bowsorc. Made it pretty clear you can still pulse gank. A little difficult in lag. Signet also killed Sorc in PvE too. Sorc's entire parse cheese to match other classes DPS relied heavily on Signet unlike other classes because it's got a lot of good tools to proc status effects. Because why do they listen to the wrong people all the time? You hear 95% of the people crying Werewolf is too strong, but you don't see them taking it out of PvP. Honestly, they did themselves no favors. This is why they need to find, like, not only do they need to be more transparent, but also they need to find reputable people that they can actively listen to for feedback on the game. Like players that are out here in the trenches, like me, for example. To see what is good and what isn't, and make the compromises that way. But they don't. It's the same people just on the forums, like, on their siege. Like, oh, I keep getting ganked off of my siege. Nerf Signet. Yeah, well, guess what? I can still gank you off your siege without the Signet. Yeah, bot. They nerf Shatter Path. Yes. It don't work in PvP anymore. Nice gaming in Zerg. How many you can take this fight, sir? His Mara's on. It'll be harder to kill him, but still doable with this specific spec. That'll kill him. What has ESO done this time? What's good, Twin? What's up? They nerfed Signet. I didn't fix the problem of just general like cringe and status effects. Like you can still pulse gank, which is why I'm pretty sure they tried to nerf it. Not Arcadist portal? What the frick is that? That'll probably do him in. Oh, the Arcanist has a lot of shields, doesn't it? Pretty much useless against me. Basically, yeah. Oh, kill enemy Arcanist. There's a guy coming. Yeah, I think I'll remain up here. This thing's not a vampire though, it's just kind of pain for her to be a vampire in this build. I think this will be the Bowsorc spec that I update for. It just, to me, it just makes the most sense. Gives me the result I want. I saw you, you little grease. You get all this freaking rock. I freaking dare you. Oh, I see you. And that'll do him in. Now we watch eagerly. He dies to cringe. Oh, he's still alive? That's impressive. Oh. No, I feel bad. If that were me, I would feel very bad if someone tried to, you know, do that to me. We'll let him go. Oh, he still died. Okay. You peeking over the edge, you're gonna find out. You're gonna find out, son. Oh, it's the Gnome King, the one true Gnome King. Does he know? Might be kill. Oh, they're like peeking over the wall just enough to not get hit, and then going back behind the wall to go get healed by someone on the wall. Okay, well, this will help kill them. And my skills. Oh, he's coming back. Got him. Got him. Got him. Oh, look at him, they're sieging me. Oh. Ah! No, werewolves are... Holy frick, what the 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 frick, how I got out of that. Oh my gosh, I love Invis Pot. Oh my frick, what the frick, what the frick, what the frick, what the frick, get out of here. Ooh. No, they found me. Back up. Back up. I'm scared. I'm scared. I don't know what that was. I'm running away. Oh no, they found me. This is why I would love to be stage 4. The most I got's an invis pot. See how committed they are to the cause. One. I need a little bit more overload before I can make it happen. I don't know what that guy was doing. Back up. Back up. Werewolf posse appeared out of nowhere. I streaked 3 times and popped an invis pot and it freaking worked. Oh my gosh, that was horrifying. I'm also noticing that I'm doing just fine with Orzorgas as my food and not trying to min-max the stats for, you know, Quanta Power, which is pretty nice. Come on. Show thyself. Peek! Peek over that ledge! Peek over that ledge! Peek! Oh, we're getting on this rock. Yeah, y'all ain't gonna be safe for much longer. You killed yourself, sir. Have fun with those dots. Have fun with those dots. That might kill that guy too. Oh, he's just spamming the mushrooms. You can see it through the wall. He's barely getting out of it. Whee! Is that your whole plan? Just to like peek out from behind the wall every occasion? That's wrong. Ultimate. Cool. That might do him in. He's got just enough healing to survive that. What a bot. That's gonna be a kill if he doesn't move. Yep. They're healing the guard. That's crazy. That'll probably do it if he doesn't have the healing. Yep, there he goes. man trying to siege me? Ah, you feel so safe on your siege? No. Harassing these guys off the wall. This is pretty fun. It's like a whack-a-mole. That guy keeps peeking over the wall as soon as I activate my crystal weapon, so I can't line up anything on him. It's like he knows. Did Werewolf get nerfed? No, they did not nerf Werewolf, but they nerfed the Signet. And it made such a difference, it did, didn't it? Oh no, not the flame lash spam. And the siege spam at the same time. Ooh. Oh, he's really tanked up, he has, hasn't he? Mara's bomb, the block button, and infinite sustain. That's all that man had. And a dream. I think I heard. I'm back, Mr. Wall Camper. You can't get rid of me. I exist. Oh no, you've stunned me. Shame be brought to thee upon thine stun. Keep thine head over thine wall and receive debuff. This guy is like overly cautious about peeking his head over the wall. I should probably pay attention to the guys coming out of the keep, but... Peek! Here comes. I can feel it. I can feel it. I can feel it in my bot senses. Here it comes. Let's go peek over the wall and try and poke me again. Peek! 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 It's whack-a-mole! If he peeks over the wall, I might be able to get all crits on him and murder his face. I guess I got some hooks in him. Oh, is it enough? I don't know. I probably need to throw the poison inject after the overload. And that would be lethal damage. I want to go to this side now. You want to come over here? Hey, hit that guy. Alright. Siege me! Siege me! Werewolf. I've learned from my previous mistake how to counter your playstyle of peeking over the wall for half a second. That'll hurt. Whee! I'm not running away, it's just called leveraging distance. It's called strategy. If I'm a bow build, why should I let you hit me if I can just put distance between me and you? How far though, Chase? Werewolf is he's trying to encroach. You ain't gonna catch me. You ain't gonna catch me. This Sorc is gonna try. He's gonna try to catch me. You gonna wear yourself at a stam, sir? Golly, I can't freaking hit him. Ooh. Crushing shock too, huh? I'll take this sword fight. Not build. I put up a decent fight. What's up, Sherman? Our Arcanist and PvP these are bad. Now you don't have Signet, you can't even like really do much with the Arcanist. You're not very good. I saw a bunch of yellow friends going towards the door, so poke that guy, let him have some fun. Right, run away. Ow. You escape. You escape, we abuse speed. Come on over here. Guys, we need to nerf rocks in Sewer. The rocks are too potent. I could probably pressure through that guy's shield. He's got a lot of health, but I don't know how long he can sustain that for. Like a one coag is enough to like maybe put him back to half health, which is kind of impressive. But he just taps inhale and then goes straight into coag. Definitely not abusing infinite sustain with Dragonite at all. Nope. Wow. Snipe, Dawnbreaker, Power Extraction, Soul Shatter. I think I actually killed myself with the Soul Shatter. Is that passive still in? No, Soul Lock is. I'm surprised he didn't kill himself with it. Because the Soul Shatter makes you take damage too when that procs. So he must have been getting off heals from some guy at the top of the keep the second he came out of stealth. Oh, we don't like that Bowsorc over there. Let's go get him. They should put craters on the Cyrodiil. Yeah, they need to nerf Signet again. Even though you can't use it in PvP, they just need to remove it from the game. If you fall, immediately dead. Wow. Those PvPs feel better now out of the Mythic? No. Feels the exact same. It just got harder to kill people. Really feel, to be honest, I've been having so much fun with your bow build. I know mine wasn't nowhere near as powerful as a build, but I couldn't get the same damage numbers. I was looking forward to the build. Yeah, and then they take that away, not only from you, but they take it away from me, because I was excited to release the build video, but oh no, we can't do that. You gotta nerf the Signet. Ooh, you finally got me, bro. You and the entire yellow faction. GG. What's up, dude? What are you trying to do? You, like, come out of stealth with a Dawnbreaker of... Explain your build to me, because I'm genuinely confused. I feel like it could hit harder. This is what y'all gotta do to make ends meet with ganking. This is something I'm working on. I'm already getting poked by these goobers who are still on the wall, so... Sorry, a little weak. Necromancer approaching. Guys, watch out. Dead class, watch out. Ow, ow, don't peek. Don't peek. Peek. And poking me. Stop it. Aim. Aim. Be back to whence you came. Back to whence thee came. That guy keeps coming over the ledge and just like popping out. He's just literally whack-a-mole. I found the most effective thing is to make sure a crystal weapon and then land a poison injection because he doesn't really survive the poison injection when crystal weapon wasn't active. I like how, like, oh, wrong. I love how persistent he is, though. I'll get him, though. I'll get him again. Oh my gosh. Oh, not Cyrodiil guards. Oh, look, they got dedicated siege for me. Oh no, werewolves. You know the strategy. It's called run away and put distance between you and the werewolf. He's the only one that chases. It's all good because we can deal with that. Ow, freaking Swallow Soul is hitting hard. It must be like a ganker or something. If I could break free, I could have killed that werewolf, but CC break bug's a real thing in this game. And I can't even cast my streak. Like, I mashed it 3 times, I couldn't even cast it. I'm about to get desynced, I can feel it. Game's like 4 hours behind where it needs to be. I need to run away more. Oh! Look, he removed his werewolf form. Another freaking werewolf? What the frick? I ain't seen this today. just let my dots do the rest. I don't think he has any resources to heal out of these. Yeah, no, he doesn't. Alright, Mr. Necromancer. Wait, Jack? Are you Jack? Are you? Is this the guy from chat? What? What? Is that you, Mr. Jack? In chat? Jerusalem. Yeah, you. Or your name's just similar. Have you changed the whole build? No, that's not you. Why? Your names look similar. His name is Jack Rips. You're like Jack the Stripper. So it's like Jack Rips. See, Necromancer OP needs to be nerfed. That's right. That's right. Need to get rid of Necromancer next. They need to make Necromancer not deal damage in PvP. Just like the Signet. Dragonite. I'll be held in my cringe. You think I'm gonna get close to you willingly? That's stupid. I'm a Bowsorc, bro. You do realize corrosive is not going to help you in this situation because I have so many small ticks of damage that you're still going to take like a max damage from it. I love how corrosive is like such a it's like false face. It doesn't actually give you any tankiness. And the original jacked. No, I haven't changed the whole entire build-up. I'm probably about to get Zerg here in a second, but all I've done is replace Serpent's Disdain with... what's his face? Oblivion's Foe. It's not even gold, but I don't think it really needs to be gold. And then we just put Death Dealer's Feet on. Extra max stat, so we can scale Font of Power a bit better. And we more or less get very similar results of just general obnoxious range dot cringe of Grease. Absolutely obnoxious amounts of dot damage. And we don't even need Signet to do it, so like, it's nice. No. What the frick? What are these? What? Like, what the frick? Just trying to come out of stealth on me. I don't appreciate that one bit. I'll keep my distance and it'll be fine. Oh. Oh my gosh, he changed his build to counter mine. What the frick? Oh no, that's a different guy. Oh wow, Power Lash, Acuity, you're so good. He's just better. Acuity, Power Lash, Toppling, he's just better, man. PK should only be able to make builds around Poop Rock. Real. Bad players dying today without Signet. They're not able to kill stuff anymore unless they use cringe. Like, I'm fine without Signet. I'd prefer to have Signet. It makes making a build a lot more straightforward, but I don't need it to be effective. And yes, it dealt a lot of obnoxious damage, but, you know, it didn't need to get removed from PvP completely. Make it less appealing by cutting the damage in half, but you can't do it. Nope. Too much. I win. Can you suggest sets to play Werewolf PvP? I personally use Draugr and Savage Werewolf if I was to play it. Oh my, oh no. What the frick? Where's it? What is it? Oh, I'm just a humble Bowsorc. Leave me be. Isn't one guy gap close spamming me? Oh no, it's a Cutie Flame Lash spam DK bot. Take him out. He's got his Flame Lash stack, so I need to be careful. No, I'm about to get topple spammed again. I'm gonna need this. Erosive again? Bruh. I just crutching hard on the block button and subclassing. So many. What the frick is this? Why are there so many of them in the field? Back up. Back up. Back up. Oh, the troops are approaching. What the frick? Run away. This is fairly entertaining, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna try and keep the party going. I'm not gonna like fight them towards the keep because I think it's really funny how they're all chasing me around like this. Oh no, this guy's just gonna topple charge spam me again. Oh no, it's another copy-paste Dragonite build. Wow, you don't have your Signet anymore. I see what you gotta do to make ends meet. Oh, he's mounted up. Boy, get him. Oh, that might do it. Oh, that might do it. Oh, that might do it. That'll do it. Yep, there he goes. Now, I like not parkour roll every time I frickin' move. What the frick? So these guys need... Oh my gosh. Wow! Amazing! Wow! Wow! Get freaking carried! Holy frick! It moved pot. Oh my gosh. Yeah, because Signet's the problem, right, guys? It's not people holding the block button, tapping inhale, and walking up to me, hitting me with 15k molten whips. No! Signet's the issue that needs to get hotfixed. It's not the indefinite sustain and an insta-kill button attached to one freaking class. No! It's Signet! You know, the new mythic item that you went and farmed and had to spend millions of gold making builds for that you can no longer use? Yeah, that's the problem, guys. That's the problem. Yeah, let's just gut it so it doesn't work in PvP anymore. I swear, the incompetency of these devs sometimes makes me very frustrated. Like, bro, they're all on Dragonite. You're like, oh, everyone's using Signet in PvP. Okay, well, everyone's on Dragonite in PvP. Why don't you nerf that? Should I post my 30k frags video? Go ahead, I don't care. Unnerfed gank builds feels great. I have unnerfed gank builds too. I'm just upset that, you know, this is what they wanted to do. Completely kill an entire mythic item. Especially when I had a build video lined up with the mythic item in it that I can't post now. I think that's the most frustrating part. Balling right now. Thank you, Ninja. I just want to remind you guys, Dragonite needs a buff. We should buff Dragonite. Everyone needs to go on the forums and tell them to buff Dragonite. It's not strong. Because Whip is a skill that kills me before the animation even plays, and that's very balanced, right? At least Specbo has... Oh, no, Specbo... You know, Specbo does the same thing. It has a really slow travel time because it's a projectile, right? Now, Whip deals damage instantly when you press the button. It does damage before the animation even freaking plays. How are you supposed to counter that? Need to rework all classes already. They can't even balance the classes properly in the meantime. Introduce a new mythic and then nerf it into the ground because one build is strong with it. Like, you can tell those Dragonites that ran me over earlier are actual NPCs. They're just getting hard carried by the most powerful class the game has seen to date. Like, what skill is there toppling charge into an Acuity Whip that hits me for 15k? That I can't dodge, I can't block or anything because it's instant damage. With no counter. You know? What kind of skill is that? Huh? Mostly freaking Signet took more skill to use. Arcanists are freaking tanky still, and you build them right. That guy knows what he's doing with his Arcanist. But unfortunately, if you paid close attention to what he's using, it's all proc sets. Sadly, that's how you make an Arcanist work. Oh no, someone's hurting my werewolf. Wait for the fear, there it is. Now we just get away from him a little bit. Oh, it's a werewolf being followed around by a 70k HP pocket shielder. Man logged on to PvP to do this. You're using Serpent Sustain? And no, we're not even using Serpent Sustain. I hit this guy and it just feels awkward to hit him because he's like not fighting back. So I'm kind of torn on what I need to do. Roll cancel vigor, please. I desperately need to get away from a zerg of people trying to murder me. That is some insane survivability at no health. Holy frick. He just pokes me and then goes back through his portal. What an interesting strategy. Oh, he's running away now. Okay. Sheer Venom and Oblivion's Foe. That's what we've settled on. Yep. It should turn you into an actual dragon. Turn to a Dover. I'm gonna go get on the back line and poke them. I don't want to be in a tower. I try and drag him out of the field and kill him. Oh, this man's attempted an ambush. Oh, interesting. I forget what that set is called. It's the Crimson Twilight. Werewolf Deterrent. I can't use my skills. That 16k frag seems pretty... Yep. I read every one of that man's attacks because fortunately for him, or fortunately for me, that build is incredibly predictable. Dodge the toppling charge so they can't land the whip. Pretty straightforward. But when there's like 4 or 5 of them, it becomes an issue because they're all running the exact same meta build. Like, golly, get carried harder. Dang it. Bruh, can you not see I am preoccupied with, like, the 500 other yellows? Where's the front door? No, I don't want to fight your 1v1 build. Golly, what the frick? Dude, there's like 500 yellows at the front door, and this guy's like, oh, let's go pick on this guy. Frick, they're even inside. What the frick? We meet again. Wow. We meet again. Wait, they broke the front door down and the walls surrounding it? That's a kill. What the frick? This freaking shield tank again. Did not mean to do that. They didn't break the front door. Yeah. They've escaped through the front door. Are we going werewolf hunting here? How are you CC immune? That's crazy. Freak. Well, it is not a time to be standing around. This is an active war zone, sir. Let me just dot up the yellow and then run away. Now there's blues in here. Probably the most confusing part. You fixed the wall? Oh, that's a blue ball group. Alright, cool. Yep, that's happening. Dark can wear more remote like Keen and Death Dealer. No, not Death Dealers. Can use a mythic. I'm gonna go on a ganking rampage tonight and show all the Signet babies with actual damage. I already did that with the pulse grease. I just want to play Bowsorc. That's a pretty good build. It's decent. A little bit of love for you on your way over there, Mr. True Gnome King. Up. 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 Why did he Dawnbreaker? I don't understand. Yes, Harden Ward. Harden Ward. We did it. We killed him with dots. Not sure what that Dawnbreaker was about, but... What's up, Magnum Force? Welcome. Oh, here, let me help you get to where you're going. There you go. Have some of those. Enjoy that. Don't spend it all in one place. Why is it hiding behind a rock? I don't understand. What are you doing? Oh, it's stage 4'd out. Okay. I didn't even have my armor buff up. That's the guy that zerged me down earlier and hit me for a 15k whip, by the way. Right, because remember Dragonite is not the problem. The Signet is the issue. I want you to remember that. Signet is the problem. Yeah. Not the indefinite sustain a DK has. Oh. That's the build, right? Not this build, no. The other one, the Pulse Grease, just doesn't have that. It's Drawer Cannon Winterborn with 2-piece Molag Tina. That's all you got space for, and then you backbar Vegetarian Staff. Or sorry, not Vegetarian Staff. The bait boat. Vegetarian boat. We defended it nice. Dot Bruce. Oh, my BGs again. Open World's okay, I guess. Glad to have some experience with the bow build in open world. It's just way too freaking laggy in here to enjoy properly. I go up to these keeps where all the fights are at, and then the game just stops working. In stream. It's like 9 o'clock. I get tired. Glad to have a Bowsorc build that does what I want, though. Nice. Similar to the old spec that got freaking gutted because of Signet, but I mean, we get basically the same results with this. Sort of. I'll just have to, like, spend tomorrow fixing the video so you guys watch. I'll make something for this. This build is pretty fun. Just play DK. It comes with anti-lag. Oh my gosh, why didn't I think of that? If I just play Dragonite, I can win too. Oh my goodness, it's genius. Genius, absolutely genius. Oh, so smart. Assume this is the proofs, correct? Arena Gladiator. Perfect. Can't do another quest. Sad. Cyrodiil treasure map. What? Guys, should I go do the Cyrodiil treasure map? Got a build video coming out for the Bowsorc. Yeah, this one. Because I was gonna post the other one with the Signet, but then today they nerfed Signet, and I had to like go back to the drawing board sort of. But it's funny that like I literally said it earlier in the stream. I already know exactly what I want to run, and I know how to fix the build. And lo and behold, I run a bunch of other stuff just to test it to see how it feels. And then I actually run the thing that I know is going to work, and I can't explain why I say it. And then it works, because I just know it's going to work, and here we are. The build that it just works. It just works. Just works. So yeah, I'll make something for this. Since, oh, are they gonna nerf Oblivion's foe next? Who knows? Nah, they won't. They haven't touched us in years. For them to randomly touch it would literally just be targeted harassment at me. Oblivion's foe is overperforming. I want to see what the, Venom was the most. Oblivion's foe not far behind. Venom, Oblivion's foe. They take for about the same amount. Oblivion's foe hits a little harder without the execute scale. Which is nice since it's up a lot. "11-minute fight. Bristol weapon. Your Venom. Oblivion's foe." Probably be paying attention to what's going on around me. I just saw someone go to the resource. Park in the middle of the field on my mount. I'm gonna look at CMX. Yeah, definitely a smart idea. How'd Seer do? Arlen Conqueror Drawer, can this still work? Without Signet, you're not gonna have the upfront burst damage that you need with status effect application, so there's really no need or no reason to play that. Because if you can't spam proc status effects for big damage on smaller ticks of damage, yeah. Or I'll make a burst Bowsorc build at some point, but honestly, I think no Arca and Tarnished Nightmare is still the way to go with a burst Bowsorc. Even on pure class, it's too good, too solid, too sturdy all around. Expose Lego. At least as long as it's not freaking flagged, we're good. I will have her dot you up and then run away. There you go. Have fun with that. I'm a nice person. I'm really considerate of the people on the other faction. I still see it been paid over there on the flag. I got a Blue Road Keep defense for poking him with a poison injection. Wait. Oh, Blue Road Keep's down there. Oh, I'm stupid. What's going on over here? Oh, Blue is sieging. Quickly, I must enter combat so I can start generating Death Dealer stacks. Quickly! Poke someone. Doesn't matter. Oh, they're inside. Who's the guy still sieging out here? Rusty dog. Death dealer stacks. No, it's subclassed. Oh, oh, oh. I would bully this guy. He had a lot of health. How about this one? Oh, I got some attention. Good. Ah, freak. Out of stealth javelin OP. Ow. What the frig? I just got double CC'd. Hey, that's not fair. You're only allowed one of those. Two. This double cast crit surge as well. Stupid. There's a Dragonite behind me too? What the frig? You can cleanse all you want, bruh. I'm just gonna reapply it. You will take the cringe and enjoy it. The frick? Man is going up on the keep wall. I can see my dots taking on him through the wall. It's so funny. Frick. Frick. Oh, come on. Hello. Hello, customer service. You up? You up? You up, Dave? How did I target his ball of lightning when he was standing right in front of me? That doesn't make any sense. Cracking in this game is friggin' whack. Don't embrace the cringe. Embrace the cringe. That was the fastest rest ult I've ever seen. Well, not the fastest. I've seen people cast rest ults faster than that, but here you go, bot. What is line of sighting me? Like it's so high risk. I'm not even attacking you, bruh. I'm gonna wait for you to come around this rock. Oh, he went in stage 4. That's cute. Another restable, bruh. Who's a little grease trying to hide behind this pillar over here? Not allowed. Disallowed. Where'd you go, you little grease? Yellow ribbon. Another restable, brother. Oh, he's going for the hills. He's going for it. He's going for it. He's trying to evacuate. There's some people that just can't handle the cringe. I get hit a little bit, and I get very sick. You gonna run away too, huh? Far away from your post. He's still in pain. He is still in pain. Look at him. You can see him casting skills through the wall. Come here, you bot. Yeah. Yeah. Get out of here. Get out of here. Yeah, go back. Oh, wait. Oh, there's no reason I should be here anymore. They took chopping. Okay. I didn't stop enough of them. What's up, Beijing? Hello, Quar. Oh, dang. I'm trying to take areas. They did take it. Trying to get it back.
Yeah.
Due for a BG in a minute. Oh! 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 It's that guy from earlier! That guy from earlier! It's that guy from earlier! Beat him up! Get him! Oh, he's running away again! He ran away! Ah! What a freak spot! I'm just too cringe. What CP do you have in the blue? I forget. I don't think it's... I never focus on my champion points. I don't think they're that big a deal. Listen. Likely Duelist Rebuff, Cleansing Revival, the direct damage one, and Deadly Aim. Let's see if I'm correct. Yes, Cleansing Revival, Deadly Aim, Master at Arms, and Duelist Rebuff. Yep. Red Tree, Grease, Survival Instincts, Pays Refuge, Stamina Suffering, Celerity. Right. I'll go over this in a build video, but listen. The playstyle is the exact same, so I don't have to really change too much of the combat's section or whatever. Oh my gosh, look at him. Golly, bro, look at him. Ow! Hey, how dare you? How dare you? Have fun with it. Have fun with it. Hey, where's this flag from? Using class mastery? Yep, we're pure class. Static reverberation and font of power. Oh my gosh. Ow. Hell, werewolf. Disgusting creature. UBB. Yes, I need Bowsorc and werewolf spam. Yes. Yes. We're, oh my gosh. Go outside. Rest. You know what? Y'all insist? Alright, we're gonna go on an adventure. We're just gonna go this way. Just gonna go faster than you, and you have to decide if you want to follow or not. Or if it's worth it. Looks like the other guy got bored. Like a little. Oh no, he came back. I guess they're on comms or something together. Alright, onward. To the future, away we go! Away from the keep, and into the great beyond. What, you don't want to fight me individually? You want to zerg me down, werewolf and Bowsorc, huh? Huh? Wow, okay, I see how it is. Oh, you lost your Signet, so now you need to use XV1 strategies to win. Look at you. Bunch of AI programs. Guess the werewolf got really scared. Call for backup. Like a bot. As if he wasn't already getting carried hard enough by being on werewolf. Here they are. Mounting up and running away. How much you want to bet my mount is faster than theirs? Probably going to be on the farm here, up here. Yeah, that's right. You can't get rid of me. Can't get rid of me. Oh no, you can't get rid of me. Can't get rid of me. Can't get rid of me. I have some too. Dead. That. Oh, he's biting. Where's the Dawnbreaker? Where's the Dawnbreaker? Oh, you got me low. 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 Oh, and I have a little pulse grease in the back. It's suboptimal. Oh, I can't roll cancel my heal. Probably gonna die then. I missed a skill. Use it next. Nominal game design. I need to go find me at least like one other red so we can have like a 2v2 because these guys won't, like, they're just making out. These guys are like a very cute couple. The idea to grab alone. We return to the scene of the crime for more harassment. We run away again. Alright. Reapply the dots. Here we go. Oh, you had enough of me yet? You had enough of me yet? You had enough of me yet? Oh, you take the flag yet? What are you gonna do when you take the flag? You gonna chase me all the way across the map again? Ow, what the frick? Oh wow, I died to lag. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I love freaking desync. Awesome. Awesome. Don't you just love it when the game fails to function and then you get killed? I didn't even line up a combo on me. He just desynced me. I saw him cast the frag and then nothing happened. I'm like, oh, it's not gonna do any damage. And then suddenly I'm stunned, can't break free. He hasn't even streaked through me yet. Can't break free, and then I die. Awesome. I was gonna farm for the Mythic today after watching your video about status effects and ended up being nerfed. Dang, dang, dang. Yep. And I had an entire build video lined up for you guys. It used the Signet, but I got nerfed. So now everyone's just gone back to werewolf spam and dragonite spam. I have to fix my build. Kind of sucks, nerfing the ring. I just got and spent like 3 million gold golding out gear. Exactly. Yep. Spend so much money making builds and getting your gear set up, and then they just nerf it. And it's mid-patch too. It's not even like coming with the update, so there was no notice that this was happening. Like, oh, I guess I should stop using Signet in advance. Nope. They just, you know what? Here, here's the nerf. Got that. Nice. Okay, he'll be falling off here in a minute. Hello. I need an easy refurb respawn. Being completely useless in PvP was overkill. They could have just reduced the damage. Everyone in chat has kind of come to the same consensus that they should have just cut the damage in half. They didn't need to remove it completely from PvP. That's so stupid. Makes no sense. It's not even a justifiable change. So dumb. Yeah. We'll be falling off here in a minute. You're supposed to die. Why aren't you dead? There you go. That'll do it. Come on, I believe you can heal. Hold on. Needs a little bit more encouragement. And just a little bit more. There we go. This needs to get taken back. Okie dokie. Where's this flag from? I should probably go help with the scroll fight. I'm happy. I'm much more tanky today. If you didn't use Signet, it's fine, because I'm not getting killed by obnoxious status effect builds. And if you use the Signet, then you're in pain, because you made builds around it, and now you can't use it anymore. Genius. Do my duties as red and wait at the mile gate and then poke people who try and come through the gate. You know what? That's what I'm going to do. That's going to be my job. I've decided here and now this is my job. This is how I will support the calls. Even though there's a ball group fighting to try and take the scroll, I'm just going to make sure they can't get any friends to help. If you get me! What a bot. Here, eBay, here, you get some bots too. No. You shall not pass. Oh, necro tank. Necro tank. You're not dead. Oh, because you're on Dragonite. You shall not pass. Milegate. Milegate gaming. Oh, 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 oh. Hey, 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 hey. Slow down, sir. Bop, bop. Oh my gosh, you need more encouragement too? Alright, that'll do it. Hey! 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 Frick! I didn't say you could pass. What? You don't have a permit for that. I wonder how many forum posts there will be about. Oh, there's already a bunch of forum posts, and you know it. See, this is the reason why, like, the old version of ESO is so much pain, because you like farm a new mythic item, make builds around it, and you make all this, spend all this money, and they nerf it. You're like, okay, well, I'm not using it anymore. Well. Sneak through the gate. Sneak through the gate. Honorary gate guard. That's my job. Wait, the new mythic got nerfed? Yeah, the new Signet got nerfed. It don't work no more in PvP. Level 1 goblin. This healer? Pets? I will activate overload. Alright, you asked for it. Golly, bro. Shield more. Like, what is your job on the blue faction? Does just spam damage shields? I will murder you. No, you're not getting past. We have a scroll that's on the line. If I have to stand here and occupy you because you're a bot, I will. Jump you. Where I can't aim my skills. No, I have killed your Twilight. Now what? Well, you can't heal without his Twilight. Some of that Twilight again? Thank you, Reds, for just like walking past me, not helping. Very, very thoughtful. Can I break free, please? Thank you. He found himself a ball group. Rope press shields until he found the ball group. I'm gonna get him now. I'm gonna get him now. He's not looking. Let me heal your little Twilight all you friggin' want, you little bot. Heal your Twilight all you want. I will destroy you. I will destroy you. What, you can't handle two people with all them shields? Has streak 2, that's insane. Get out of here. The most useful man in Cyrodiil. Finally, golly, press the same freaking button over and over. Right, Signet needs the nerf. I went to go look at chat for like half a second, and now I'm over here getting freaking pulse ganked and dotted down with freaking dot grease. Can't look at chat, it's not safe anymore. As a ban, it is acceptable to unironically run a 40k HP world. If you're a bot and you need to carry, yeah. Most shields don't want to die, so turtle up and hope that they can save them in time. Dude, hey, listen. It was absolutely necessary. You were trying to take the scroll. I needed to bully you. Otherwise, that wouldn't happen. Your shields are very annoying, but in the end, I got it done by zerging you down. Can't ever fight this guy by himself. He needs like 4 other people helping him. Is your little Bowsorc friend gone? Can I engage safely without being attacked by another Bowsorc while I'm trying to fight you? No, no. Oh, they're making out again. Oh, look how adorable those two are. They really need to get a room. Freaking nephew gaming, Zerg. Zerg. I'm just helping. I helped. Yeah, I got credit for that. Fair, I'm just trying to be a good healer. Well, guess what? They don't count shields as healing, so I don't know if it's letting you really accomplish all that much. You're not wrong 1000%. I still thought it was fun. I was just going to keep harassing you until you died, so I mean, there was no really way out of it. I'm just going to focus you until you died. Because you look like an Argonian, that's primarily the reason why. No offense, but if you are an Argonian, all the offense. Gonna go over this small rock. Alright. We must retake whatever this is, Arius. You couldn't kill me unless I gave up anyhow. Well, yeah, because you just keep spamming shields and shields are broken. But, I mean, it is a pretty effective way not to die, but, I mean... This is all you got. Oh, gosh. Are like all the shields you use like splash heals, like you can just give to other people? Come up, come up, come up, come up. We got off. Bro, how is he out of range? He's right there. You freaking bot. Hit him. Bro, don't give him time to heal. No, he doesn't need freaking heals. Oh my gosh. My blue faction, dude. What the frick? I heal better when not dead as well. Yeah, that tends to be the case. My gosh. Ow, what the frick? I'm not even a vampire. Why did it hit so freaking hard? Oh, because it's just Dragonite. Get out of here. Get off the king's land. Out with thee. Remove thyself from the presence. King's crest. That's Imperial. Here, let me just dot him up. I do this out of respect. I think he purges everything. Oh, another Dragonite. Look at that. You didn't see me streaking that tree there. It did not happen. Hello. Spray hand emoji? Come on, man. So this guy. Yeah, that'll do it. Off the King's Land, you bot. I need to stop looking at chat. I really need to stop looking at chat. It's gonna get me killed. I know I'm streaming, but listen, I'm on a pretty good streak, and I don't want to mess it up because I look over at my second monitor and then walk into a flame lash and die. Get these guys off of the keep first. There will be no one that got away because we will make sure they're all dead. Oh no, I'm out of stone. Okay, I have a Zerg. XV1 powers! Right. Okay, I'm gonna read chat now. You're a lizard. Hey, listen. Look at me, Harvey Dent or something. Don't got me. Hold on. I'm gonna push the blues out of our territory. They just don't want to leave. Very insistent. Alright. Base boosted. That's pretty cool. Come on, skills. Come on, Dark Deal. Dark Deal isn't even doing animations. Come on. A low stakes environment, yet the game is barely working. Brett. Big area spec. I'm getting to the point where I'm just like getting tired and like I'll fight people if I need to, but I'm probably just gonna end up zerging for the rest of the evening. Because I just wanna play this build really casually. I don't want to have to like go out of my way to do anything overly strenuous to make things happen. Help Red get some of the map back. Also get a lot of AP in the process so I can level up my veterancy. Speaking of which, rank 86. Oh! I've unlocked the title of champion! Oh! Wait, is the next level 50k Telbar? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. 50k Tel. Look at that. Food buff. Your food. It did. Oh, thank you guys. What would I do without you? Thank you guys for catching my my lack of paying attention. I can always count on you guys. I think I like our Zorgas with this, even though we could use jewels. Sustain is just too important when you're getting pressured to not have. So I gotta still use our Zorgas. We haven't broken the front door down yet. It's crazy. Oh, freaking werewolf. I used the wrong potion. That guy from earlier that kept running away from me is people. The amount of blues this far north is kind of absurd. See that little pulse greaser? That was overload toggle on when he got in render distance. Streak. Let a man streak. Let a man streak. Oh, he's gone. He's gone. They want his Zerg be down. Their ball group. Refuse. Oh look, reds. There's just not enough of us to do anything. We're like outnumbered 500 to 1. Look at him over there. Golly, bro. Knock that one off in the back. Now he's out of range. What the fuck? Oh, we stumbled upon a Dragonite. Unfortunate. Try and mouth breathe on me. There's Dragonites too. Mouth breathing. Bruh. They really all came back. The ball group really just came back. Oh, Dragonite. Another Dragonite. Another Dragonite. I'm blind. I see you in your whips like 5 miles away. Look how confident Mr. Sorcerer is now. He's got a little Dragonite helping him. And the Dragonite's gone. Fuck that break. Ow! Let me break free. What the frick? Cool. I got killed by a guy named Dueler who's actually on a dueling build. He's gonna post it on YouTube now, and he's gonna get so much attention. How am I out of mag? I just spawned. Red is like the most useless faction in the world. Like, golly, bro. We own nothing. We can't do anything because, well, Red is just being a bunch of bots picking their nose at the base. I think I'm just gonna Zerg. Starts 1vxing DKs and Sorc simultaneously. That's the only thing there is out here, bro. Like, what the frick? I don't even have a faction to work with. Every time I try and work with a faction, they just get run over by a ball group, and then I'm the only one left alive because I'm smart enough to keep my distance from them. And then I just end up with all the sweats that are not exactly part of the ball group, but are still sweating me down with their dueling builds, and then I'm just stuck, like, on my Bowsorc. Trying to fight people that are trying way too hard, and we have nothing, and we can't do anything. Epic died. I must go sub to the person that killed him. That's the rule. Yep. Everyone go subscribe to that guy that killed me because the streamer died. Bad at the game. At least EP has nickel. We have nickel? What the frick? I'm going to nickel. I'm not having any. I'm going to nickel. Friggin' faction's useless. Interesting. So we got a dedicated block healer on the flag. We got a werewolf. And whatever else this is, yeah, I'm not. What we got out here? I should just go play Dragonite. I'm at like such a disadvantage being on a sorcerer. Can't even use susceptibility on this dude. Ah. You know what, guys? I think we should swap to blue next campaign. I hear they're really understaffed. And they need people. And that they pay well. Screw you, I'm going down south. I'm not dealing with the more blue comp group. Tired of it. Big old BGs. I could, but I'm sort of having fun in open world. You know, I like the build and how it feels in open world. You know what? Let's do that. We'll do Battlegrounds. Had enough open world. Had enough of the ball groups and lack of competent reds to help us take stuff back. And the lag. Boy, you gonna come over here and shield the guards? Oh my gosh, wow, he's gonna shield the guards. Alright, cool. Fine, I just won't take the resource then because you'll just give 50k damage shields to the guards. I'm gonna kill this Dominion worker. Right, go ahead, give more shields to the guards because you can do that for some reason. The whole point, you just like spam shields until more people show up that can actually kill me. Is that the whole objective here? Because it's pretty obnoxious. Oh wow, an unwinnable situation. A dueling werewolf and a nightblade that's trying to gank me while a guy is giving them 50k shields worth of health because, yep, the Signet's the problem. I just want to remind y'all, Signet is the issue with the game at the moment. Like, Signet is very... Wasabi. It's not the werewolf spam, it's not all the people running around on dueling builds and abusing the meta or, you know, all the... Signet. All Signet's fault. Signet's the problem. Signet is the... Yep. I think the state of ESO PvP is about to become incredibly insufferable until they get all the refreshes. I mean, it's already pretty insufferable without the refreshes being complete yet, but... Like, golly, bro, all Cyrodiil was this evening was... There was a few good fights that I got in there, like... That were okay. Pretty fun experiences, but every time I'm, like, trying to go off on my own, it's either a Dragonite or a Werewolf. And then a bunch of healers. Like, there's nothing else. Maybe the occasional ganker or whatever, trying like some experimental gank build, but it's just I'm not seeing any other classes again. So we're back to square one with build diversity. Holy crap, Cyrodiil is unplayably laggy. Yeah, it was pretty bad. On top of all the werewolves and the dragonites, yeah, it was pretty bad. I'm just getting to the point where, like, I don't care enough anymore, because I know Zos is, like, not gonna do anything. They're, like, useless to the problem. They're not able to do anything. I just don't know why they can't communicate that to us. Can't ever seem to get it right. Well, it was nice while it lasted. I'm gonna reminisce on the time where I was in a battleground with no werewolves or dragonites, and it was a bunch of people playing other classes. Like the Templars, or Arcanists, and their Sorcerers, and even some Nightblades in there. And a few Necromancers in there as well. It was really nice not fighting a single dragonite or a werewolf that one evening. But that's gone now. I might not even get a BGQ, so, you know. I just get off. Okay, so battlegrounds are currently active. There's people in battleground maps. I guess I'm just not allowed to PvP. I don't know. It's not just the other classes. People are actually experimenting with other builds and classes. They're all using Signet, but in terms of skill sets to pair it with. What's up, Shook? Yeah, it actually, like, gave people the confidence to go and play another class and try and build around status effects with the class that they wanted to build around status effects with, but now that's gone. Signet needed a nerf, but it didn't need to get removed from the game. Chuck, PvP is, like, sort of miserable at the moment. You go to Cyrodiil, it's just a bunch of sweaty people and everyone on Dragonite and Werewolf again. And in Battlegrounds, we're about to find out what's wrong with Battlegrounds. I'm sure something's wrong with Battlegrounds. So, Shook, how do you feel about the Signet nerf? Did you even know there's a Signet nerf? Holy frick. Yeah. Yep. Battle pass from nerf to get, yep. But guess what? It's not gonna fix the problem. I just got hit by like a 3.5k chilled proc, so, you know. Jobs there, Max. You fix the problem. Yep. Why is he bagging me? Yeah, you fixed the problems, Max. Good job. Oh, from my dead. Not dead? Oh, there we go. Imagine Signet is actually bugged in Battlegrounds. And it just gets 133% more damage. But everyone's like, oh, Signet doesn't work anymore, so we can't use it. But it ends up actually being bugged. Air path will be getting changed again in 2 weeks, so you can use it in PvP, but it won't be good no more. Where's this information coming from? You know there's PvP streamers on the stream team that push for the nerf, right? Yeah, but when we ask for the nerf of Signet, we're not asking for you to remove its functionality from PvP in its entirety. We're just asking you to tone the damage down because it's obnoxious. Bag for the lulz. What's up, Chaos? Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, right. Signet's been nerfed, right, Chaos? You hitting me with 3.5k shield procs? Signet, what's the problem, right? I know it's not dead. I did a whole part of Cyrodiil where I was running around on Pluse Ganking and killing people. Yeah, because Signet was a problem, right? Nerf the mythic. Nerf the mythic. Not the underlying... Bro, they just put a rug over the hole in the floor. They didn't actually fix anything. Like, bruh. Good job, Zoss. I never thought Signet was the issue. It's not the issue. That's the thing. You're absolutely correct. It's not the freaking issue. It's just annoying that they nerfed it because now so many people are going to be put off from trying to play status effect builds again. And, you know, like a lot of people spend a lot of money, time, and effort not only farming the mythic item, but, you know, golding out gear and figuring out how status effects work and finding a class they wanted to do it on, and it doesn't work anymore. But werewolf, not a problem. But werewolves, no, werewolf and dragonite are fine. The infinite sustain that they have access to, that's okay. The fact you can indefinitely hold block and indefinitely roll dodge on werewolf, that's fine. You don't seem to understand. What the heck was that about? What do you mean? I'm pretty sure the only reason Signet got nerfed in the first place is because people were abusing the pulse grease with it. At least that's what I hope. If not, and they just nerfed it because everyone's using it in PvP, well then why don't you nerf Dragonite and Werewolf? If that's your basis for why you nerf Signet. Because everyone's using Signet on their builds in PvP, then why don't you nerf Dragonite and Werewolf? Oh, because they've recently been refreshed, and all the people playing the refresh class, you know, they just want to enjoy the new refresh. So there's no need to nerf it, because we're enjoying the new refresh, right? Right, I'm sure that's the only reason why people are playing Dragonite and Werewolf at the moment. It's because it's been refreshed, you know? It's new, and it's exciting because it's new. Not because it's objectively more powerful than anything that hasn't been refreshed, but because it's new and refreshed. That's why people play it. Yeah, that's it. Because it made Elysis too powerful, but I just proved it was no... Exactly! I went on stream... I was in Cyrodiil a little bit ago and proved that it's not freaking Signet either. That need to get gutted. You didn't fix the problem. You just... made people mad. That's all you did. What's wrong with Dragonite? Oh, DK main since the game dropped. Yeah, you get infinite sustain with inhale, and then your whips deal damage before the animation plays, and there's no counter to it. Unless you block, or you're already holding block when someone casts it, there's no counterplay. Band-aid fix, real. I'm just annoyed, because it's like, I thought Cinemax would know like how to fix Signet, especially after all the stuff just posted on the forums about it. I went through and I read some of the posts, and they go, oh yeah, there's good examples of how you could change it. No, just disabled in PvP. But again, that's not the primary thing that bothers me. Okay, sure, you took Signet out of PvP or whatever. Okay, big deal. I can make more builds that don't need Signet because you still didn't fix the underlying problem. But I'm more upset by the fact that I had a build video prepared for you guys that I spent 2 days trying to get right. An entire power outage, an entire lack of internet, and then an entire refresh of my motherboard and CPU because I wanted to upgrade, and then a bunch of driver problems, and then a Microsoft issue. I spent all that time. Preparing that build video and making it, and now I can't post it because they nerfed Signet. I rarely post. So, like... Bro, me too. Werewolf and DKs are unstoppable again. Yeah, they took away the one tool that... Not exactly. They didn't take it away. We still have a lot of power with our masters if we use them right. They just made it a lot harder for us to close that gap again. I thought I was the only one seeing DK whip damage me before the animation actually hit. I thought I had brain lag or something. No, it deals damage before the animation even plays, so... You want to talk about counterplay, right? I want to remind you guys, Signet was the problem. I think another thing that bothers me about how they approach the Signet nerf is that it just shows how out of touch the devs are with the game. I know, yeah, it gets said a lot that, you know, they don't really seem to know what's going on, but anyone who plays a game, like, you've seen all the people come in chat and talk about it, will tell you Signet's a good idea for a mythic. I like the fact that you're including status effects as a viable way to begin dealing damage. Sure, Signet definitely overperforming, 180% damage in PvE and then 85% damage in PvE. Right? Like that's easily a little too much. It's very obnoxious. Well, you don't need to remove it entirely. Just cut the damage in half. And then change a few of the conditions. Instead of just removing the mythic from PvP. If you play the game at all, you use the mythic at all, you're like, yeah, that would have been a more appropriate change instead of just getting rid of it outright for one sort of content. Apparently, from what Chad has also said, it's not even competitive in PvE anymore, so no one's going to use it there. Beat him up! Alright, let me ask you a question. I ran up on you, and was there any counterplay, but Signet was a problem? If I caught you out of stealth, I probably could have held block or popped a detect potion and killed you before you killed me because you're really squishy. But if you caught me completely unawares with the status effect build, no, there's basically no counterplay if I wasn't paying attention. I mean, you're asking me to read in an environment where you can easily hide behind a wall, fully buff up, and then return to stealth, and then blast me with status effects that I can't roll dodge. But again, yes, Signet is the problem. I agree, Signet was the issue. I'm glad we figured this out. We're taking it to 150, like removing it entirely. Back. I think the same amount of people would play Werewolf and Dragonite if it wasn't refreshed, though. Sure, it's really good, but if it's as old, it would get less attention. There's some validity to that point. But, when something, like, okay, so with the refreshes, too, right? Dragonite and Werewolf are also a lot easier to play than they used to be. And here's where we talk about balance again. What's easiest to play should not be what's strongest to play as well. It just should never be the case. With Dragonite, you hold block, tap, inhale, and whip. With Werewolf, you mash the heal and spam roll dodge for your defense, and then you just mash rip and tear for your offense. It's pretty freaking brain dead, if you ask me. At least this is a problem with Pluse Ganking, not really the Signet. The Signet just made it stronger. Yeah. It was a fun mythic. Now it's just going to be a glorified infinite archive item. The aims for DC and AD on Xbox NA are both Dragonites. Wow. You should see people in Cyrodiil. They don't know how to play without Signet now. Well, I was in Cyrodiil. Some people were kind of bots, but it's okay because without Signet, they just go back to crutching on Dragonite and Werewolf. So, with the same corrosive vicious death DKs. I will say I play DK PvP tank and I got hit with an 18k whip, which is crazy. Esoteric saved my bacon from them whips. It was so great to briefly play something other than a burst tank or DK for the brief moment it lasted. Moment of silence for Signet. Okay. Signet nerf killed Sorc in PvE. Sorc is no longer viable there now at all. I personally think ESO should cost 220 mag to do 500 a second. 2,200. There should be a cost associated with it. 100%. Free skills are just obnoxious. Netch. I like Netch personally, okay? You don't need to touch Netch. Netch can be countered. But susceptibility, like what the frick? It deals damage, costs nothing, and can't be dodged or blocked. Applies major breach. It has 36 meters. 35, sorry. It's got more range than your average range skill. Way more range. It deals damage, debuffs the enemy. Can't be dodged or blocked. Someone remind me that Signet was the problem. Okay, I'm wearing that joke out. I've said it too much. I think the point is clear. They didn't need to do what they did. Admitted. So I don't understand why it was nerfed for PvE and completely removed for PvP. It's so stupid. Because, I'm genuinely trying to think what the reasoning behind the nerf was. At least, how they nerfed it. I'm genuinely trying to think. Other than it just being the easiest fix to shut it off completely. So it can't be used in PvP. Just the easiest option, instead of actually having to bother trying to balance it or fix the problem that, you know, the Signet just amplified. Didn't they just nerf it to 50% in PvP like a week ago? No, it was always cut in half. It always did half of its damage to players. Which, I mean, yeah. But 85% is still too much. What scribe stuff do you have in your scribe skill? Okay, so for our scribe skill... What the frick was that? We got Bloody Soul! We've changed it a little bit since the last build. So bleed damage focus. Instead of Anchlorite's Cruelty, we now go Lingering Torment. And I'll explain in a second why. With the file still, so we can get major and minor to file on the build. And that's about the only scribe skill we have. The reason we have Lingering Torment and no longer Anchlorite's Cruelty is because we have access to Oblivion's Foe, which whenever you deal damage with soul magic, you mark the target's soul, dealing X amount of magic damage over 10 seconds. And the Anchlorite's Cruelty lasts 10 seconds. So if we just throw like this, right, there's the Oblivion's Foe. You can see the skull emoji on the far right of his debuffs. And we just watch. I don't have to do anything. Golly, it's got a good chance to proc hemorrhage, doesn't it? Look at that. Break. Okay, well, it's supposed to reapply itself. I guess it's like 50-50 on whether it wants to do that. Weird. It shouldn't have been 85%. No, it should not have been 85% to begin, yes. It needed to be a lot less. That's why it was strong. At least that should be based off the staff equipped. Not all three types should cost around to match the dot skills. Knowing the range could help too on at least that's a good point. I got removed from PvP because ball groups cried about it instead of adapting to it. Same as everything else, ball groups cry about. Yeah, I guess they're the vocal majority or minority in whatever. Listen, so vocal about it on the forums that it actually gets something done. Poison injector spammable or the scribe skill? The scribe skills are spammable. Poison inject. Listen. I'm gonna make a build video for this. It's the same concept as the other one. We just had to change gear. All right, listen. It should reapply itself. I don't know why it's not reapplying itself. Alright. Well, if we double cast it, it'll definitely reapply itself. What is that bow skin? It's so clean. It's called a Theoris Bound. There it goes, it reapplies itself. I like it because it's got a little universe in it. Just like the staff. Weapon style. A Theoris Bound bow. Yay, can you guess where you get it? The crowd store. Woo. Boo! Oh, you thought this was a cosmetic you could earn in game? Oh, you thought this was like the Signet, where you could go around and actually farm for it to unlock it. No, 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 you gotta buy this in the crown store, man. They don't just give these out for free. You don't have to work for this. You just buy it. You just buy it. When are you gonna play Arcanist again? Might be a little bit... I played it the other night. I don't think I recorded it, but I played Arcanist the other night using the Sheer Venom and Serpent Sustain build like that I was using on the Sorc. I just copy pasted it over there. And I wanted to see how it did, and it was really, really strong. But didn't they nerf Signet, so... Hey. Alright, anyways, I was supposed to explain the Poison Inject. Listen, so the Poison Inject also procs Sheer Venom. There you go. So then you do the Sheer Venom and the Bloody Soul, and then they're in pain. Arcanist, new Necro, play something else. Nah, Necro's still trash, bro. Werewolves abuse Signet. I blame werewolves. You think they killed the Mythic completely because of the upcoming reworks? Maybe they didn't realize how strong it's gonna be. Bro, they 100% realized how strong it was gonna be. At least they should have. I'm not sure. I don't freaking know, bro. Exhaust is a mystery. That's why we want more transparency from them, but they won't give it to us. I like Arcanist. I don't care if it's weak. It's fun and unique. Yeah, there is no like other game that has like a magical book class that has tentacles and the power of a beam or whatever. I always think back to like when they were talking about the reveal of Arcanist. It was like, it's anime inspired. I just can't get that out of my head. Guys, the Arcanist is anime inspired. Mystery wrapped in Enigma. Yep. Oh, come on. Y'all can't find one other person. Could be over there. Imagine you could pick your teams at the start of a battleground. That might help with how one-sided the matches become. Can't wait for the next mythic to increase all damage by 30%. Oh, Malakath's Ring 2.0, right? Yep, Malakath 2.0. Finally found someone. Full werewolf teams, though. Like on the other side? Well, that'll be fun. I had to say, we already had that with old Malakath. Yeah, it was 25% extra damage with Malakath. And that's what old Malakath did. Just buffed your damage by 25%, but you couldn't crit. That's what I replaced my Signet with. Malakath. Interesting. You don't get any extra modifiers for it. Like crit, at least. Be ready to grab. Oh wow, another werewolf. It's on my team. Oh wow. Oh, Epic, aren't you excited that there's a werewolf on your team so that way you can win? No, I don't like seeing him. At all. It's raining again. Sure. More .cringe. Here, one more. .cringe. Yes, back with my teammates and win. Ah, we have more werewolves than you have on your team. Wow. Can't cast my skills and just stared at him in the face. A werewolf with left-handers? Wow, a werewolf with left-handers. My entire team can't kill one Dragonite? That is so sad. That was his only death too, like what the frig? Cat werewolf should make you a big cat. You could crit, you just did no damage. There are tri-stat food or drink that gives you all recoveries as well as max stat. No. There's no food that gives you all max stat and all recoveries. The most you can get is either sugar skulls for all max stat or Zorgas for max health and then recoveries. Can't have both. But knowing Zenimax, they'll add an objectively most powerful food as well. You know, at some point, like a golden food that gives you all max stat and then all recoveries for every stat. And it's like everything, all the ultimate hybrid food. Or just the ultimate food in general, and then you use nothing else, and the market will be saturated with that specific food. Because, of course, we need this. Okay, maybe one more BG, then I'll hop off. Getting late. I feel this fun, though. I still love me some obnoxious Bowsorc grease. Love me some grease. All well fitted? Yep, apart from the chest, which is heavy and reinforced. Everything else is well fitted. Do you feel very Elder Scrolly today? I don't know, Ninja, do you feel very Elder Scrolly today? Are you immersed? It'll take like 2 row to make it. No, they'll add a whole new ingredient, which is incredibly hard to get. Still waiting on the day they release a max health, max mag food with stamina recovery, or max health, max stamina mag recovery, the epic version. The legendary version that adds health recovery. Still a lot they could do with it. Instead of, yeah, they got the alchemy system, and then they're going to have to rework the provisioning and food system. That's going to come next. They're going to refresh it. And then the foods are going to give you major and minor buffs when you eat them. Like, for a certain duration of time. You know, that'd be really funny if that was the case. If, like, when you ate a food buff, it gave you, like, a major or minor buff, like a brutality or whatever, because then you'd see one set come back. This set, when it came out, was absolutely busted. Absolutely just busted. Where is it? You know what I'm talking about. Nocturnal's freaking ploy. I'm not going to show you what the set does. I want to see if anyone knows what it does before I tell you what it does. I translate Elder Scroll into Braille so I could find a blind, gray manes, graybeard. Thank you, Pringle. So anyone remember what old Nocturnal's ploy does without looking it up on Google or using the in-game set finder to find it? I shall cover the set. Okay. Ninja, you remember Nocturnal's ploy, you have to. We tested it on the PTS with Zilla a long time ago. The set that takes buffs away, yes. When you directly apply a major debuff to an enemy, you remove a major buff with a duration from the target. When you directly apply a minor debuff, you remove a minor debuff from the target. These effects can both occur once every 15 seconds, and a target can be affected once every 15 seconds. It just takes people's buffs away. Imagine you poke someone and they have the hurricane up and you just take away their major resolve. Perfect. But it's on a 15-second cooldown. It used to be on a 2-second cooldown. On the PTS, it was on a 2-second cooldown. It was a 15-second cooldown. Also, with Jory, I'm trying to craft sheer venom now. Can't wait for the build video, huh? Okay. Yeah, all Swift. I should probably gold out my gear, but I don't care enough to, so. Well fitted, all swift. Doesn't really change all that much. Oh, that's it. Did you say Nocturne? Oh, oh yeah. Remember when I first played ESO in 2016, I never ate food or drinks because I was like, it's only temporary, well that's not gonna help me. I'll bust with the amount of LSS out there. Yeah, because LSS would take away a major and minor buff. Applies major breach, and status effects can apply minor brittle if you have a night staff. So like, wow, minor debuff. About kind marchers or not. It's an interesting set, but too bad it only works in melee range. You could range, if you could hit stuff from range with kind marchers, I think it'd be a little bit better for spamming debuffs, but where is it? Deadlands? The Deadlands. Yeah. As long as they're within 8 meters of you, you apply a debuff to them. But if they're any further than that, then you can't apply a debuff. So they gotta be right next to you in order for you to debuff them. Cold out there, good sir. Remember old Savage Werewolf? Yeah, you can proc it from range. You run that with Serpents to stand on a Bowsorc and you just chew people apart. Kind of like this build. I think this build would be more obnoxious than the Savage Werewolf Serpent Sustain Bowsorc. But that was also back when Hemorrhage also applied Mangle to the target, so you reduce their health by 10%. I mean, this by itself is fairly obnoxious. It's fine. Old Hemorrhage was OP. Yep. I got hit with a power lash, 17k damage. And how much resist do you have, Corp? And percent mitigation modifiers. And the ticks of damage were jacked up. The reason Savage Werewolf is such an oppressive set is because it overlaps with itself. This is what they had to fix about Reliquins. Because everyone was just abusing Reliquins and 1v1s for like free cheese, cringe, pressure damage. Basically, whenever you attack Werewolf, Savage Werewolf does damage every 1 second. I would know because I've used it. I think I still have some pieces on me. So, every time you deal damage with Savage Werewolf, it says every 2 seconds, but whenever you deal damage with a light or heavy attack, or just a light attack in this case, it immediately deals damage. You see, it does bleed damage instantly. This could overlap with itself if you were weaving. So if like that 2 second window came about and you reapplied it, it would just deal damage on top of itself. So it'd be 2 instances of Savage Werewolf proccing at the same time. Oh. Very obnoxious. Did you know 1.5 million people see a death recap because of AIDS every year? No, I did not. Also double ticked if you time the light attack. Yep. Deal with it every night. What? First aid training tomorrow or something. I am in this place. Why, Pringle? What are you doing? Did anyone ever get to play with Templar skill line? They just deleted it because it was so OP. What? Something that causes blinding light. Made it so you dodge every attack for like a certain duration. There's a set that does that. Called Meridius Blessed Armor. I'll be back on Nightblade soon. I did miss an old Elusive Mist. Are you like trying to become like a EMS worker or something? Have you decided? vengeance build video, and yeah, you wish. Well. I need to know the meta perks for vengeance. Yes. It will be so worth your time to go in there. Vengeance. Vengeance for Nightblade is Nightblade for 1vx and DK for 10. Oh my god. DK and Vengeance is the most zergling thing I've ever seen. Ever. No, we're grabbing it. Bloody soap. Avid Necro, beat him up. Trying to play Necromancer. Beat him up. This Chaos Ball doesn't really feel like it. Hello. Ow. Ow. Wait. One is freaking spamming all kills on me. I don't deserve to be healed. Grease Crow. My class is better than yours. How does this make you feel? My class is better than yours. How does this make you feel? They finally got their act together. That's right. I taught that man's blast bones a valuable lesson. One sigil. Get more speed. Little sigil gremlin. Oh, sigil gremlin. Oh no, I've died to fall damage. Oh, I haven't. I'm good. I took no fall damage there. That was the nicest thing that's happened to me today. Like me, will you? I'll land the stuff I need to eventually. Can I, like, land a single attack on this dude? Like, what the frick is this? Standing there in his face, couldn't land a single susceptibility on him for some reason. Weird. Well, welcome back. Welcome back to the restaurant. The block button is going to help you in this situation, sir. I need to mind my own butt, so I'm gonna get myself killed. Yeah, melee Sorc's gonna win against this build like every other time. But he did need to activate his overload to do anything. Break free, please. Kind of roll dodge spam. Break free, please. Holy freaking random damage. 1.1 million damage because of the amount of healing these guys have. 1.4, 1.6, 2.2. Dragonite did more damage than me, duh. For DK, what do people pair Mars Bomb with? Most of the time it's just Oak Father. You can run almost anything on Dragonite and be effective because the class itself is just so strong. Skill is called Binding Eye. It was in Dawn's Wrath. I have 33.4k resist and 10% damage. Sounds about right. Been a minute since last worldwide 1v1 tournaments. Nerf everyone to Arcanist level. Yep. What says you gonna run now on your sword? Right now we're running Sheer Venom and Oblivion's Foe, which works really good. In that match they had a lot of healing, and the one death I did take was a guy line of sighting me in a 1v1, so. But I let him do it because I have dots, and I wanted to see how the dots would work if someone was trying to kite away from me, and they're very effective. And there's just a lot of healing in the match. Another good day at ESO, yep. Primary thing is like just want a range.cringe grease bot build of cringe, so I just like walk up to them and I poke them with that, and then that, and then that, and then we just watch them burn. And solo. By the way, I don't know if you know this, but my class is better than yours. Just saying. Just saying. Yeah, that's right. My class is better than yours. Alright, we get a nerf Signet. We're just not fixed the Necromancer yet. Why don't you use Sheer Venom and Savara Scales? Because Savara Scales has a cooldown per target. Or not per target, it just has a generic, like, 7-second cooldown. Sakar's so happy about Shattered Paths Signet getting nerfed. I want to see his reaction when he realizes that ganking is still there. It'll happen eventually. It's K. Wow. Vestige difficulty, enjoy. You should use the Signet on your Necro. Oh wait, my bad. Okay, so what was that I was gonna show you about this build? I need to travel to my house to do it. I don't freaking know. My brain don't even work. Oh, Savara. Okay, so the reason is because with Sheer Venom, right? Sheer Venom is per target, so I can poke this guy with sheer venom, and then I can poke someone else and apply sheer venom to him as well. The same thing with Oblivion's Foe. Oblivion's Foe is basically the same. I can poke someone with my Bloody Soul, and then poke someone else with it, and I'll still apply Oblivion's Foe to both of them. I can stack that with my sheer venom, and cringe people from range. There'll always be gank builds. There just won't be hordes of wannabe clones running around the exact same build pretending to be gankers. The pulse build didn't go anywhere. Everyone just jumped on the pulse grease train because Signet was so easy to use. It needed to get nerfed, but it didn't need to get removed. Very unhealthy for Zoss to think that just removing an entire item from, you know, a PvP arsenal is a good decision for balance. Because then what? Something else becomes overpowered and they just take it out of the game for PvP as well? Remove DK and Werewolf from PvP while they're at it. Bailey is running Vanguard's challenge. Oh gosh. Okay, so just attack Bailey then if you get poked. My skills are not going off. Why is my skills not firing off? I don't want the freaking Chaos Ball. Alright, fine. You know what? Whatever. We'll hold on to it for as long as we can. Vanguard's challenge. Vanguard. Vanguard me. I'm not gonna block or dodge or play defensive because I don't want the freaking ball. Is Signet still good? Welcome on in, Elram. Wolf dies to poison and evasiveness very easily. How much of a problem if you stand there and let him park you? It's your fault. Right. I think you've just fought all the bot wolves that I've killed as well. Like, a lot of werewolves aren't really a problem for me to deal with. It's pretty straightforward. It's just a bunch of people bandwagoning on the refresh for werewolf, right? They're not an issue, but it's all the people that are shamelessly abusing werewolf and know how to abuse it that are the big problem, because there's nothing you can do to fight back against it. And I'm surprised you're not complaining more about the sniffer mode, Squash. You know what? Give it a week. Give it a week of you playing PvP, and you'll come back in my chat and be like, oh my gosh, werewolf sniffer mode is so broken. Why in the world did they release this broken werewolf? It won't take long. Even the sniff wasn't helping them last night. Then you must have found some really incompetent werewolves, which there are quite a few of. A lot of people just on werewolf for the sake of it being refreshed. They heard it's good. And they don't know what they're doing, even though it's a one-bar bid. I could just stay on the edge of their gap closer and keep them dotted with Dawnbreakers and Jets. Yeah, and I can do the same thing. I have Streak to do it as well, to stay out of range of their rip and tear. So I know how to fight back against the world. And I'm telling you, Squash, when they get competent, and, you know, there's a player on the other end of the werewolf that knows what they're doing, you're not winning that fight, ever. Not even on a dragon. I'm already using ESO by luring them into burst combos. Wild Hunt is mandatory if you don't streak though. Wow. Now I just use my main against them. Same bow dot plar I've used for years. You see me play it. Yes, and then you keep coming back and dying. I was fighting multiple times. So you're fighting bot wolves. Just give it a week. There's a lot of incompetent werewolves that don't really know what they're doing. Okay. Of course, by themselves, werewolves aren't really a problem because their pattern is very predictable for damage. Snifferboard is funny. What's up, MB Fits? When are they implementing the Signet change? They already did. It was a hotfix. Oh, if he's talking about guys like Pelican. I'm talking about anyone with brain cells and has and is on werewolf, which are about the only ones that I run into. Or at least they seem to be the only ones I run into, because every other werewolf I fight, I just roll over and kill them. Like, they're not really a threat to me. But when an actual competent player picks up a werewolf and you have to deal with that, oh my gosh, you're never winning that fight. Like, for example, if you wanted to fight Zilla or me, or someone said Pelican on a werewolf, no. You're not winning that fight. Unless you're on werewolf yourself, but then it's going to be a stalemate. They do it, keep coming back. They died in my gank builds, so I was doing 20k snipes in Cyrodiil last night. Well, you get footage of that. Doing 30k frags on Bowsorc now. The 30k frags is not very hard to achieve if you stack it right. All the moves die instantly. Alright, we'll start recording then. Show people how non-threatening werewolves are at the moment. There goes my ESO builds. Yeah, there goes a lot of your builds with Signet because of the hotfix. You spend millions and millions of gold making builds for Signet, and then they nerf it, and now you can't use it anymore. I think this guy's just not even playing anymore. People making builds for flavor of the month, and their crutch gets kicked out from under them, and now they can't play. It's not even that. It's the amount of money and time people spent not only farming the mythic, but then actually spending money making the builds, and then it just gets nerfed. Squash, you know exactly how that feels. You've made builds before, and then like suddenly they get nerfed, and you're like, oh well, I just won't use this anymore, even though I spent millions of gold making this specific build. They just did that with Signet. They did. Signet needed a nerf, yes. But way too extreme of a nerf is what it got. Something it didn't deserve. I've been enjoying a lot of simple builds like Mars and Clever, even just Mars and Orders. Yeah, pretty simple in default, but effective. Mars and Clever sound kind of nasty though, not gonna lie. Seems like so simple yet incredibly effective. Me personally, I like builds with more complex moving parts and aren't super straightforward. That's why I freaking hate playing Werewolf, and I don't like the Dragonite. So they all just gave up. Okay. Brother Man Mars, Clever, Balorg, very efficient burst build on most classes. I can imagine. I don't like Clever though, I don't like the condition. Oh, you consume a potion. You gotta use your potion for offense and not when you need it. And locks you out of other things. Might be really good next patch if you can get those minor force pots and stack around crit with like mono, or you can't use monomyth anymore, so you can use a minor force pot. Find a good way to get crit chance then. Something like a Nightblade. To a much lesser extent, it's because usually the ability or passive that got nerfed and ever crutched on sets or feel partially responsible for what happened to Tarnished Nightmare, even though I bombed with it. Let's face it, bug multi. What are you going on? Squash, you're like the most bipolar person I know. Yo, who won between Paraguay and or was it? Well, I have no idea what you're talking about. It's like soccer. I know there's like a World Cup thing going on or whatever, but not a big soccer fan. I played it in high school, but you know, I just enjoyed playing the sport, not being like, oh, soccer or whatever. The instant damage took the nerf. Tarnish is still a phenomenal set. Bipolar, Kato, more. I don't know what that is. All I know is you switch up on stuff very fast, Squash. probably can't check CMX, but I've been fighting so many of these goobers. Oh, here we go. I wanted to see the aftermath of the BG. 6 seconds. 1 minute, 53 seconds. I guess this is all we get. Crystal Weapon, Sheer Venom. Sheer Venom is so consistent if you land a poison injection. Oblivion's Foe is a little harder to keep up. Even with the dot, you have to land multiple of them to keep it up. If Oblivion's Foe had more uptime, it'd be better than Sheer Venom, but it's hard to, again, maintain that. Unless... I want to try something. I want to ensure maximum uptime on Oblivion's Foe. As much of it as I can get. More cringe. Where's this go? Okay, so what I want to do is I'm going to drop down armaments. I know that sounds incredibly stupid. It probably is. But for the sake of science and testing and build variety, we shall make room for an experiment. So we go Wield Soul, Bleed Damage, Lingering Torment with Savagery and Prophecy. So we get a crit buff from our spammable. And then we change one thing. We go to Soul Magic. We get Soul Trap. For shorter duration. Only 10 seconds? What the frick? Dude. 8-meter radius Soul Trap. Okay. Oh my gosh. Look at the amount of dots, dude. Holy frick. Just adding the splitting soul trap added a lot of damage. Pretty consistent damage with Oblivion's Foe as well. Glorious cringe. Oh my gosh, that's obnoxious. Shatter Pass made me way better at figuring out building burst damage on Bowsorc and managing statuses. Run Notice Gift. Do fine in PvP without the mythic. You don't. Yeah, you don't need the mythic in PvP. It's just it didn't deserve the treatment that it got. And it shouldn't have been like completely removed from PvP. Removing mythics or item sets in general is just not a good idea. So that's what that one does. It gives me nice AoE. It's 8 meters, right? That would put Oblivion's Foe on everybody. I don't really need the Defile, and if I'm not going to build around the Defile for status effects since it doesn't last long enough, using it with, you know, Serpent's Sustain, I could run double dot poisons in the bow. More teaks equal more static reverb. In theory, yes. I'm gonna run double dot poison on the bow with it. We don't have the Defile anymore. I just want to see. Bop. Bop. Bruh. 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 There's really no reason to not use splitting soul trap. It just seems better than consuming trap. But the benefit of consuming trap is the fact it lasts for 20 freaking seconds, meaning my Oblivion's foe will last for that length as well. So I don't have to do anything. I just let him be melt. Become melt. Oh my gosh, that's so satisfying. Wait, I also think with the increased duration, it makes the tooltip bigger. Wait a minute. Okay, splitting soul trap, 9k over 10 seconds. Seems to be about the same. No, they're the same over the duration change. The difference is, I guess, consistency. If I want like long-term cringe, you can use consuming trap. And if we want like more AoE spam, we can use splitting soul trap. Right. I've put the crit buff on my spammable, and we've run double dot poisons. This should mean more long-term cringe. This could be really funny. This is gonna be really, really obnoxious. Maybe in BG. Hold on, we'll find out. Oh look, a flag. I do not care. If it's... Grab it. Grab it. Grab the speed. Grab the speed. Grab the speed. More dot. More dot. More dot. More dot. More dot. More dot. Oh, missed. You can roll dodge the initial application of this. More dot. Oh, cleanser. More dot. More dot. More dot. More dot. You just keep purging it. Creeping rabbit health, get right. Ow! Activate the shields. Expand the roll dodge. Enter the runes. Apply the cringe. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Holy freaking dots. Is this even really doing anything? I don't know how to feel. It doesn't feel like any more effective, it doesn't feel any less effective. It just feels like I'm focused on trying to manage the uptime of the thing a little bit more. It could be detrimental, but bro, I just got double CC'd. What the frick? Like, I have a lot of, like, dot potential. It's just, like, I don't know if it's actually any good. Because it seems kind of mid. That or they just have really obnoxious healers on their team, which could be the case. Look at how they're stacked up. Dodge my dots. I'll throw thriving chaos on us. Ow. Ow. Fluid. 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 1 million damage. I did 1 million damage. No one else did 1 million damage. It felt mid. It felt incredibly mid. Maybe it's good. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, Oblivion's... Of course, Oblivion's full at the top. We've maximized the amount of uptime this thing gets across all of our targets. Bloody soul. Soul-splitting trap. Golly, that's a lot of damage. The sheer venom falling behind, bruh. Actually... might have just had really good healers in that BG. Look at the DPS I was doing. Not bad. Not bad DPS. Like at all. That's freaking obnoxious. Holy frick. Oh, this build's obnoxious. They just had some serious freaking healing power in that last match. Golly, did you see that? Oblivion's full. Hey. The thing with this, it's such a big setup though for all the dots to start ticking. It's so many skills to make sure to land. You got the susceptibility, then you have the soul trap, then you have the poison inject with the bloody soul. It's a lot of stuff to make sure is lined up on the target. I guess you should start with susceptibility, then swap, then poison inject into splitting trap, and then bloody soul spam so they go down. Do miss me my bound armaments though. Bound armaments helps with burst and execute power. Funny way. RBG's begun. Defensive sigil. They got red sigil. Run away. They got red sigil. Run away. They all got red sigil. Run away. Run away. They all got red sigil. Stay away from that for the next like 20 seconds. Dang, look at him. Wow, the amount of dot I just applied with one ability is kind of wicked. It's pretty funny to see through the wall though, I'm not gonna lie. It is very satisfying seeing all the little numbers ticking through the wall. I ain't gonna lie. It's like, as fun as it is to see, I don't know if it's... I mean, these guys are healing a lot. So I'm not gonna say they're not spam healing the frick out of each other while being comped up. This is Azure Blight could be pretty funny. dipped and everything. Golly, I can't land a single skill on this dude. It's not gonna be hard to kill. I just... I'm not consuming crap. They're not actively healing themselves. I'm absolutely decimating their health bar with dots. We got damage sigil. Come beat me up. Beat me up with your damage sigil. Line of sighting with damage sigil is actually criminal. Holy frig, you're a tryhard. Oh, I got damage sigil. Let me line of sight on Warden. Just cleanse it. Golly, bro. This guy's not happy about earlier. He's not gonna be happy about it either. Came back for revenge. Failed. Oh wow, 10k whip. That you can't dodge. Right. Did damage before it even did the animation. Cool. Signet was the problem. Remind me, Signet was the issue. I remember seeing somewhere that someone died at some point to a Signet. This guy's very mad at me. Golly, this build is obnoxious. If you don't heal yourself, you will be in pain. Which is perfect. This is exactly what I wanted. No, I'm not really looking forward to getting hit by a 12k whip because you're on your carry class. A 12k whip you worked very hard to earn, right? You needed to thrive in chaos as well for one person? Golly, go touch some freaking grass. On Dragonite, sweating your balls off, freaking bunny hopping everywhere, like what the frick? Dude, it's 11 o'clock in the evening. It's almost a new day, and this is how you've decided to play ESO, and your name is Dirty Casual ESO. Holy frick, grass. I do like the AoE application of the soul split. Pretty fun to see all the little numbers through the wall. Just playing against some absolute no lifes right now. I haven't seen grass in about 4 years. Like the lockdown never ended for these guys. Golly. I killed something. Full split trap. I'm noticing too, people are roll dodging the soul split. Just kind of stupid. I don't know how you can roll dodge a dot like that. Makes no sense, but okay, cool. Like, quit. He just dodged it. Like, what the frick? Hey, how do you dodge that? I don't understand. Make sure you get those cleanses up, sir. Holy frick. And bar swap, please. I need to get to my heals. Oh, come on. Bruh. Kill me so I don't have to have this stupid ball on this thing. Dude during Gerald Mountains works with the dots, makes them not cleansable, which means Deadly Strike truly capitalize on dot defile, also become pressured to heal themselves. Yeah, we were using Gerald at the beginning. I didn't like it. I mean, maybe in a 1v1 situation, if we had more sustainable survivability, we could probably get away with it, but at that point, it'd just end up being a dueling build, probably. I'm not a duelist. Though, oh my gosh, what the frick? Oh, I got killed. Oh, yep, I got killed by the sweat again. Oh wow, Thriving Chaos. Molten Whip. Impressive. Impressive. Like, I'm just having a casual evening over here and I can feel the grease coming off of this guy as he tries his face off. What? 15k whip. Did he earn that? No, he did not. Have you noticed you need to spam break free 3 times for it to work? Is that just on Xbox? No, that's on PC as well. That's on all platforms. CC break just doesn't work. Guys, maybe I should go play Dragonite instead. Like, what am I doing trying to play anything else that isn't a Dragonite or a werewolf? Like, I'm sorry I'm playing Sorcerer right now. I'm sorry I'm trying to have fun on Bowsorc. I'm sorry I'm out here experimenting with sets and skills to see what I can come up with. I'm sorry that I'm not playing meta and I'm not being good at the game because I refuse to get carried by a carry class. I'm sorry. I will do better. I'm so tilted that they forced everyone back on Dragonite. Yep. Cringe. The cringe. You'll have fun with that. Just end the werewolf. Get him, werewolf. He's not dead yet. There we go. Run away. 2.7 million damage. They 100% had a few healers on their team. Yeah, they had a guy split here with Polar Wind. 310,000 here. Well, just off of the coag spam. Cool. You should be play Necro. Are you using Paths Signet? No, I'm not. What's up, Shark? Yeah, I'm sorry I'm not playing Dragonite and I'm not abusing meta like you guys expect of me, like, all. I could hop on Dragonite and just win. Or I could have fun playing Bowsorc. And then still get whipped for 15k from someone who didn't earn it. Like, are you that incapable of playing the game by yourself? You need a class to do all the work for you. Meta is so boring. I always come up with unconventional builds. I carry my own in PvP. Nice. That's what I would hope people would do, but with 27 years of Nightblade on top, just happy finally something different. What mythic should I run for Pluse Ganking now? You shouldn't run a mythic at all. Just run Winterborn, Drawerkin, and then run Molekina. I did a little segment in the stream where I did run a Pluse Ganking and Cyrodiil, so you could see what that looked like. I need to see what the overall damage, like, at the end of the match looked like. Because I, funnily enough, think this is more pressure, but not as much burst, so I don't have that mix like I used to, like, with the damage. Oblivion's Foe on top again, 15% of our damage. Soul Splitting Trap, not as much. Oblivion's Foe is absolutely just doing so much work with Soul Splitting Trap. It's very satisfying to watch. The problem is, I don't have anything else. Splitting Trap is fun, but Bound Armaments is really nice too. I mean, I can maintain Oblivion's Foe without it. Are you running Mark? No. Running Death Dealers as our mythic for Font of Power. Using instead of that, we're using Death Dealer's Feet at the moment. Because it scales up our max stat, which gives us more access to Font of Power. I might need to start putting flame resist on all my jewelry again so I don't get whipped for 15k from a guy who didn't deserve it. Are you on NA? Yes, we're on PC NA. Hi, Markin. Let's change the script on the soul. Go back to Defile. Give that a shot. Keep the bleed damage. PS NA, no. PC NA. I'm on computer. This is with marking. I'm not gonna lie, it feels a lot more underwhelming. I don't have to build up to the damage, which is nice. I feel like I get a lot less reward out of it. Hello, Siren. What is your favorite class? Sorcerer. Why I'm playing it. But you have a PlayStation controller, yes. Because you can plug in a controller and play on PC. Probably should go to bed. Might as well go all infused with marking. It might be time to get off. I'm kind of tired. I can't put my finger on it, but the soul splitting trap felt way better. I thought you'd say Templar over your top. No. I've been playing Sorc forever. I love its playstyle and how it feels to play. I don't know, man. They're both good. I think it depends on how obnoxious you want to be and how sustainable you want to be for yourself. Like, if you want more dot pressure, then you'll stay with the soul trap. If you want more like potential burst and single target sustainability, you'll run down armaments because it'll give you a little bit more extra damage there. But I'm not gonna lie, it's super satisfying seeing all the little orange numbers on someone. I like that. That's pretty cool. It's good DPS on the training dummy. Depends on what you're aiming for with your build. If you're going for a PvP build, anything above 30k is good. Anything above 30k is good lethal damage. That's what I'd say. You're just parsing on this guy a bunch. If you're letting your dots linger like I'm doing, at minimum you want is like 10k on the dummy. If you just let your dots fester on them. That's the minimum you want. Anything more than that is just nice and extra. Can you do a pure Templar build with Mars on the back bar? Yes, you can. But I'd run Wretched on the par simply because sustain is still pretty rough. My stream lagged again, what? Yes, you can. But if it were me, I'd run Wretched on the back bar. I dig Dragonite, but I can't wait till Warden gets reworked so all the tryhards leave. Part of it sucks that my class got reworked first. And then everyone bandwagons onto it because it's strong at the moment. Like, sure, the refresh is cool. It was fun to play Dragonite when it first came out because it was new. But that ship has long since sailed, and I've gotten my fill with it. Now you only really play Dragonite if you want to win. Notice what Signet did to the larger population of people. Everyone's going back to Dragonite now. Okay, what do you guys think about this build in its current state? You guys in chat. I love Mars. Sustain is so high. Mars is great for defense, yes. I remember you made a bow build with no Arca. Gonna try it as well. If it works well with the new masters. Yeah, the burst build with tarnished and no Arca. I just like the simplicity of a dot build from range. Really obnoxious is decent. This build's kind of fun. I like it. Though now I'm kind of torn between using the soul-splitting trap to maintain more uptime on Oblivion's foe, or if I go back to using bound armaments. The soul-splitting trap is really funny, and I like it. Nightblade Bomber looks fun. You mean with the, Soul Cleaver set? The old school bombing. Ah, all the little orange numbers. Dang, I've been streaming for 9 freaking hours. Holy frick. Holy frick. I need to get off. I'll just play this some more tomorrow. Get some more testing done with it. And work on the build video a bit later once I know what I want to run. Because now I'm kind of torn between using the soul trap. The grease. I love you, Epic. Thank you, Ash came in. W Endurance. I don't know, I never rolled a Nightblade. I've seen a video from Cujo Kills. W stream. I have to revisit this tomorrow. I'm having too much fun with this. I love Bowsorc. All I can say. I love me some Bowsorc. No rounds. I was in queue for 12 freaking. Well, that's the stream for the day. The amount of fighting I had to do to make that build video happen was actually insane. I appreciate all you guys being here. I'm still streaming all day, talk about Major Fortitude. I mean, streaming is not hard. It's fun. Streaming is not hard though. It can be draining on your. It can be mentally draining on you depending on what you're having to deal with in the stream. It can really be mentally draining on you for sure. But streaming itself is not hard. You just, at least for me, it's not hard. I know some people struggle to make streams actually like good or decent. Most people play themselves up on stream to be like something they're not. You know, though they overhype stuff, and you know they act a fool, as it's called, just to make it more entertaining. But I just want to stream because streaming is fun and it lets me hang out with you guys. That's it. But yeah, this is awesome. The Signet nerf was not awesome. They definitely could have approached that a little bit better. They didn't need to completely destroy it for PvP. But they did. So, you know, we'll deal with it. I'll make more builds. I'll probably stream tomorrow so I can figure out if I actually like splitting Soul Trap or not. So, I guess stay tuned for that. Raid channel. Let's see who's live. First person to show up is Anime Boops. Like, I haven't raided into anime in a while. No, email is live too. Anime's trying to make Bowsorc work as well from the looks of it. No, it's not Bowsorc. It's some sort of grease creature device. Dang, he got a really good fight against these blues. We're gonna raid into anime grease. Because why not? I raid into E-Man all the time. I know you guys are like, no, don't send us over there. Don't send us over there. We could vote, but I feel like whatever. Alright, anyways, good night, Twitch chat. I'll be live tomorrow. And we'll try and make this build work, or figure out what I like exactly with it before we make a video on it. Because I ain't just gonna post a build video willy-nilly without actually getting some real experience with it. So, yep. We'll have a dedicated stream for it tomorrow. Anyways, good night, Twitch chat. Onward! To the great beyond you go. To the great beyond you go. Alright, raid. Raid. Alright, Twitch grease. Alright, good night, Twitch. I will see you guys later. And then for you YouTube gamers. Night Mister, but Ash McMahon. Anime we go, XD. Only on Twitch. I can't raid on YouTube. YouTube raids don't work. Or just recap for the end of the stream here. They shouldn't have completely removed Signet's influence in PvP at all. First off, not generally a good decision to do that, especially when so many people invested time to get the Mythic and then the resources and gold to make a build around the Mythic. It's not good for the player base. Makes a lot of people upset. And the issue isn't the Signet. The thing people are complaining about, as much as you want to say it's a Signet, it's not actually the Signet. As you saw on the stream, we could post gank just fine without the Signet. We can still make a really obnoxious dot cringe grease build without the Signet. Like, oh, then why are you complaining about the Signet getting nerfed? Because it means ZeniMax is going back on the old way they used to manage stuff, which is not healthy for the game. This is why so many people left the game in the first place. Is the management and how they decide to go about dealing with things. ZeniMax was doing alright for a little bit. And then they just completely remove the sought after item from PvP. In a hotfix, no less. Like, if you could see it coming from a mile away with, like, update 51, okay, you'd have time to prepare and it'd be a little bit more understandable. But mid-patch, no warning. I mean, we all kind of knew the nerf was coming, but we didn't think it would be over-nerf like this. You know? Yet here we are, an over-nerf mythic item that's just a paperweight now in most people's inventory. So, GG sauce. You still didn't fix the core problem. It still exists. You've accomplished nothing but made people mad and make them waste money. Literally, that's why Outcast left, Nephis quit, they don't listen. It's whatever, once the player base gives up on the future after they keep these shenanigans up, over for exhaust. We were on a pretty good track, and hopefully these refreshes are still decent, but if they're just gonna treat Signet like this, like they used to treat all the other mythic items and stuff they launched, like the new stuff, we're not in for a good time, and I'm not super confident in their ability to refresh classes. Not anymore, at least. So that's just the recap. I might link with a timestamp at the end of the stream. But yeah, I appreciate all you guys being here. We'll stream tomorrow and figure the rest of this build out. So, shoots and ladders. Yeah. Alright. Good night, everyone. Take care of yourselves and be safe.